So him surviving and then ultimately having a great fight over here is fantastic for his team. He's not dying, he's getting pressured, and ultimately his cores get farther and farther ahead. And how this changes as the game continues is basically because of the item of the tournament, the Helm of the Dominator. Now, Monkey King classically never buys this, but it's working out for 9-class here because it fits his playstyle. He's trying to waste his opponent's time. He's trying to push side lanes where it's normally dangerous for somebody to farm. So he's taking care of this, and it's accelerating his team's growth in pretty interesting ways. This is a little bit further forward into the game, but I wanted to show you the kind of vision that P-Vision is playing towards. What they're doing is they're basically trying to make a big blockage on the map so that they can control. I should do it a little bit more like this. They basically get to farm all of this by themselves. And that space is going to be smaller than the left side of the map. So that means as the game goes on for 5-10 minutes or so, they're just constantly getting more net worth per minute than their opponents are. And this further gets cascaded because 9-class is using his trolls in interesting ways. He's sending the skeletons out to spot where his opponents are. That means less of his teammates are getting ganked by pressure from the enemy lineup. And check out what he's doing with these skeletons as well. 19 minutes, 30 seconds in. He's even hiding the Dark Troll there. He's not necessarily pushing with it, and he's sending the skeletons to block camps, similar to what a Broodmother is going to do. So that's further decreasing the GPM that Heroic has. They have less of the map already, and now they're getting even less gold out of it. And this is why P-Vision started getting more and more net worth from this point of the game onwards and made their game just much easier to play.
That is just insane to really think about, right? It's always been about utilizing the observers, and now we're wondering, Helmdom coming in, that's great for pushing out or stalling waves. That's something that you can delay the game with. But now there's a whole nother aspect to it of supports getting it, prioritizing what sort of creep they want, and now blocking cans with
that's incredible. That is just incredible. I don't think anybody was thinking about that. Using the skeletons to block camps, like, that's one thing, is people can complain about Helmdom, and yes, it's running rampant, it's in every game. This is a high skill item. Like, to use at this level, there's so much that you can do with it.
Yeah, normally you will only be able to do this if you're Naga. If you're playing support Naga, you send illusions in block camps.
Nature's Prophet as a position 4/5. You can also go and block multiple camps at the same time. But this also allows you to not get enough farm, because you talked about the lane pushing. Now you don't have your own camps. Crystal Maiden, Clockwork Pudge, these type of heroes, they want to be playing very active. They want to be on the other side of the map, and these are not the fastest farmers in the game. So P-Vision did a very good job choking them out of the map and not allowing them to get that farm.
Yeah, avoiding fights, making sure there was no map for them. It feels like a lot of things are going right for P-Vision, but Heroic, one thing that I do know is on their side is a lot of the fans in the arena, and I believe Tsunami and Arvo are down there trying to check in and see how the fans are doing.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I have sided with the winning team so far because...
Tsunami?
What do you want, Avo?
Look, I know you've already picked a side, but I think I have the larger side. I'm literally surrounded, literally, by Heroic fans. Can I actually just show... 1 second, please. Please. Can you please show to the crowd how much of a fan you are?
This is what we are going to say when Astini loses the second game. If I cry, and then that's it.
But South Americans, if there's something they know how to do, we know how to roar, South America! Let's go!
Avo,
what now?
What is going on here? South America makes it to top 8. You just reappear. And yet I also find that P-Vision very excited here. They see the Oracle. Tell me the story behind this.
Astini can do all the predictions. He do the best picks. Wait for us, Cafurtado.
He knew to let the Pudge and the Clockwork through, and he beat it, Avo. What are you going to do about it?
Okay. It's hard to compete against Astinissimo. It's true. He's also Brazilian. He's also part of us, okay? And as true South Americans, what we do is we claim anyone that plays well. Anyone that does well is from Brazil, is from Peru. And today, I want your whole stadium to roar for South America. Please, a big shout for the greatest Dota tournament. It's the International.
It's an appeal to the but one that will always be very, very
чё у вас тут?
encouraged. Thank you very much, all of South American Dota, no matter
Чё у
what.
вас тут?
No one's going home yet.
Сегодня
We can
будущий
see it
бандит.
reunite
Вот
again in
взял
grand finals.
меня Риттер
But for
Спорт.
right now, we're going to go back to the panel
Нормальный
as
пацан,
we
только Риттер
prepare
Спорт.
for game number 2.
Он школьник, сам Тим хавает этот,
much,
Альпенгольд,
Tsunami, Arvo, getting everyone on their feet, getting some more cheers out there. I know everyone is just cheering for some good Dota, and that's what felt like it really happened in that game number 1. Very
Обожаю
good back
музыку.
and forth, whether you want to
Без
look at it
смысла,
on
с нулем
the deepest
голоса, с
levels,
нулем
Jenkins,
музыки.
or if you just want to
Макан
look at a
Парашка.
surface level and be like, yeah, punch
Просроченный
under tower
таймер.
hook. I like that.
Yeah, 52-minute game. It wasn't like
Да.
a stomp either way. I think if we're talking,
Макан
you know,
хорош, это
maybe like
факт.
5-6 months
Выключи
ago,
Макана. Как же хочется тебя
P-Vision
за
is supposed to
предкой
stop
МФ
Heroic. But now
назвать.
we have a top 8 international stage game between these two teams, and game 2 could go either way, because I feel like that game, that went pretty badly for Heroic, given that they had their, you know, arguably best strategy,
Итогу на кого
and like
валить будет
it felt like
Бланок?
almost none of their plays connected.
Шишка.
Things could go a lot better. Like if Cavs can, you know, work out the kinks, I think game 2. Give them the
Подсказка
same
для
thing.
чата,
They're
можете
gonna
вырубить
take it
звук
to
на
me.
стриме, когда
Yeah,
мопс
just shake it
перестает
off, you
вилять
know,
головой, можно
it's hard to
возвращать
say that, but it's not
громкость.
elimination. These guys are in the upper bracket. There's still so much potential for them. There's a
Шляпа
lot of
усатая.
chances. It's not over by any means. They get to have this fun between the two coaches.
Музыка
Really kind of
говно.
like ego
Его
check each other a
отчим
little bit, Lacoste.
Yeah, for sure.
Сын
I think
Потата.
Cavs, he did tweet it out yesterday that they are ready. All the prep is ready.
Макан
And
на
it seems like,
уровне
you know,
хуяги.
coming into the second game, I want to see that
Ой,
prep as well,
симпат.
because this one didn't really
А чё,
work
где
out for
эти
them,
чипсы-то
especially
купить?
against a team
Кто-то
like
узнал из
P-Vision,
чата?
who kind of
Где эти чипсы, блядь? Он их так
managed to
раскайт.
outmaneuver them on the map, choke them out real heavily. I want to see slightly more aggression. I want to see them create that chaos, because 10-15 minutes into the
Потата,
game,
как
we only
дети.
had 8 kills, and this is not how usually Heroic plays. So I want to see
Я
them try to
сына
put them
Потаты
in a position
плакал,
where
кстати.
P-Vision doesn't feel as comfortable.
Yeah, he's going to play a really important role here, deciding whether they're going to stick to their guns and make minor adjustments, or they're going to just completely change up their draft, right? Because we saw in the first game, they had a lot of problems dealing with the speed pushing of the creeps. You know, they needed something like, maybe something like along the lines like Ducks. You know, we saw plays Ducks here, so you can have one of the core heroes just shadow pushing the waves out so that you can
У всех,
fight,
кто
because they
хочет
like to
доткал,
fight,
есть
they like to
парень,
kill
вне
heroes.
зависимости
But
от
if you
пола.
don't push the waves out, you can't kill the heroes.
To be honest, like I don't think they should change anything up, because if a single smoke gets broken, like just one in a game, that's a blunder in my opinion. Because you know there's a Night Stalker on the enemy side. You know he just pressed ult. You cannot walk into a lane and press smoke. To me, this is a little bit of maybe pressure getting to them. Like I guarantee you, this is a talk that they had backstage. I guarantee you they talked about dealing with the Monkey King better. Maybe they ban the Monkey King, whatever. 9 Class is going to do the same thing no matter what. You have to find a way to deal with him with wasting less time, or just don't deal with him. Make your own plays. But if you're going to do that, you cannot just run your smoke into a Night Stalker.
I think you got to respect that position force, like the best
меня-
position force
у
in
меня
Dota
модератор
history.
проверяет
We're talking
сообщения
about
Слава
Jarex,
КПСС. Это нормально?
Poka, Jinkyu, these very annoying players,
Если
Boxy
мне
as
очень
well. It's
сыграли в
very
первый-
difficult to deal
постоянно.
with what they're doing on the
А, мы
map,
первый
because they
хуёво сыграл.
understand the micro and macro like completely. They know
Так
how
что
you're going to move. They
Falcon
can predict your moves, and this is exactly what 9 Class is doing right now compared to Schofield, who's a
при чём
bit
здесь
more
Falcon и
of a
Ами?
polarizing player, I would say, who's playing much
Построение
more
легенды
aggressive. I
аналитики.
don't think he's fishing for
Построение легенды
information
Доты.
as much as 9 Class is doing.
I mean, that's like a very surface level problem. I think the true issue is
Ему
the
до них
overall
слишком
strategy.
далеко.
How are they going to build a
Да и в Доту
lineup
играет
which
больше,
allows
чем
them to
Минус
cover
живет.
more ground, you know? They have a lineup which, technically speaking, they need to snowball. They're going to kill heroes and they just keep running at you. But you can't do that if you don't have an all-rounder draft. So I think
Я
both have to-
осуждаю,
if they don't change
осуждаю.
anything, I think the game is just going to end up the same way.
That's true. It's
И я не
easier
думаю,
to
что
make
Extreme
the
Win.
good
Второй
plays and to
претендент
not have to
на
deal with 9 Class
В
if
смысле
you're
второй
also creating
претендент?
pressure
Нет,
somewhere
Тайбаунт
yourself.
единственный
I think sure
претендент.
he's like a huge problem, but he's not the root of the problem, I think.
There's also a big difference, I would say, with the position 4s, with the itemization that they're
Mobs
buying. For example, in the
ушел
previous
Mobs.
game, you have Schofield rushing
Но
Aghanim
в
Scepter, so
прогнозах
you're
у
really
меня
not
Extreme
getting the
Win
value
Inta.
out of the gold until
Yes.
you finish the Aghanim Scepter, which
ты
is
знаешь,
4.2k
как
gold,
просто,
compared to
блядь. Я лишь
Helm
бы
of the
попиздеть.
Dominator, which is 2.5k gold, and the components that he's getting it. So he's coming online
заебал
much
гнида
faster.
ебучая, уже
We're
второй
also
раз
talking
эту
about
хуйню
them having an
слушаешь.
early
Блин,
lead, so he's
усатая-
utilizing that
усатая
much
устрица.
better compared to the enemy position 4.
Yeah, I was expecting an earlier force staff from him, to be honest, because if you look at like literally every P-Vision hero, all of them don't like playing into force staff. Like they
Ты
have
понимаешь,
some
вот
circle
то, что ты
that you
смотришь
need
и
to force
хайпишь
out of,
человека,
the
который
Monkey
сказал,
King
что
and the
рака
Night
не
Stalker,
существует.
Beastmaster Roar, things like that. But
Он
Schofield,
просто, блядь,
I also
умалишенный
respect that he's got his
абсолютно.
own
И ты
way
вот
of
эту
playing.
хуйню
He doesn't
начинаешь
care what we
прогонять.
think. He doesn't care what his team thinks. He
Это
doesn't care what
буквально
anybody
самый
thinks.
тупой
He just
человек
plays his
вообще.
own way.
Он тупее, блядь,
Unfortunately,
стрея, что
it
просто
meant
невозможно.
that he didn't have much counterplay for his team. But he's got his own strats.
The teams have had their time. We've had our moments to talk about those game ones, the potentials we want to see for game number 2. But as we can see, our players are back in that booth, and that means we get to look
Охуеть,
forward to
Макан
game
может
2
поджечь
draft.
снег. Че, он стартует, что ли? Если вторая
Upper
карта началась, то
bracket,
все,
no
значит,
elimination on the
переподобаем.
lines by any mean, but Heroic definitely are going to want to bounce back to this one. They want to make it closer. A closer series is what everyone would love to see, and we've already highlighted a position 4, maybe even just the support picks in general, Winter, because they, in game 1, picked up that Crystal Maiden. Uncontested, and now maybe showing the reasons why.
Yeah, I guess they probably really wanted maybe to make the Pudge the carry. That's why they picked the CM, and it didn't really work out. So this game, they're going to have to rethink their overall strategy. Because sometimes when you try to flex your heroes around too much, then it ends up being really hard to make the whole draft come together. They're going to have the Nature's Prophet now, which is going to solve a lot of their wave shuffling problem.
Yes.
Hero is global, so it's definitely going to be a very, very different game here.
And it's also a hero that can deal with the Helm of the Dominator creep. With the Sprout, you can easily kill it. Mostly from the core role, position 4 doesn't kill it as easily, and E-Vision, after seeing what 9 class did do in the previous game, they're not going to complicate too much. Having that 1-0 lead after game number 1, they can try to repeat what they just did.
Yeah, on the side of Heroic, they actually value that Night Stalker being much more of an issue than the Monkey King.
Yeah.
And we did offer 2 different ways to deal with it, either drafting to deal with it, or just kind of ignoring him. There was actually 3. The third one was to ban him, right?
Maybe they wanted Puck to go for Puck again this time because they're on the first pick side, so they're probably planning to maybe 18 pick the Puck. So
Yep, they banned DK as well. That also indicates the puck.
So there's a very high likelihood we see P-Vision maybe on the 16-17 pick try to snatch the puck away if they think that's a good move for them.
And removing Spectre as well, which means that Nature's Prophet is going to be played as a core most likely. This is not the matchup that he likes to play into. Heroic is the only team so far in the tournament that did play Spectre. Overall, they did win the game, so it seems like they know something about the hero that could potentially be really good, especially in this matchup, having that global presence against NP and try to punish him.
I mean, it's also the fact that whenever you're playing to Nature's Prophet, you kind of want someone to be able to shove the waves away from the team and also join the fights, right? Usually we talk about Dawn, Underlord, those are the type of heroes, and Spectre kind of, even though it's not a very popular hero, but he can kind of do that with the ulti.
Heroic was so quick on their side of this with the bans, P-Vision taking more of that time. They see what we saw, right, that puck. They don't want to pick it up for themselves, and they're really going to make sure that Heroic can't have the perfect setup for a puck game.
I mean, this is also really, really good sequence here. So they know that the opponent is going to ban the puck, and when you remove the puck, Queen of Pain becomes very high value because puck is a huge counter to Corp in the lane in the game.
I will say though, Nature's Prophet traditionally has been a very strong hero at laning into Queen of Pain. So it does eliminate like an off-lane QoP potential. You know it's most likely going to go mid. I mean, 9 class was experimenting with position 4 Queen of Pain for quite some time in pubs. Maybe he'll do it here. We'll see.
Yeah, this is the hero to catch the Monkey King in the game. You sleep him, you grip him, as long as you have some high ground ward, you see him. This is one of the best setups for killing a Monkey King.
I'm interested to see if they still value like Clock Pudge. You know, I feel like they've solved some of the issues that we talked about with the Nature's Prophet. They did go to 52 minutes in the game. It was a relatively close game.
Yeah, I would maybe lean towards melee position 4, maybe Marcy, keep that potential flex from the off lane, maybe even Tusk to have ability to save people, because right now you do have Vayne with the Nightmare save, that's going to be good, and these heroes that I just mentioned even get more value after seeing the Shadow Fiend pick. Even Clockwork that you mentioned comes into a play for sure.
Oh man, what a combo Bane Shadow Fiend is too. You can Nightmare sleepwalk somebody into the SF Requiem, and that is going to one-shot pretty much any hero.
I mean, does this indicate the Nature's Prophet might be a support, or is just going to be a Nature's Prophet carry and an SF mid?
I feel like it's analog calling for the SF. It's like his best hero, so I mean, other than Puck, which is out.
Yeah, he's played it twice already in this tournament, so it kind of does make sense that it's leaning that way. I do think maybe just trying not to flex too much could also be a strength for Heroic.
I mean, but at the same time, I feel like if P-Vision chooses to go for like some Tusk, Spirit Breaker here, those are heroes that are really good at punishing mid SF, right? So if you get like 1 or 2 kills on him in the laning phase, you could completely ruin his game as the SF mid. I mean, ET is kind of nice against Bane in a team fight. You can cancel the grip from far range. Amps up the co-op damage.
It's also a great hero at securing lane for Satanic, no matter what. Like an ET is gonna do well.
Yeah, not to mention the runes though. I think the rune fights are going to be extremely important in this game if the SF is going mid. You want to win the rune fight, so you need suitable supports that are very strong at using their body or they have stuns to secure the rune.
And I like this. They just picked Phoenix on 17. Not showing where the Phoenix is going to go, not showing where Monkey's going to go, so having the flex open between potentially 4 or 5 with Phoenix and ET. And also, DM is the one who did play offlane Phoenix. We saw 33 played as well, so definitely a hero that could potentially
it's a
come.
scary lane, no? Phoenix and Monkey King.
Yeah.
If your SF is carry right now, you're going to be feeling the hit, right?
Yeah.
Or even a Nature's Prophet.
Even Natures can die to that.
Does Phoenix really hit that archetype? Because we talk about it so much. DM kind of gets left alone in that lane, right? We're probably going to see 9 class on a Monkey King again. Is it going to be okay for DM on this Phoenix? How much?
I mean, the thing with that is you don't really need much help later. As long as you get through your weakest phase, which is, I would say, the first couple of levels, especially level 1.
Yep.
As long as Monkey King is there, he helps you secure your couple of levels, you get the Lotus. I think Phoenix wants solo levels. You want to get to your level 6 as quickly as you can. And I think Monkey King could actually just allow you to do that, and he just runs around and ganks, especially the SF mid.
I think you're pretty tempted to pick Snapfire here, right? Into the Phoenix, kill the egg. I think it would also do pretty well in lane against like Elder Titan position 5.
At this pick, you want to use the 18 on the support. Maybe the next pick, but it's probably not going to be there anymore after you pick the Mars.
So then what is the Mars adding for value for the Heroic draft that is slightly better than that Snap?
They need team fight, plus they need someone to buy pipe, I think, against this Phoenix core, potential Phoenix core.
Right.
I mean, Mars destroys Monkey King in the game. Like, you drop the arena, and it kills all of the trees around the arena, as well as in the arena.
Yeah,
so.
and you don't have the old facet, those 4 seconds that you could stay out of the Wukong's command, so one spear could push you out. It means that your Wukong's is gone immediately.
I mean, you also kind of have a combo, right, with SF. You lock them in the arena, then he fears them to the wall.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty nice.
That's a crazy combo. Like, their team fight is incredible in this game. I mean, I still think Snapfire is amazing. It's like Snapfire, Mars lane, arena into Snap ulti. I'd be very shocked if P-Vision lets it through.
There's a lot of things that they're going to have to think about for themselves because it's the same issue. You don't want to tunnel vision that they are looking for a support. We have said that it is most likely going to be a Nature's Prophet that is in that core role, but you don't want to oversight of a support Nature's Prophet either.
No. Yeah, you never want to like lock something in. I mean, especially hero like Nature's. It literally was played as a support just like 2 weeks ago.
That was you.
I was playing it a lot.
Yeah.
I'm still playing it as a support. It is still a good support. It's just that with the prevalence of Dom and being able to, kill the creep as a core very easily, it's like a free Midas. It's a lot more of a core these days.
But when you look towards the picks winter, do you think there's more impact coming from another core hero for Heroic, or more impact in that Snapfire that is still...
Probably the Snapfire. I think the Snapfire just solves, I think, the egg problem, and it also kind of gives you more damage into the arena. So it feels very natural to go for the Snapfire here. I mean, they've opted to ban out the Silencer. I mean, it's kind of okay.
It would have been a pretty nasty Silencer pick. It's like super high win rate against Queen of Pain. She hates playing into Silencer. It's so much magic damage. And then Phoenix as well.
Yeah, both the bans are kind of to protect the co-op in the game, with the Abaddon to remove the poison. But I still think Snapfire is like more important than those 2 heroes. I think I'll be okay if I'm Heroic. If I'm taking that trade, I'm fine.
The only thing is, like, it's a question of, does Schofield want to play it? I mean, he does play it in general. Like, this is one of the heroes that he came onto the scene playing. He's been enjoying mostly melee heroes in this patch.
If they feel like they need a better 5 with Shadowfin, they could run Bane as a position 4.
Yeah, true.
Because there's a flexibility. You can still play NP from the mid lane. This is doable.
Disruptor? You want Disruptor?
Huh?
Do you want Disruptor if you want to pick a 5?
I'm still leaning maybe towards melee position 5s if they want to run it, with the Bane position 4, and then you have Shadowfin from the mid lane, NP with either Tusk or Marcy, even Clockwork that Jenkins mentioned.
Yeah, that will actually make sure that the lane is a lot more stable for the Nature's Prophet or the SF.
Well, with not a lot of time left, Terrorblade's the last ban for themselves, and it feels like they still haven't solved exactly what they want last pick. Numa kind of shaking his head. Does that instill faith in you, Jenkins?
I mean, I still think Snap is just, it's the most obvious. And they go for Ursa. So, okay, we will see Nature's Prophet support position. I think. It's very hard to predict when it's...
So what's the idea here? So he can actually mirror the Monkey King moving around the map?
And you kill the egg. Like, we were talking about Snapfire to kill the egg. Ursa is one of the best cores, the best core in the game at killing egg.
Well, 2 wins on hard support on a position 5 Nature's Prophet so far this tournament.
I mean, this is King Jungle's best hero.
Yeah.
So I think it's a matter of, like Yuma said, I played an amazing Ursa last game. We lost at 52 minutes, but he had no deaths for pretty much the entire game. He's feeling strong on it. It's a really good Ursa game.
You have faith in him, like you haven't lost that at all.
Yeah, 100%.
And he's calling for it.
I think they've solved a lot of the issues that were in the previous draft. You know, I want to meme about the Pudge. I don't think that was the issue. I think what Winter said definitely was, like, not being able to push out the lanes.
This is going to give them a lot of tempo, a lot of explosive damage that's going to be coming out. You have ET that's going to amplify your damage from Queen of Pain, from your Phoenix core, which is going to be dealing insane amount of magical damage. And then you have Templar Assassin with the ET aura on top of that. So the heroes are going to be dying very quickly.
I think the laning setup is also very, very strong for P-Vision here with the TA, ET, and the Phoenix Monkey King. I could see them kind of getting a good advantage out of their side lanes, and then you have a co-op to run around and snowball the lead even further. You know, so this game could either be really, really quick win for P-Vision, or Heroic is going to be able to drag the game long enough for their heroes to be able to fight back.
Yeah, I agree. I think P-Vision's got a really good mid-game timing for sure. But if it does go late game, if Heroic can get there, like SF with Mars Arena and Ursa damage, like they have a lot of scaling in many different ways.
The question isn't also just can they get that. Do you believe that they can get that, Jenkins?
They did last game. And I think if they do the exact same thing, it's way easier for them to execute this game.
Yeah, and they also have Nature's Prophet this time around who can scale from position 4 compared to Clockwork. It will, 5 in this one, but it will allow them to scale. You can still get the items, you can push out the waves. This is the problem that they'd have in game number 1. Shadow Fiend, he 2-shots the wave, Mars as well with the 2 abilities. Ursa kills it quickly. So I don't think they're going to be having the same issue, and I also do think that they addressed Monkey King from position 4. Not sure if that's going to be enough. I think P-Vision's draft checks all the boxes with the explosive damage, Roche taking potential, all the objectives on the map, and being able to fight when Heroic wants to fight as well.
Yeah. For yourself, Winter, you said that like Monkey King was kind of, trying to target it as a bit of a band-aid patch, right? You're not really fixing the solution. Is there more of a fix to the underlying issue now?
I think they definitely solve some of the wave clear issue, but it's just about the sacrifice they're making this game, where they're picking a lot of weak heroes in the lane, and if they can actually bypass and solve that problem in the game, I think they're going to be in a good shot going into the mid-late game for Heroic.
All right, okay. I just got to see where it is, because we said coming into this one, it could potentially be a very close series. You don't exactly know where it could lay either way. P-Vision up against Heroic. I do know that Heroic, they're going to need a little bit of backing here, Jenkins.
From the crowd, you mean?
Yeah, or you.
Yeah, let's go Heroic, game 3. So we can get another Pudge. Let's get another Pudge on the menu.
I was hoping for a little
More
bit more,
chances for Crimson Witness. Let's hear it for Crimson Witness and Heroic.
I believe in this P-Vision draft, I'm going to be honest.
We're going to go down to the coach, because I feel like that's someone who could definitely give us more faith in Heroic.
Absolutely. We are here with Caps. Caps, welcome back again. Hell of a game that you guys played last time. Really fought till the end there, and pretty good draft here, I have to say myself here. You did give them their iconic Monkey King again. Do you think that the Mars will be enough to deal with that, or did you have any other plans for that?
We think that the hero is annoying for sure, but if we worry about a hero just because it's annoying, the draft gets too hard. And I think this game we have better tools to deal with it. And we could have won last game as well, right? You guys saw it. It was close.
Absolutely. It was a hell of a game. So how did you get the guys out of that mindset? Because it really was a back and forth. You guys did great in that early game. Were there any words that you said to them, like, guys, drop it, let's get into the next game?
We usually just try to be as direct as we can. about the things that went wrong, and cheer them up in general, like a good friend.
All right. I could definitely tell that you guys are big homies in there, and obviously against a team that you know a lot about. The crowd, I don't know if you saw them, but they were absolutely screaming out for you. Heroic fans, you still out there?
There's way more than expected, since South America is a bit far, you know?
Yeah, South America far, but they're here in spirit, and they are ready to see you win this one. Bring it to a game 3. Are you ready for that, my man?
Of course, of course.
All right, let's bring it into the game and see if they can make it then. Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get this game 2 action underway between P-Vision and Heroic. Fogged, what do you make of the approach this time around? Changes, but of course Heroic, they do still end the draft with that Ursa once again.
He played a hell of a game in that last game, right? So I can see why he probably asked for it again. But adaptations made on both sides. We do see a ton of team fight this game, Owen, on both sides. It's actually insane how much it's been round up with an ET being brought into the mix. My favorite hero, of course, I have to say that. But yeah, lots of different things that we can talk about here as Analog getting to play his extremely, if not his most comfort hero. Of course, his puck is one of them, but he loves to play this Shadow Fiend. So looking forward to see what he can do on this, because I felt like in that last game, he just had such a hard time in the puck. They just had so many answers for him. Yes, he was pulling attention away from the Ursa, tanking the Night Stalker silence a lot, but this one, maybe he can have a bit of a better time in terms of just standing his ground.
And do you like that overall from Heroic going for this approach where they do keep that, the Nature's Prophet back in the support position and get something else secured for the cause in a game like this?
Yeah, I think it's kind of cool because it's KJ's favorite hero. He's played it so many times in pubs, also in these officials, and I think it does give you an extra tool in terms of playing the economy map game. P-Vision has shown how many games they love the economy map game. Having a hero like Nature's Prophet, even as support, it can do a lot. Either scouting with the Sprouts, sending treants eventually once he starts getting the points in it. So looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do, if anything in particular. And let's see how Yuma's game in particular also goes, since he did have a great performance in that last one, but does feel like there's a lot more things to trip him up this game.
Oh, well, yeah, well, you would consider
Fire
this
Spirits
as a tougher challenge for the Bear.
Yeah, besides the Night Stalker. The Night Stalker was very difficult for him in that last game, but the attention from the Night Stalker was on the puck. This one, I think more attention is going to be put on this Ursa in terms of just naturally inside of the fights. The stomps, the shadow strikes from the Queen of Pain, trap silence from a Templar Assassin, let's say mid-game. So we'll see how that adjustment comes out. And speaking of the shadow striking in the mid lane, right now no one having a pretty great time in the mid lane. 13-8.
A lot of denies in bottom lane. First blood's going to be found here by the two of them, DM and 9 class. That's a rough one.
Yeah, this lane in particular is way harder. The Night Stalker plus the Monkey King lane is a passive farm style lane. This is an oppressive lane that is going to try to constantly kill you. And Phoenix, if he gets off to a hot start, can be one of the more oppressive 3-position heroes as we see in,
I mean, that's the thing, right?
33.
Because in this lane, as long as DM has dive up, he's never going to die against his Nature's Prophet and Ursa duo, right?
No, unless there's a third hero, right, that rotates in. But I don't think Schofield can really leave too much. He has to stay top since he wants to make sure that he can give his Mars something, because that's a hard lane for the Mars playing versus the ET. ET can constantly set up kills onto you.
And we saw last game, obviously, you're very much a fan of them finding a way to get the Lifestealer in as the carry pick. This time round, getting that TA here for Satanic, another one of his strongest heroes in the carry position. They're going to be feeling pretty good about getting that through this game, right?
For sure. It gives them so much hybrid damage. Now they have so much physical. They also have a ton of magical. And they have ET, which just loves to have this type of hero that thrives off of that extra minus armor, too. Definitely looks strong. For most teams, I mean, not everybody picking the TA, but again, it gives you, map control, vision control.
Another kill here for the two of them.
Yuma, the earn charges, giving up kills is dangerous here.
It's going to get just tougher and tougher for Yuma really to survive through this laning stage. I mean, they're going to have to bring out a lot of regen. I mean, how do they sort of keep him in a position to farm down it?
He might just die, honestly. It's very likely he might just die almost immediately. DM, if he lands even an earn on him, might just be the kill.
Armor Spring. He's able to dodge it there with the Earth Shot. But yeah, this is not a fun spot to be in if you're the Ursa.
He's going to have to spend a lot of money on regen, so he even buys his own salve. They've got an early bracer that he goes to try to withstand some of that pressure. But yeah, it feels like this is going to be very sad for Yuma in terms of this laning phase. Gets his salve canceled immediately from the Urn too, and instant Fire Spirits.
DM ready to just push the hero to the limits and gets him with the dive as well. Boundless is there. Yuma should be all right this time.
Can they turn it?
See if they can get the swipe stacked up on a 9-class spread to block him off. Yuma's got to be careful.
Fire
the
Spirit
connects, and that's going to allow 9-class to just trade back with him and survive.
Uh-oh,
He gets away.
Another one.
Oh, this bottom lane, it's painful to watch, fuck. This is getting nasty.
This can actually be the big problem with picking something like NP5, the greediness in the lane, but it's mostly just this Phoenix, how oppressive the hero can be. Ursa walks up, eats multiple Fire Spirits. They have another Urn Charge immediately, so they can look to continue this pressure.
I mean, and as you said as well, that it's just difficult really for Schofield to leave sort of the top to be here.
He might have to, honestly. Like, this is disastrous.
Jungles, he's tried for this play to see if he could kind of catch 9-class backing off, but now he's going to die for it, so it's just going to be another kill for DM, now dominating. 5 minutes in, 4 kills here on the Phoenix.
This is really problematic. You have to do something to fix this. DM is going to have the earliest Spirit Vessel of ever, maybe. Definitely the tournament, but he's pretty close to having it already. About 700 off, and he's buying small items in between. It's a really good Vessel game, too, whenever you're playing versus something.
Here's Schofield heading down to at least provide some sort of extra presence for Yuma.
You have to.
What they can do, they get the Nightmare drag back, but he has got the dive up, DM. And 9-class is here ready to help out, so DM should be able to step away. They'll throw down a blood grenade, but TPs are coming in. Heroic, they're not getting a kill out of this. They have to back off.
No one will cancel the TP, but they do get the rune as well, so Ducalos was able to take that one away from Analog. All 3 lanes
look
going
at this
beautifully
mid lane.
for P-Vision.
I mean, 20 denies here from no one against Analog's SF. That's pretty crazy, because out of all the heroes, you don't normally expect him to be able to get that many denies against an SF.
An unbelievable start for the side of P-Vision.
Yeah, this is getting crazy.
You see, I mean, Schofield, as you said, he's looking to make some adaptations, looking to adjust somehow, but even with the 3 heroes down here, Owen, this is not an easy way to push DM out of the lane.
Look at this as well. We're 6.5 minutes in. Satanic, he has double the CS of Yuma's Ursa.
Oh, in this game, it's rough at the start here, and we'll see how Heroic can look to adapt things. Even when the problem is, too, is their mid laner is having such a hard time. Usually what happens is, okay, our mid can try to tempo control and adapt and make things look bad for us, but he's getting also having big problems in that mid lane, a catapult wave even.
And I don't think Schofield's going to get away with this. Unless he can you make some sort of play with a Nightmare to secure this?
You can sleep them out of it and pull them away. Let's see if he can.
He might just, okay, he's going to show himself.
He did it.
Oh, there we go, easy.
He did it the perfect way.
A little bit of something, but he doesn't have a TP, so he's going to just have to try and walk back to safety.
Looks like he will be able to get away with that one. So at least one thing going the way of Heroic.
It's the best thing that's happened for them so far this game. It's a tough one here.
Yeah, their Ursa is already having to hit jungle creeps. SF as well, also having to hit jungle. It's pre-8 minutes into getting pushed out of their lane. It's a level 4 Ursa, and
yeah, I guess just having sort of this mid SF and this safe lane Ursa, they both need a lot of time, a lot of space to fall back, hit the jungle creeps. Like, who's going to make moves on Heroic? Who's going to be able to do anything anytime soon against P-Vision?
It's gonna be strictly Whisper, and when Requiem is up, it feels like, right? Okay. And that feels pretty difficult to play against this type of draft from P-Vision. DM, he's got Vessel. It's done. Level 6 also finished up too, so he's going to look to probably pressure this tower here. And cool to see that he goes for this aggressive build on DM also, not the Dominator, right? In a lot of games, maybe we've seen Dominator picked up even on Phoenix, but this one he knows he can just crush. He can really crush the whole game with this type of start.
I mean, just looking again at the denies, this has to be one of the highest sort of collective amount of team denies that's in the first 8 minutes of a game, right? Now, 8 minutes in, do you ever really see a team have, like, I can't do the quick maths, but it's something like 60 denies across all lanes just 8 minutes in?
Rare to see it at the International in particular, right? Sometimes we do see it in some other tournaments when a team is just outskilled, but yeah, this is pretty crazy so far from P-Vision.
See how much you can make them work for it. Stomp's going to connect.
It'll be annoying to chase him. They'll have to save the Boundless to be able to stop his TP, and it looks like Schofield's going to make him work for it for a long time here.
I mean, he still doesn't have a TP.
True.
So he's going to try and, you know, sort of live his best life here, just trying to be a nuisance.
Just do they even want to call for anyone else to gank this is the question. Maybe 9-class just follows him.
I think so, because 9-class is like, well, my cores are kind of dumpstering all the lanes, so I don't need to be anywhere else. I could go for a little walk around the forest with you.
Yeah, why not?
I'm just going to chase him down.
Dragging multiple waves. Eventually, though, how does Schofield get out of this? We'll have to see. No one matching versus Analog. Analog with this haste rune feels safe to play aggressive forward here.
Oh,
okay.
Got your tree.
Here comes no one. Good old Schofield.
Will ultimately end in his death. No one able to get the money from that one.
Well, at least he's being
Whisper,
annoying.
it's going to come in. He's got the arena set up. Into the spear, and with the Nature's Wrath burst, they're able to take him down before he gets any sort of chance of popping a supernova. So
nicely done.
First kill for Heroic themselves to get here in this game too, and it's a nice one.
They got to start doing things like this, right? Being a little more chaotic, as we said, even in that last game in particular. KJ, even though the lane went horrible for him, he's actually getting closer and closer toward his vessel on this Nature's Prophet also. So slight little moves are at least recovering the overall game state a bit here, but for Yuma in particular, he still is incredibly slowed down. And the pressure on mid lane, shield rune on no one.
P-Vision definitely not afraid of going for a bit of a dive. Schofield and Analog.
Class is giving the scout. Catapult is coming in as well too, so the pressure's on the tower.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the dive onto Schofield. Analog's around. Does he want to show himself to try and help? He'll get the deny. Easy.
There you go. Tower, though, will inevitably fall, but at the least they prevent a bit of extra gold going the way of no one. Satanic, though, has been left completely alone, Owen. Level 9 Templar Assassin.
Absolute free farm.
Versus the Ursa, who has not only half CS, but yeah, 3 levels behind as well. And the question is, how do you pressure the Templar Assassin with this type of draft, right? It's probably just wait until you hit these timings, in particular on like the Nature's Prophet.
Любопытный факт, друзья, у нас играет команда из Восточной Европы против команды из Южной Америки от Можно хуёво сыграть, но окей. Любопытный факт, друзья, у нас играет команда из Восточной Европы против команды из Южной Америки от Патрения, при этом оба бразильца. Да-да-да, оба бразильца. Это вообще удивительно в целом, что Астини каким-то образом, мало того, что как бы он попал в эту команду, да.
Tower will fall. 9 class getting closer and closer to his dominator. DM will even give him some of that extra farm to have it finished early. And this is cool if DM goes this build also. Do want to keep, because it's a bit of an adaptation. I keep saying this word, but whatever. He's changing his build up quite a bit than we've seen from DM, usually just the straight dominators. If he goes Vessel bots, that means we want to destroy this map.
I like it, yeah. He's got the levels, you know, he's got that quick, fast item timing on the Vessel. So if he can continue to just be in any sort of fight that happens, best of luck to Heroic in those team fight situations, because this Phoenix turning up is going to be a huge issue for them.
Yeah, it looks like the name of the game for Heroic is just farm and try to recover for now as King Jungles is getting closer and closer to that Vessel, as we were mentioning. Analog needs as much protection as possible.
And they're going to be able to secure another power rune, Arcane Rune for no one ready for the next move.
It's such early 2 T1s dropping for the side of Heroic that just, yeah, limited places for them to really move outside, as we see. They're going to smoke up. There is the grip now available for Schofield.
They've got to find something with this.
A grip into a Requiem. Who are they going to get?
A DM would be a nice one to find. And if they don't, I mean, he's relatively low at the moment, so yeah, a grip and a Requiem would absolutely do it.
Yeah, they did see him on that ward too.
Can Schofield get the grab? The problem is 9 class is ready with a Boundless Strike to put a stop to it. And there it is, puts a stop to the grip straight away. DM's able to dive out, now he's ready to turn with the Vessel and Spirits thrown down onto Schofield.
Things are awkward immediately.
They absolutely are. Yuma's going to watch from the side. They get a few raises in onto 9 class. Will be able to kill off the Monkey King. So a 1-for-1 trade, not the worst thing to take in sort of the state that Heroic's in right now.
All right, it looks like KJ's plan of the game is, or King Jungles, I should say, sorry, I keep saying KJ, is also disrupt and block. Look at the sentries he's placed top now. So looking to prevent that farm speed from Satanic, as we did see 9 class doing that last game. Now it's the Nature's Prophet sending these treants in, and also just blocking the camps to slow down the TA.
Top. There's the setup, and with the bots online, we're going to see DM ready to join as well. Dives forward, Whisper surrounded.
I'm a big fan of these bots. This could be really interesting. With this type of advantage that they get, he's going to be everywhere.
Yeah.
And how do you deal with the Phoenix this early in the game? No one can kill the Egg in particular. Ursa is not going to want to show up to hit that. And he does so much damage early on here.
Definitely not the sort of build you necessarily go for if you're having kind of an even time out of the lane, but definitely DM just identifying I'm ahead. Yep. I'm going to be able to absolutely snowball the game with what is going to almost certainly be one of the quickest bots timings you'll see on a Phoenix build, getting that pre-14 minutes after that Spirit Vessel.
And he's going Veil as well too, which helps with this Queen of Pain, helps with the ET as well. So yeah, cool stuff we're seeing coming in as Schofield again.
Cut the tree. But he's not getting out alive, Schofield.
On the other side, Whisper will get the catch onto Ducalis. We'll be able to finish him off.
That's something. I'll say what they can get right now, Heroic.
But they did lose their shrine. I believe Ducalis was able to steal that one before he did get caught out. No one lingering up top here. Has the Blade Mail finished up.
He's got Sonic Wave ready to play with.
Good look for Whisper here. Whisper does have this Sentry Ward. He will be protected. And Whisper is going for the catching build, rather than, I believe it was Winter who was saying that maybe he would want to see something like a pipe build come out. Not going to be the case here from Whisper. So looking more about just playing around the team fights and get the catch for either the Quap or the Phoenix. So just a different approach. Dominator's done. See what 9class is going to be able to do with that one, how much he disrupts the farm. We've seen so much.
Battle Fury online now for Yuma, so might be able to start closing a little bit of that gap against Satanic, but unless they find some action for him to be all involved in, it's probably unlikely just due to how far ahead Satanic is in farm. 8,600 net worth, over about 2,500 ahead still of that of Yuma's Ursa.
A decent recovery, though. It could have been way worse if he did die in extra time or if they were able to actually stalk him in the jungles. This, you know, it's not great by any means on this Battle Fury Ursa, but in terms of what he was against, not too shabby. 5K lead, though. Similar to last time, P-Vision just getting that massive advantage, at least in terms of lanes. This time even more so, though. It's just fear, in particular for Analog. They're so squishy. He gets pulled back in.
They're going to let him dive forward, straight in with the Supernova. He'll try and get a Requiem off with the Sonic Wave and the burn from the Phoenix.
What a play from 9class. He just rippered him in. The Wildling Ripper just tornadoed him backwards, and he's just stuck in a world of hurt. I have a lot of fear for Analog in particular. I feel like his game is going to be the hardest one to actually play because he just is definitely at the whims of getting popped in this game. Yeah, they just so much burst damage.
See top, Whisper having to be cautious, at least with the Yules and the Arena up. Does have defensive measures.
Like
they do go on it.
Yuma in particular has ways to survive, right? Same thing for Whisper in these cores, but yeah, for Analog, I have a lot of worries in these next 5 to 10 minutes how he's able to just protect himself. Anything gets on top of him and he's probably just dead.
What's the next play going to be here for Heroic?
He's just going to keep tipping him. Because of the sentries, he's doing exactly that. He just sees that he's trying to potentially keep blocking that farm. That's Satanic. He asked for mercy. Still is having a pretty crazy amount of farm. 200 CS at the 16 and a 50-minute mark.
See his smoke here. See if Whisper can find the setup. P-Vision not looking to be caught out by this. Maybe DM.
He's not that squishy.
And he's already away with a dive, so Whisper not able to get a chance to get his hands on him.
Even if he gets him, it's dangerous. You don't know where the ET is. You don't know where the Monkey King is. These two heroes are fantastic at stopping aggression. A Fiend's Grip comes out, a Stomp stops it. A Boundless Strike from the tree line. So you have to have quite a bit of information on Whisper if he wants to look for those plays.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And especially if you're using both the Yules and the Arena to commit. You're not getting out if they get the chance to turn on you.
Definitely not. Scan coming out. P-Vision continuing to read that map, and the growth continues to be there for them.
So we've got the smoke here for No One and Ducalis.
That's what they find.
As you say, Analog definitely the easier at the kills if he's caught out in the lane.
Yuma is he is starting to getting closer and closer, at least in terms of the cores. Slowly but surely. Again, I'm going to point out, since Purge, he'll probably maybe talk about it again, but 9class is doing the same thing. So he's sending the Dark Troll Summoner, triple Skeletons, blocking camps. So again, just on top of getting extra efficiency with his farm, he's blocking efficiency of farm versus Heroic, similar as last time. 9class will be able to play around it.
Still make sure that he gets the large creep as well. Too slippery here for Schofield or Yuma to get their hands on.
Information gathered. Whenever they see Schofield, they probably just know that there's not going to be an aggressive move that comes out from Heroic. Schofield gets the catch.
The grip. And they'll be able to deal with him this time. Nice little grab there for the two of them.
Do they want to turn this into another move? Without the grip, obviously hard to look for a pick-off. Ducalis, he's trying to protect these Ancients.
Oh.
He knows.
They're going to be able to put a stop to that TP here with a stomp, so not able to block the Ancients this time around, and will end up losing his life for the attempt, King Jungles.
Fool me once, right? This time they do catch him. Third time is the charm. Ducalis is very ready for it. Prepared there with Satanic. Deso Blink is done, making the move top Whisper.
He's got to be cautious here, as P-Vision are bringing in No One as well, and DM. They're ready with the four of them. To make an aggressive move, and they'll just get in straight on top of him. Yule Scepter will buy him a moment of safety, but as soon as he comes crashing down, he's dead.
They're stalking Analog to this ward that 9class has placed down. Can he get his way out of it?
Should be
Looks
fine
like
under
he
the
should
tier
be.
2. Scofield coming in with the TP ready to keep Analog safe, but
But they're accelerating things.
yeah, they could go for this with such quick timing on Satanic. The fact that he's got this Deso and Crystallis, they'll take this Roshan down pretty quickly.
And without Whisper being there is no team fight from Heroic possible. And this is before 20 minutes, so they can get this Rosh and then go Tormentor. Usually what happens in a lot of these games is you have to pick and choose which one you want to go for.
They're going to get a bit of cold feet, though. They don't want to commit for the Roshan completely.
It is going to shift toward the bottom side, so maybe they just make their move down there.
Yeah, that's true. A bit off with the timing, so we'll have to regroup on the bottom. Satanic, he does have a TP ready if he wants to switch down to that side of the map.
Heroic, I feel like they have to go
swing
for
game.
I feel like they have to kind of go for this check. You need to at least go with Whisper and with Analog to potentially set up. Because you have yet to get a Requiem. I mean, you've yet to have anything really from Analog together.
Satanic able to, of course, solo the Tormentor, get the shard secured nice and early this game for 9 class.
The moves of efficiency just continue being there.
Let's go for the Whisper. They're looking for no one. Get the Yule set up into the spear. Requiem to follow up, but it's coming on the side. They've got the lockdown though with the Fiend script, so the job will still be a successful one.
Whew, that was almost awkward. If he gets stomped there on Schofield, might actually end up surviving on no one. Should be able to turn this into a tower too, so first aggressive move that feels like it's actually gone Heroic's way.
And at least setting up the game for a position where Heroic, they can maybe start to look towards the Roche themselves. Supernova's going to be used as well pretty early, so Heroic, they can kite that out and maybe look to continue to try and push for this now, knowing that Supernova's on cooldown.
Too hard versus ET. ET's the king of the pit. And Monkey King too, actually. These two heroes are two of the best in terms of just preventing someone from getting inside of there.
I mean, at the least, they're going to want to make sure that they don't allow P-Vision to get into the pit for free, surely.
It does feel like they have to fight around there, but they don't have Requiem, and so I don't know if they actually can. We'll see what the move's going to be, as 9 class, he's keeping the creep in that sneaky spot. So we'll be able to scout that Roche. And yeah, it looks like P-Vision will be able to get away with it.
Yeah, you're right. They feel that they can't do anything to stop them now.
I think it's just too dangerous versus the ET and Monkey. Even if you had a bit of a window there with the Quap killed, it's too risky.
So there we have it. Aegis for Satanic.
Terrifying.
He continues to just tower ahead of anyone in terms of net worth this game. Daedalus
Full
done.
Daedalus.
22 minutes in. I mean, he's going to start two-shotting some of these heroes.
Whisper. We'll be able to get the TP out. No secondary cancel, as we saw there. Yeah, he's going to start two-shotting heroes, and he's going to get closer and closer toward that shard, which is also very devastating to play against. As something like Bane or even Ursa, just these little silences can be very disruptive. Heroic. Looks like they're attempting to mount a defense down here on Schofield.
King Jungle's even looking for aggressive TPs here.
That would be...
Well, he's teasing them.
Aggressive.
At least with the BKB online for Yuma, he'll be in a bit of a better shape to turn up and maybe give you a chance to threaten the egg if DM does try and commit with a Supernova. Full Shiva's online now as well for DM. These fast timings continuing from him on the Phoenix.
Team fights just continue to look way too difficult for Heroic, just needing to buy more time. Like you said, the BKB's done for Yuma. He has a lot of protection. Analog needs his desperately next, and he is actually pretty close. There is a good amount of spells, of course, that are going to be going right through that BKB, pretty much everything, but it does feel like it's a necessary tool that he needs anyway. He actually can die so fast through this BKB versus TA, versus Phoenix, versus the Quapple, everything, really. Splitter. Positioning is going to have to be absolutely perfect from Heroic in this next upcoming situation.
Here they come, P-Vision. Heroic should be pretty aware. I mean, we're going to see the setup here from Whisper. Gets the spear in onto Satanic towards the tower. The refractions up, allowing him into blink out. And Whisper, he's probably going to die for that. As the setup's there, no one jumps forward. They catch the Bane off to the side of the tower on top of that.
Да, у меня тоже фэнтези не открывается. Когда вышло время менять фэнтези, оно не перестало открываться. Но я думаю, починят, либо они специально так сделали. Но там в среднем можно самому посчитать очки по статистике, так что, если что. Я вот считал себе, у меня Ами выдал 39 тысяч.
TP's available for Yules, so as we, there was some limited extra stuns, so it does want that secondary one besides that boundless to hunt targets. 10k lead continues to grow.
P-Vision, they had a pretty good hold on the majority of game one. This game two, that hold honestly looking even tighter here. 24 minutes in. Everything looking up right now for P-Vision.
Everything looking up, and even for Yuma this game, right? Yes, he's recovering, but it still is a very difficult spot that he's been put in this one. Playing versus that TA, always not even the easiest target to burst down and overpower in particular. If he does have it the fraction.
Focus towards the top lane now.
Looking to set up because they have this deep vision.
They're going to try and get the jump on Satanic. They get the spear connection, but no one's ready to back him up. Satanic falling low, but the stun comes in on towards Yuma. Yuma pots the BKB. Will be able to take Satanic down once, but it costs Yuma his life. Whisper also likely to fall as the dagger gets thrown out. Schofield gets burst by the final touch from Satanic. And indeed, Analog, he's just got a BKB and run.
His first BKB usage, and he's getting body blocked.
Indeed, looking for the body blocks, buying time for 9class to close. He has the Requiem to push them back, but still getting slowed down. Boundless is in, Heroic loser fourth. P-Vision just playing with their food now.
Pretty much a perfect fight from P-Vision. As the Aegis is almost going away is when they make the move onto Satanic, and it isn't even close. Heroic gets destroyed there. P-Vision, they're making it look easy, Owen. Another move, KJ, he's spotted as well.
9class. Drop the Wukong's command. Satanic ready to bring in that extra bit of damage. Tries to finish off, in fact, with style. They're looking for that side blade off the trap. Styling on the back. It's just the net worth on the TA looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Closing in on 20k net worth here, just 26 minutes in.
It's just such impressive gameplay from P-Vision this time around. Yes, last one they had this economy war that they were just constantly winning. This one, it's not just economy war.
No.
They're just finding kills everywhere, and there's pretty much no moves that Heroic can actually find hitting because of how commanding that early game really was from P-Vision. This Phoenix pick, it's been absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, they crushed that bottom lane so hard.
Yep.
And DM knew exactly what to do with that sort of stuff.
Yep. All three cores are having a pretty much flawless game from the side of P-Vision.
Another tower taken. As the map just getting completely taken away from Heroic.
And poor Analog having one of the rougher games possible here on this Shadow Fiend. Shows up with his first BKB usage and just dies immediately. Has only really found one connection with his Requiem.
Yuma and Schofield. Maybe seeing if they ever do catch anyone out alone. 9class, though, is going to start to get some information if he swings by.
And look how quick he's able to just scout them out.
And DM's TPing over as well. 9class just ready. He's just ready to go in on them. Start dancing around them with the Boundless Strikes of the Primal Springs. TP's coming back in for P-Vision Heroic. They've got to try and get out of here.
Yuma has to just TP.
He'll get away, but Schofield, it's not going to be as lucky. As a DM and 9class will claim another.
This Monkey King is so annoying to play against. He just gives such good information and they can't stop him. Even though they have the Bane with the potential instant disables, he just jumps up on the tree almost immediately. Constantly limiting the map of Heroic. And a trap also, right? As we said, P-Vision loves to play vision games. There's Troll Summoners scouting out waves. There's TA traps scouting out movements as well. They have exact information of where everybody is. Analog walked on top of a trap twice. They have deep vision in the jungle as well. So just keeping tabs of pretty much everything that they need to. Full Ags now for no one. Finished up. Just limited moves that Heroic can really do. Falling further and further and further behind.
So maybe when they've sort of got that BKB online for Whisper as well, they can try and bring everything together for some sort of arena Requiem play.
They'll be able to get their spells off, but the question will also be then, do they even have damage, right? They'll have these defensive plays to at least work around, but might not be enough with this deficit that they're at. They're gonna smoke. This is pre-BKB on Whisper. See what they can find. Because they're getting outplayed, outmaneuvered, out everything, so it feels like they do have to get something. Because in terms of just if this game continues with this grasp, it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere in their favor on Heroic. P-Vision. Smoking up. Satanic in the mid lane.
Will be a huge catch, but such a hard one to get, especially with this tier 1 tower still up for potential TPs in. And they don't quite get the angle in time. Satanic's already out of there, and P-Vision, they've got their sights set first on King Jungles.
Another kill for 9class, another scout.
Can a Heroic maybe find someone splitting off from the backlines? It doesn't look like it.
P-Vision not giving them the opportunities.
Короче, они могли сейчас Сатаника забрать. Но им чуть не повезло. Нет, они крест засали, что там вышка.
Nobody's been
Если
in
они
that
за
area to
контроль
get
не
caught.
убивают
If anything, it's just
Сатаника,
a Monkey King jumping around that does go in that area.
у них комбинация плохая. Условно, если был бы не Марс, а Магнус, у них могла быть комбинация, что Магнус прыгает, увозит, и прям под ульту СФ так играли, короче, кто-то, не помню. Особенно если от базы дефаться. Но у них Марс, и АСФ без блинка играет, понимаете?
Who's he ideally looking to jump in these team fights? You know, like what is he waiting to see? Do you imagine?
They just need to get the spear connection and just kill. And honestly, they do have the shard right on the Mars as well, so
cool. Look at that.
He needs to just cleave and cover both targets.
The heat map there of 9 classes Monkey King.
He's just giving full information. Yeah. It might be something teams have to look at to get rid of because it's just it feels like it's his best hero right now as well.
So they get the jump on Whisper. Talk about 9 class picks up another.
He was just bottom. He was just in the bottom jungle and he appears there already. Oh my god.
Ебал, вообще успел. Ебать, какой найглаз жесткий, да?
Look at the pace that he can just cross the map. It's like it's faster than a Nature's Prophet teleporting in terms of cooldown, right? The NP can only TP once every so often. He can truly stalk them pretty beautifully. So difficult for Heroic to get out and find that fight. I mean, even if they do find the fight now at this point, the deficit, as we've said, it's getting to be too commanding.
Yeah, they're just not getting anywhere near enough out of the map on their side, Heroic.
P-Vision just playing it so clean. Satanic goes, gets another Tormentor while his team is farming the map, and it just continues to grow and grow and grow this lead.
He's more than happy to keep farming.
Yep.
307, yeah, coming up to 500 CS here, 31 minutes in. They haven't been able to kill him, and it's pretty hard to sort of foresee a situation in which this TA can actually die.
King Jungles immediately has to TP out. Yep, and they'll have to expend literally everything, right? And even then, might just end up surviving. See the Aeon disc picked up from DM, a couple moments ago too, so yeah, I don't know. You were mentioning which targets do you focus fire? I don't know who you can actually just insta-kill. The Queen of Pain, I guess, but...
Yeah, it feels like at this point with how tanky they are, you need kind of like the 2 rounds of the overpower to be able to kill anyone.
No, absolutely.
King Jungles, he tries to go to take away the amplified damage room, but no one's in with the blink first and picks it up for himself. Does give them the chance to get the grip off into the wreck room. That's no one dead. Now, can Heroic get away with this? Schofield burnt down, caught out by the Boundless Strike.
So I'm definitely still able to get the co-op, especially pre-BKB. So a nice little grip angle that they're able to at the least find there. It's something. They need anything they can get at this point.
Another Roshan likely to be gotten here by P-Vision unless Heroic want to make some sort of crazy play here with the 4 of them.
They used Requiem. They still have Arena. Let's see if they can get any type of steal potentially.
King Jungles is going to go for the TP in. Satanic jumps straight away over towards Yuma. Yuma, he's in with the bash on towards Satanic. And now he has to back out. BKB and Rage coming to an end. Juma's got to run. Look at this range. And they just have to snipe him here. Satanic hitting them with that extended range he gets with the Hurricane Pike active. And now ready to go for more. They've got the Yule setup onto the analog. Absolutely smashed to bits there by Dakota.
Они вот сейчас драку выиграли без ноувана, то есть 4 в 5. Потому что у них голды больше.
Very dead. He is about to hit 25 on.
Ебать, 9 класс нашел чела.
He's got vision on towards Whisper.
Осилит соло?
It is indeed so. 9
Бля, он жирный.
Might be able to force out a BKB from Whisper. He's going to go for the blink TP and it will work out.
Nicely done. At least survives. But Roche will fall. Satanic. Yeah, about to hit 25. The lead is getting pretty ridiculous. Just continues to grow every second. Every single minute, it just goes even further and further up to that 26K. Luxury items now starting to come in. No one, maybe an Octarine he can give himself if he'd like to. And for Heroic, I mean, their growth just completely got stagnated as well. Even just matching any type of farm, the Ursa and the SF dead for 60 seconds. P-Vision catapults forward even more. King Jungles will continue to be very annoying, as we see with his Treants, denying runes, but heroes are just dying.
Yeah, Satanic just cutting them down with the side blades.
It's a painful one, Owen. It truly is for Heroic.
at least they were sort of able to hold on a little longer than the game one, but this game two,
it's been way more brutal.
Yeah, this has not been a great one here for Heroic. Is there any sort of positive for them on a high ground defense with their lineup?
The spear back plays, right? The potential, and maybe like a sleep nightmare save on somebody, but their damage is just starting to become way too limited, Owen. All three cores continue to scale. Their Monkey King is a core, as we mentioned him even from that last game also.
It's got to be careful of jumping forward. Limit to get Whisper away. And they do catch no one.
So again, they will find him.
And they get out as well, so I believe they were going for that sort of smoke play to find a pick off on the back lines, and they do get a pretty big kill. Taking no one at least out of the game for a minute will give them a little bit more, 1 minute more of breathing room.
Yep, some sneaky little plays coming in. That's the Abyssal Blade plus the Requiem does find him.
King Jungle's just finding what he can out on the map. And even with no one dead, P-Vision, obviously with this incredible lead that they have, won't be afraid of looking for further action. Satanic continues to sit quite comfortably outside of the base of Heroic.
If anyone shows, can very likely get brought down. King Jungles will kill a courier, but that may just prove his demise.
So it looks to no way out of this one here for the Nature's Prophet. Another one for 9 class.
Trying his best to force them out of the base. Satanic, he's in bottom. Whisper.
Again, just the damage coming in. Whisper can't surely survive this. The last few hits. Oh, that miss will allow him to live.
What was that? 2 misses, 2 or 3 misses at the least.
Lucky to get out of that one alive, Whisper. Still the tier 3. That's not going to be able to escape the damage of Satanic. The barracks as well in trouble as he takes out the range rack's bottom.
Right when the double catapults were coming in too, easily able to bring that one down.
9 class. He's got eyes up top, and Analog BKB still on cooldown for 4 seconds.
Oh, 9 class is doing this on his own.
He's going to have it up now, and we'll be able to go for the BKB TP out. So that BKB coming up just in time.
But Whisper, oh, he did show this time, and this time he did not get the chance for those misses.
And Satanic can just get back on with the push. They do get in with the Abyssal and the Sleep drag back, but Analog, he can jump in. He's got the Requiem in position. The Refraction's out, but the Abyssal and the swipes are there. They take Satanic out once. Can they do it again? DM's ready to back him up, moves in here with the Sunray, blink out for Satanic, he's out to safety, King Jungles will fall. Whisper having to put the BKB and run. Schofield, glimmered up, 9 class ready to continue to chase him down though into the base. Spirit Vessel charge thrown down upon him, 9 class commits with the BKB again, another kill there with the side blades off the traps from Satanic, getting the double. And he's ready to look for more. Jumps in. You'll step to buy a moment of safety for Whisper, but the Sonic Wave's waiting for him on the way back down. Another kill for P-Vision as they move straight over towards the mid.
Satanic is having a field day of a game. How many side trap kills now? I think that's the 2nd or 3rd that he's gone for. 80 seconds, no Whisper. That's their whole team fight, Owen.
Yeah, look at the GPM as well. 39 GPM here, 37 minutes in for Satanic.
He might be breaking some records.
Yeah, I was going to say.
1200 XPM as well. Absolutely insane.
He's making this game look very, very easy.
That just might be it, Owen.
No Whisper for a full minute. A crucial part of their hopes of sort of dragging someone back into the fountain with a spear.
They just can't touch this TA. What a game from P-Vision. Never let there be any hope for Heroic, it feels like.
Yeah, they played a little slower in game 1, but this game 2, they're just coming all guns are blazing, and they've looked fantastic.
Yeah, they'll tip King Jungles because he's been very annoying trying to buy time overall for his team, but overall P-Vision is still just thriving.
Schofield will live for now. 30 seconds until they've got the full lineup back up.
It's mega creeps coming in already at this point.
Tier 4's to fall, Ancient exposed. They're ready to close this up and move on here, P-Vision. Heroic, have they got one more sort of attempt here up their sleeve? The Ancient are half out, they're going to make the jump. Coming with the Abyssal, the Red Queen, Satanic's already able to get the BKB off. Turns towards Yuma, takes the bear down, looks towards Analog. Double kill for Satanic as this game, this series is over. GG is called. P-Vision will take this one 2-0 today against Heroic.
And this one in a true game and tears shellacking, as Shannon would say. Absolutely stopped it. The lane's out of control. Like you said, I think, what, 60 denies in the laning phase across the 3 lanes.
8 minutes in, you don't see that. As you see, you don't see that at TI. Just a huge mismatch of sort of performance in this game too. Very apparent.
And just beautiful draft and beautiful gameplay. This time with a more oppressive style. You know, they didn't go for the Dominator on the Phoenix, but you could see the style that he wanted to do. Vessel into bots, constrict the map.
Так, значит, по крипам Сатаника сходу.
Very, very difficult, if not impossible for Heroic. Yeah, this was
Крипы Сатаник.
Yeah, getting that TA in for sure.
570.
Satanic, as I said, he made that one look pretty easy. Getting close up towards the 1000
570 во
GPM. By the
второй.
end of this game on the TA. Just feels like something you can't let him have.
650, ну неплохо, но маловато, конечно. ДПМ, кстати, 900 по башням.
Yeah, I mean, in the end of the day, right, it ends up being this, them losing all 3 lanes, and the game does snowball massively out of control off that, but also P-Vision they're just showing so much of how to control tempo, control economy, and just keep it a lead, right? That last game too, 6K lead, 310, this one even more so. But yeah, a very impressive showing coming in from an Heroic. Gonna have to make some big adaptations, and other teams maybe having to make some adaptations of how they want to draft for P-Vision.
I think
because this Monkey King is
9 classes.
very problematic.
It's almost sort of like, what do you even do when he gets his hands on a hero like the Monkey King? He just seems so comfortable in just providing so much for the team, information, and just offensive-wise, you know, ends up with an incredible KDA on this Monkey King. And it's just the perfect sort of support for him to turn into that additional carry.
Very true.
You know, with the way that he's playing, he's always going to get the chance to get these Scardies, get these Diffusals, and just become an absolute nightmare to deal with at all stages of the game.
Yeah, just incredibly oppressive, but also gets a ton of gold and farm as well too, and also constricting the farm of the enemy team, as we see there with the Dominator micro that he's done multiple times now. What a game.
Нихуя, 14 башен сломал.
On the main stage. The amount of loss that, you know, denies he was getting in this matchup against
смерти
Analog
сколько?
absolutely crushed him. I mean, this sort of level of performances that we're seeing from P-Vision, I think this is definitely what kind of coming into the road to the TI, into TI, is what people were expecting from this squad. We've seen this level of play from them throughout the season. We know they can bring it out when it matters the most.
Yep, I mean, they are absolutely terrifying in multiple different playstyles, as we see now. This is a team that
Ноль
everyone knows they have to watch out so much for.
Yeah, well, as you
Всего
said,
2
we'll see
смерти,
how they're able to
14
pick themselves back
башен,
up down in the lower
1100
bracket, but
крипов.
P-Vision moving forward. Teams have really got to be
Но он
prepared with
набрал
how to sort of
больше,
take
чем
away some of these crazy heroes they
Ами.
get. And in terms of play, I mean, if you're playing against P-Vision, where is their weak point? You know, where do you have to look?
That's got to be the question, right? The coach has got to get that digging in there onto those stats, watching the map, watching anything, because, as we said, multiple different styles that P-Vision has brought.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these games maintaining such a lead. Game 2, as we saw, just able to... We saw them make a couple of smoke plays on a Heroic to kind of catch no one off by surprise, but... a very tough series today here for Heroic, and a smooth one from P-Vision. And I believe we're going to be able to head over to have some words from Ducalis after that 2-0.
Yes, thank you, chaps. Tremendous cast as ever. Ducalis, that game 2 was one hell of a victory. How much of the preparation before this main stage of the event was dedicated to studying Heroic?
We chilled one day, then played 2-day scrims, tested some new heroes. We didn't show it yet, but we'll see.
Fantastic. And 9 class, I feel, did an awful lot, and always does do an awful lot for your team, causing chaos all over the map. Do you guys actually have a plan for him, or do you just say to him, just do your thing?
Usually we just say to him, do whatever you want, and we're gonna win because you're doing too much chaos. And it's really hard for enemies to understand what he's doing, because every game he can do like different stuff. It's a chaos. You cannot counter it.
Indeed, it's almost impossible, it seems. One of the things I noticed, Heroic were known for playing very fast Dota in the group stages, or the road to TI, I should say. Was the Night Stalker a response to that in Game 1, just shut down that fast play style of theirs?
Yeah, I think they was very afraid to play, and when they 16-17 pack, they thought like, it's free game for pack, because we didn't play an S. And we pick an S, he is already afraid to play, he needs to buy 4 stuff. After 4 stuff, he bought Octarine, I guess, and it's like, he bought Dagger, but still, like, it's super bad build. Yeah.
A very tough game for him. It's your first international, obviously 9 class and Satanic as well. How are you guys enjoying it so far?
We're enjoying every moment because it's really fun to play in front of crowd. Not much tournaments. We right now play in front of crowd, so we are really cheerful for everyone who came here to watch our games, to cheer for us. So thank you, guys.
There you go. Let's hear a cheer for Ducalis. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you the rest of the tournament. Over to the panel.
Thank you so much to Carlos and Period. He's talking about it. There's not a lot of crowds these days, but chances to play in front of it. He's soaking up every moment and going through in the upper bracket, Winter. I mean, that's the best place to be when you're playing in front of a crowd.
Yeah, I mean, it's every player's dream, you know, playing in front of a crowd, playing at TI main event. Everyone gets to showcase their star hero, you know, signature hero, and win the game.
Or potentially, you know, show people that there's more heroes Lacoste that they're going to bring out.
That's terrifying.
Apparently, they're scrimming with even more heroes.
Oh, this team is super well prepared when it comes down to some secret strategies that they're going to be running, because they have way too much. Like, they had do so much preparation, and we can see the new tech coming out, especially with this Monkey King Dominator. It feels way too, like it does so many things on the map. You can kind of be annoying on two different sides of the map. Like, it's
I mean,
like
when you say Dominic, they're one of the teams that benefited the most with how the pub games got, you know, got turned off from public. So they were able to develop a lot of very different strategies from everyone else.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I felt like game one that Monkey King may have been something that they just like kind of flexed to 9 class because it looked good for that game. But then the more that we saw it, game 1 and game 2, I'm realizing this is something that they simply think is really good. I thought Monkey with the Simeon Stride facet being nerfed wasn't good because you needed levels, but with the Dom, it's like it's worth getting him to level 8 to get the max level jump, because the amount that you can do on the map, I agree. I don't know how you deal with that. And the fact that they have more in the tank that they haven't shown other than this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, the Monkey King was a big one. They just kind of let 9 class go, but I wouldn't say he was necessarily like the shining moment here, Winter, at all. It felt like, yes, it was in the off lane, but it felt more for that off lane Phoenix. DM on the Phoenix was amazing, phenomenal start to end.
I mean, again, you know, I just want to reiterate what I said before in the previous game, where they shouldn't be too focused on this position for Monkey King. They instead have to really build on their draft and make sure they have a playable draft. Like this game, I felt like the last pick kind of didn't really work with the whole draft that Heroic had. They went, in my opinion, too greedy, and they didn't really have lanes that were playable. You know, it's just very, very hard if you don't do well in your lanes. At least one of your lanes have to be okay, you know. But all 3 lanes kind of have very, very bad matchups, and it wasn't even them playing bad. You know, it's just the matchup was very difficult for them to play.
It was an interesting pick, you know. We were talking about Snap as a potential counter to Phoenix. Like, they did need something to kill the egg. They identified that. Ursa was the answer, but when you're playing into an off-lane Phoenix, this hero destroys melee heroes in lane. Even if it's an Ursa that can counter the egg eventually, like, you don't get to that point in the game where you can counter the egg. He's just too farmed on Phoenix.
It was very difficult for them to play that safe lane because he first got the first blood and they continued to dominate that bottom lane. It was very difficult for them to make a comeback. Ursa is also a hero that relies heavily on having a good start, so he could farm his Battle Fury. Mid lane was just a disastrous. They tried to go for a couple of smoke plays. It didn't work out. And it felt like in the later stages of the game as well, they had this one big combo that they want to execute with the sleep, potentially into Requiem, or use a Fiend's Grip, Arena Spear into Requiem. Even if you use that, like later you can't really take the fight. You also need to be aware of potential buybacks coming out, so they were really not ever putting the pressure on the map.
I mean, this is where the Snapfire would have solved some of the problem, because they were so reliant on the Cause combo, the Arena and the SF ulti. The supports can't really do much after that. But if you have a Snap, maybe when you're going for those singular pickoffs, you don't really have to commit so many big spells to kill that hero. Then you can maybe take the next fight.
Yeah, well, I do want to talk about it more because you said it, Jenkins, that like Phoenix destroys melee heroes, right? But we actually want to see it. I want to show the clip because this one was brutal for anyone who might have like tuned into that last moment and missed what happened in the early phase.
Yeah, you know, there are of course these drafting issues, but also the way that P-Vision played the lanes was just beautiful. I mean, look at 9 class kiting here. Like, I think Yuma actually makes the correct decision with the Blood Grenade to go on 9 class. He was tanking tower. He had a bunch of stacks of Fury swipes. But the kiting from these two on the lane was spectacular. Like, understanding that Ursa running into the Phoenix Fire Spirits, which just came off cooldown, that they could turn that kill. Like, this was already, I think that was like the 3rd kill that they got in the lane. And it was just a dumpster fire after this point.
It wasn't just that lane that he was doing so well in and helping it as well. Later on, you see him rotate towards the mid, and Analog is caught off by surprise, and now the Phoenix is doing even more.
Yeah, I really like how DM turned a really solid laning stage into just controlling the entire game. Look at his inventory. At 15 minutes in the game, he TP's mid of Boots of Travel, Spirit Vessel, building into a Shivas. Like, this is insane. Like, legitimately, as an SF, you're like, why is there a Boots of Travel Phoenix in my lane already? Like, it doesn't feel fair. There's nothing Analog can do in this situation.
Yeah, and you can also, with these Boots of Travel, match what KJ wanted to do in his Nature's Prophet. He was very annoying on the other side of the map, but with the Boots of Travel as well, you can always TP with the +1, make sure that you have a kill potential, because something that Phoenix does lack in the laning stage is any kind of stun. And when you're playing with Monkey King, who can use the Centaur-dominated creep or just be them himself, you can easily set things up on the other side of the map.
There's one more area we want to have a quick look at as well in this game number 2, try and wrap out this game a little bit, this series, because for Heroic, when you're behind, a lot of you are looking for fights. You want to get a pick off. You want to try and make anything happen for yourselves, but it just kind of wasn't really there, Jenkins.
Yeah, they really tried, but at a certain point, P-Vision, they grouped up all of their heroes like they had to. They put their Aegis hero in first on Satanic. We talked about the Wombo combo. They had a single Wombo combo, which was the SF Requiem and the Mars ulti. I wanted to highlight this play here in particular. Like, chasing and killing Analog there, they had no BKB piercing disables left in the tank. No one just straight up outskills and body blocks him. I love the confidence. I love the fact that we're talking about all of the other players other than no one, and then he just whips this cool play out like late in the game. You just feel this overwhelming sense of confidence from this team right now, and I think that's what you need to win a tournament like this.
Yeah, it's boding well. You came into today very strong, very gun-ho, Jenkins, about how good P-Vision are looking. Have you kind of been won over now, Winter, after seeing all these plays from game 1 where we saw Helmdom on support blocking camps to no one body blocking SF later in the game?
Yeah, definitely always felt like they're a really, really unique team and a very strong team when they're on their A game. Sometimes they kind of lose a bit of concentration or they get overconfident. You know, they tend to pick too fancy heroes, too much for my liking, and they lose some games. But now it seems like they found the right balance between being fancy and also being efficient in the game, and they are doing really, really well at the moment.
Okay, well, we're going to learn a little bit more about them, not just heroes and how they're playing on the surface level, but also getting a listen in to just exactly their team comms.
Behind down.
Pushing me, guys.
Kill Mars.
I'm ulting.
I'm killing Ursa, guys. Ursa is dying. Ursa is dying. Why should kill
Ursa
Ursa?
very
Nice.
low.
I'll kill Bane. I'll kill Bane.
Mars
I'll
is
kill
dead.
Bane.
Mars
Kill
is dead.
Mars.
I'm running here. Yeah.
More. Step.
I'm watching.
I'm
Yes,
looking BKB, we don't have cancel. We can. I can
It's
go.
fine, it's fine. No,
He maybe not
guys.
CP.
Yes.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I'm hitting cartouches, guys.
Ulti?
It's fine.
He's cancelled. He's
Ah,
cancelled.
I
I will chase.
Very good.
Nice.
Okay, good play, boys.
We
Good calls.
We can kill top.
I think my team performance at TI so far has been, funny enough, like very bad to our standards. We won the last small online tournament before this, and we've actually crushed like everyone. And in scrims, we actually had a 80% win rate.
If I had to choose one word to describe it, it would probably be tenacious. I think it was pretty grueling for us. We had a lot of long games.
Weaver spotted, hexed up, the damage incoming. Oh, it's just too much to handle. Now Batrider lassoed too, but he's dead on our screens. Mac picks up the double kill. Malrini's in. He jumps forward. Black Hole's there.
Weaver's
Casting
back.
up the Earth Spirit, and down he goes.
The hardest series were, surprisingly enough, Team Nemesis, our first series. Honestly, like, I don't think it's about enemies as much as about us. So I think that was the first game for us that we were like, oh, we just entered TI, like, oh, now games matter.
I think the hardest series for us was probably Tidebound, just because it came after Extreme. I think we played against Extreme and we felt like we should have won, which was like tough for us, but like it happens, and it's, you know, where it's like a group stage for a reason. And then against Tidebound, it was more like we did the same thing again, you know, and that one kind of hurt because that was a chance to get into TI, you know, and we wanted to just get there and get it over with. And then when we lost that, and then we finally had to play Spirit, and it was like, okay, we might have lost our chance, you know.
It's really sad that either one of us, like both of us, were grand finals in the last 2 tournaments. And it's really not nice, the fact that we had to match against each other.
Spirit, you know, like it's a team that you never know if they're going to show up in best form or worst form, and like we had to just kind of try to be our best and then see if it was good enough to beat them. So when we beat them, it was very, like a big relief.
Most looking forward to play against will be Tundra and Enigma Galaxy. Would be, it was like, I was actually thinking about it, like my dream matches would be like play Tundra in lower bracket finals, and then Nigma Galaxy at the finals, and then win both.
Tidebound it's a great chance for us to kind of get over what we did poorly in the group stage and see that we fixed it and then move on in the tournament. And I think if we can start with a win against them, that's a good catapult into the rest of the tournament.
And we're back.
Good afternoon. I hope we're all ready to kick off the second half of day number 1 here at the International in Hamburg. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host for that second half, and I'm joined by 3 wonderful minds, wonderful people, and they're going to tell us a lot of smart stuff today. We got Kezu, Effie, and T-Gov. Kezu, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I've been waiting for this all day, you know, just watching the games. Like, there's nothing that needs to be said. Like, you're just pumped up the entire day. Let's get it going.
I mean, I got to mention as well, it is home country for you here in Hamburg.
I mean, we don't have any German player, do we, left?
There's Kuroki.
With Koro as a coach?
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, I'll hear, I mean, maybe a little story about Bach. You know, he loves Germany. Maybe we need to adapt him, you know.
There you go.
He's playing the next series, so I got my eyes on him.
Half German on Bach.
I'll take it.
We'll take it. I'm so excited. I couldn't sleep at all last night. It's been crazy so far, and I just need it to be 3-game series, exciting all day.
All day. I think, T-Gov, there might be a chance we get that.
Hopefully. Of course, you know, that's where Falcons are going to come in later today. But no, it is great. I just love the fact that the group stage has been so good, at least in my history and my recollection of TI. There hasn't been a better group stage for TI. So hopefully, like we're seeing, the playoffs can live up to it.
Yeah, let's talk about our first upcoming match as well. Third upcoming matchup here we have waiting in the wings. It is Tidebound and Falcons, one best of 3 for each team, an upper bracket or a lower bracket, and that will be the series to decide that. And we're going to focus our attention on that because both of these teams have already faced before, so we got a little bit of extra information about what the teams might be doing. And there's been a little bit of a trend, T-Gov, regarding Helm of the Dominator, and I know it's been talked about a lot already, but T-Gov is going to tell us why we might not see that.
I am sick and tired of everyone saying that this international is the Helmet Dominator International. There's one team that has bought it in every single game they have played in the Road to the International, and that was P-Vision. That's why you think it is the broken item, because they're the one winning. But look at in the bottom right-hand corner, Tidebound, Falcons, Rogue, even Extreme, 2 Chinese team, South American team, and then Falcons, MEA. It's like, we get the fact that not everyone has to buy it. Not everyone's doing it.
It's true, you don't have to. I still feel so. It is really good on some heroes, and you see them banned out, like some anti-mage and whatnot. I mean, we saw Parivision, they're very special. You have like 9 class who buys it every game on like post 4. They rely a lot on their map play, but I think the Chinese teams, like you're saying, they don't seem to be buying it as much.
And it's not the end-all and be-all. Like, every TI, there's an item that's so much stronger than the others. Whether it's Pipe, whether it was Wraith Pact in the past, and now it's the Helm of the Dominator. If you can build it, you should. But we've already seen today that sometimes it just doesn't work. When Tundra built it on Alpha and Sand King, it didn't look so hot.
It did not.
I'd say we're just in the return of like creativity at TI, because I think if you look at previous TIs, a meta kind of existed with all teams. In this tournament, we've got Carry Tinkers, we've got the identity of Heroic going for Pudge. Like, every team feels like they're entering the tournament going, this is my strategy, I am winning TI with my statement. It's not as if we're watching 12, 16 teams try and copy the same thing. This is why I think everything that's been changing slowly throughout the year, the stats being changed, this and that, like, this is why this tournament is so good.
And everything has been changing, and some of the teams have been changing here in the top 8. And I know some people only tune in for the International. There's no shame in that. You're absolutely welcome. Love to have you. But then you might think, you know, who is Tidebound? Because I don't know this organization, but let me tell you, you definitely know the players.
Yeah, like when you look at a combination of 3 players, at least in the Chinese region, Y, Bak, and Nothing to Say have the most experience as a 3-stack. And even when you look at second place, of course, Jin Q when they're on the other roster. But it is just the consistency of these 3 players over time enables them to have these good results.
It's also funny because they have the most games, even with Bak taking like, what, a year break or like 1.5 year break, and they're still on the top of the road. It's honestly really cool to see.
And also, this roster, 4 players, with actually the removal of Bach from it, got 3rd place at TI12, so they're no stranger to this stage, and maybe with recency bias and how the last year has gone, we've forgotten that. But they are very heavy contenders, and honestly, it's just been a year of Chinese Dota not being as good. It feels like more in our memories, but the results are recent.
Yeah, it feels way more because I think it's also something that, I mean, when I started playing, or probably many of you started playing, it's like the Chinese region, you know, the teams, your Vici Gamings, your LGDs, your IGs, they were there, they were always present, but lately they were not. Now they're back. I think it's one of the best things that have happened to like competitive Dota in a long time. Because these games that they're playing are just insane.
Yeah, and the most we've seen of Extreme and Tidebound has actually been in a series that featured Team Falcons. I know, we gotta talk about it. It's the big elephant in the room. If you caught the road to TI, a lot of times where you were tuning in, you were like, hey, Falcons playing. And then when you tune in an hour and a half later, it's like, Falcons still playing. And then when you tune in Falcons still playing.
Yeah, you had a lot of chances to see them playing.
You really did, Effie.
Oh my gosh. Falcons had a journey in the road to the international, but as you can see here, we have the data of what the top 8 longest individual matches were, and if you look closely, the top 6 all go to Falcons. They have played some really hard-fought and grueling games, and you could argue that maybe the meta is favoring longer games, but maybe this team just prefers the late game too.
And all those games as well, it's not just 8 games of Falcons being behind playing for the comeback. We've had long games because they were dominant in the early game. They wanted to get a 50k lead to choke out their opponent. They had a long game because they did lose the early game and had to put on a masterclass to come back. Like, they are epically long games, 6 of the 8, through every variation possible.
I do think that this team, they love gold probably more than any other team. You know, they will slow it down later, they will stack a lot, they have like top GPMs everywhere. But like he was saying, it's not only with like this, oh, we're gonna play slow all the time. Like, they were ahead like 10k gold even in the Taipan series. Then they threw it away, and this then, you know, kind of leads to longer games. It's also TI, there's more nervous, you know, more nerves. You're gonna make a couple mistakes here or there. And this is also one of the things that I want to highlight. Like, Tidebound, their way they team fight is really, really crucial. They pressure you a lot. I want to highlight already Planet. We'll see the note. He's really far away. He's playing AA. He wants a big Ice Blast. He just wants to show his team where they are and maybe even ideally clip Malrine with this Ice Blast, because now his Blink is on cooldown. Now pay attention how the other heroes go into it. Nothing to say Embark. They go in, they poke, but they won't overstep. They're going to immediately back away because they're just waiting to try and poke Amar's buyback. They see Malrine's TP on the left side from a ward at Y place. They immediately go on him. They force some stuff. Boom. Buyback comes out. God Strength is popped. And they're just going to back off. Because Dota is not won through like one team fight or like, you know, like one big thing. It's small things. And TI, stuff like this will happen. Pressure, nerves, and that's how you win over time.
I love the fact in that clip as well with Planet on AA, and later on as well, he's got Refresher, Octarine, he's sitting in his fountain.
Yeah.
He's a fountain-based AA at the International, just throwing them down the lane.
I was enjoying myself so much during that game. I'm like,
I
look
can
at him.
imagine.
He's just standing in the fountain.
He's
he
AFK.
ulted again.
He did it.
He ulted again. And he did make sure to get
He
this
did.
low cooldown reduction, or most cooldown reduction that he had, so he could send that out time and time again.
Yeah, and watching that highlight brings back memories of that game in particular, because it's very much telling of how they've been playing the tournament and how they've been playing around Shiro, because they were down so much
lot.
in net worth. That game did not look winnable, but a lot of Tidebound's games, they've just given Shiro as much farm as possible, played a typical 4 protect 1, and found a really good timing to play off of, and that is something that Falcons have to be thinking about going into this one today. They've already lost to it.
They have already lost to it. It was a very close series, of course, when they faced the first time round. And we did hear Crit talk about it in the interviews. Like, they felt like these couple of days they've been able to use it to fix their mistakes. But a time has come to see if that indeed is the case. And for that to be proven, or unproven, depending on whose fan you are, we of course need the teams on stage. So let's waste no more time and get our first team up on the stage. It's Tidebound.
We're back. Team Tidebound. And we're back.
We got Shiro, nothing to say. Bach, Planet, and Y all taking their place in the booth. They had a fantastic road to TI, only dropping 1 series, and they are looking to make a road through that upper bracket against a team that they have beat before. Can they do so again? And that's all up to the next team coming on stage. It's Team Falcons.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Team Falcons!
We got Peter, Maureen, ATF, Crit, and Snaking as they have practiced hard to make sure that the results we saw in the group stages from them will be top tier against Team Tidebound. Team Falcons has taken the longest route to get to this stage, but they have definitely earned their spot, and there are a lot of people that are having Team Falcons as their favorite in this upcoming best of three. Let's see if they can make those predictions come true. I will spoil the percentage a little bit from you guys' predictions in the client. 61%. That's the amount of people that think Falcons is going to do it in this best of three. And I also think, Kezu, it needs to be said that both of these two teams are kind of playing under the same formula. We got on both teams 2 TI winners, a TI winning coach, and a couple of not inexperienced players, but having the exact right amount of experience.
No, for sure. Like, and it's a really good mixture. Like the new kids on the blocks, the Zoomers with, you've got the experience, whether it's the veteran players or a veteran coach to really help them out. But I gotta say, Falcons, I thought they would come into the tournament maybe a little stronger, but I think since then they really, in my mind, they powered up a lot in their recent games. And with all the game time they've had, I mean, they better make use of it.
But you mean you couldn't account for all of the 60+ minute games?
It was pretty tough, I'm not going to lie. But I feel like until 1 or 2 weeks ago, I didn't even see that many dominators. I know we don't want to talk about it too much, but it is one of the reasons why games are kind of long.
But I feel like the games are long for Falcons because they are making their own mistakes and because they are disciplined enough to understand the mistakes and then to make the comeback. Other teams, when they make the mistake, they will eventually lose because they've made the mid-game blunder, right? Like, when you look at some of the Maureen options that he's had some shaker performances, but it should look a little bit shaky. The Beastmaster as well, where he's been roaring Lotus and Lincolns. It's like there's been moments where Falcons just haven't looked that dominant, and I feel like the couple days break from the road, they have the highest chance of any team from going, leveling up, I feel. That's why I'm somewhat favoring them because I'm just expecting them to fix the mistakes they had.
Yeah, they've definitely had a lot to learn, and even in their series versus Tidebound in the road to the International, you could argue that it could have been theirs.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Very easily.
That second game, it looked so good. It was just 1 or 2 fights, some stuff went wrong, and Tidebound, they just brought it back because them too, they've been looking really good. And I feel like for them, it's also a bit more as of recent. I didn't think they were that good a couple months back, but they've also improved a lot. Of course, played a lot of pubs, practice for this event, and they're looking good.
They didn't think so either. Like, if you talk to Bach at any point, he was just thought his team was bad a few months ago, and here they are. But that's just Dota. Sometimes it clicks, sometimes the patch eventually clicks. You find a tournament where you're learning faster than you expected, and all of a sudden, you're one of the top teams of the tournament.
Yeah, and as we are talking about this matchup, we do have to mention a matchup that we're going to look a little bit closer at. Kezu.
Yeah, because first of all, I mean, they share a lot of heroes. They actually play a lot of similar stuff, like the Blink Initiator, the fast tempo guy from mid, you link up with your supports. But also when you look at their unique heroes, there's some really cool stuff, like the Nothing to Say Tinker. They busted out a couple of wins with that. And same for Marine. His Monkey, they flex it. His Timber, they also flex it incredibly good. And the good old Earth Spirit Mira, which, granted, it did lose, but it looked good that game.
I mean, the thing with the Tinker, though, is we've seen it been picked up by Taiwan against P-Vision due to the mini-meta of P-Vision playing it in carry.
Yep.
And then since then, Falcons are like, wait a second, we respect this so much, and they throw it into a first-phase ban. Maybe in this series, they're not going to, I'm going to say waste a ban on it, because they can draft in a way where they consider it later on as an option, because in that best of 3, it was like Tinker Marcy +1 was like the ban every single time. Like, they over-respected, potentially, the Nothing to Say Tinker.
And I think that one's very unique to Nothing to Say, though, because it's not like, oh, we're going to ban Tinker because we respect that it'll potentially flex to support, as it has been in the last few years. It'll potentially flex to carry, as P-Vision have popularized. No, you see this team, you see NTS, and you're like, this is the Tinker player. He got famous. He initially got scouted into professional Dota because of his Tinker gameplay in pubs. Versus this team, is it worth letting it through, really, and enduring a 50-minute long Tinker game? You might as well just ban it too.
That's what happened in the best of 3. You know, they lost it. So maybe backs against the wall. They got the regret of losing to Tidebound already. They got to think it. But no, I agree. If I was in their position, it's like, do you really want to lose to this OP hero on Tinkers?
I mean, that's what you gotta do. Maybe it's the upper bracket for now. So if you want to try out any stuff or think that you can beat one of the household strats of any of these teams, this is the time to let it through. And with that in mind, we talked a little bit about the Tinker coming out from Tidebound, but there's one hero in particular that's been banned time and time again against Falcons. It's a hero that doesn't really get touched by many other players. I'm talking about the Chen, Kezu. That's a hero that Snaking has really shined on.
Yeah, I think that like this team, they use the map so well. Like Snaking, also his Ench is very, very famous. Like the way he plays it, the way what they do with the map. Also, they lane together. Skeeter's usually on a strength hero. They use mana very well with the mana burn creep, and just he sets up the map in a way where his team can then just have more space to farm, open it up early, help your team. So I feel like this is one of the main reasons why I believe they're still undefeated with Chen. And it just looks incredible.
I mean, it's the same logic why we see P-Vision wanting to play by Helmodom in every game. You have a Chen on your team, you have the creep already, you can send it down lane like Kezu's mentioning, and you have to respect the auras. Like, if you look at the 30-40 minute mark of a Chen, there's a Pipe, there's a Greaves, there's a Locket, there's so many little things available, and a lot of the heroes that Snaking are playing are buffing up other people, right? You've got the Enchantress that can buff up his heroes, Pugna with healing, you got Snapfire with cookie saves, Bane with sleep dodges, and then Naga Siren with the sleep. Like, everything he plays is to ensure that when ATF or Marine or Skidder go crazy, he's there to go, you know what, I'm just going to make sure you're not dying and you can keep going.
Yeah, and of all of the heroes on the list, after the Chen, the one that looks most formidable from what I've seen is the Pugna. Like, Pugna in Snaking's hands is he will farm the dead lanes, he will be pushing, he will be sniping couriers even, doing tower damage wherever he can. And as these fights progress, like, he's providing that sustain. Also, versus teams that rely on spellcasting in the early mid-game, like Tidebound, they want to play the active supports with an NTS hero. Netherward is super annoying to play against, so this definitely has to be a priority pick or ban for either team.
It's also like Falcons, I would say that they have like very strict and clear roles for their players. So like Snaking, he's gonna be on the Chen, Ench, Pugna, like have a good lane, open up the map, and then like play the dead lane, like you were saying, to like help his team. So if you're Tidebound, I mean, you have to choose. You obviously can't ban every hero, but in my mind, Chen in their hands looks so good, you should take it out.
Yeah, it needs to be banned, especially because Y's been playing hero like Ogre, right? Do you really want to play an Ogre when the enemy team has a Chen? Like,
Probably not.
Probably not. Unless you have like some insane Jericho to carry and Bloodlust, like, it's not really a good matchup. So I think banning Chen feels like the first step for Tidebound being confident.
But you know, it's the Y hero that we haven't seen yet that is quite good against Chen lineups. It's the Elder Titan. He hasn't busted it out at any point yet, so that could be something that comes out today.
Yeah, and with us talking about all these heroes coming out from support, I do feel we have to address that the two styles at which the supports are playing, the support duos are playing, they're so vastly different, Effie. Coming out from Planet and Y, it's a completely different hero pool also from if you take Crit and Snaking together.
Definitely. I mean, you look at supports in Dota and how Dota has changed over the years, and you want all of your supports to be able to play actively, but when you look at Falcon supports, they are always playing to scale. They're always playing for their own net worth and their own items, while also rotating and making that early game scary. That's why playing against this Falcon support duo is frustrating. Whereas for Tidebound, they're much more of an enabling type of support duo. They're more so about protecting their cores, setting up vision for Shiro, tanking his smokes, not so much looking towards their own net worth.
No, and I'm sure that the teams also over the last few days, when we talk a lot about what has happened in the road to TI, there's a high chance we're going to see something completely different because you do not want to play what is expected of you. Surely a lot of preparation has gone in to the upcoming game, the upcoming series. And to hear a little bit more about how Tidebound prepared before this playoff, we are going to listen to Nothing to Say.
我觉得在小组赛中，高光可能就是拉比克那一把吧。
就高光时刻就是打法老的后2局吧，就第2局因为我们很劣势嘛，然后就中期一直在交流，一直在找机会，然后就是把很难赢的局翻了，然后第3把就是我的受感觉就可能自己感觉发挥挺好的，然后就赢下了比赛。
They're looking to focus Skinner. They get the pulverizing on towards him. Shiro brings in the damage. Skinner's gone.
He was right in the front line.
He's got the buyback available. Park moves in with the Abyssal Blade. Drop down onto Amar. Amar dead as well. Because they do have buybacks, they're probably going to need to use them as all three are dead on Falcons.
地光时刻就是打插阶的第一把是受嘛，然后因为被对面针对的比较凶，然后就前面发挥的不好，然后第二把就是滚滚感觉就地波团没打好吧，打下来感觉可能现在比较最强的队伍可能是法老吧，因为我们就跟他们交手过，然后感觉他中单马林打得很好，就节奏带得很好，然后把就是他们打的游戏也比较就比较顺畅吧。
Whostone comes down on a Skeeter, but the bushwhack connects in onto Shiro. They take the Aegis out of the hands of the Morph, but Skeeter will die.
就是如果他把节奏带起来，就整个团队都会很顺，就打他们感觉蛮难打的。
我觉得这次小组赛就是有很多意外，可能就是因为那几个强队本身自己状态不太好吧，然后加上这个赛制就是3-2打2-3的赛制是比较残酷的。
我觉得这次的国际邀请赛 ，Heroic 有可能是个黑马吧，因为他们玩的东西比较不一样，然后他会有米波这种英雄，就是可能他会给我们一个意外吧。感觉他们打的也特别好。
我觉得一个战队要夺冠的，就是必要条件肯定就是5个人都能发挥出自己，就是至少90%的实力吧。我觉得
需要有良好的沟通嘛，然后每个人就打好自己该尽的职责，然后运气也要有吧。
我觉得在这种就是有线下观众的比赛中，就是自己会兴奋一点吧，然后打的也会，我觉得是会更好一点的。就我自己来说，
就也很开心看到就是我们这么多观众，让自己兴奋起来。如果能在国际邀请赛夺冠的话，会永生难忘吧。然后第一次夺得冠军肯定会很开心。
Well, if he wants to win the international, one step at a time, gotta beat Falcons first, who Nothing to Say also mentions he considers to be one of the strongest, if not the strongest team here, and they are facing them on the main stage right now. And a lot of respect, Kezu, given to Malrine. You already talked a little bit about this mid matchup, but does that mean you think that Tidebound is going to also try to target Malrine a little bit more in the upcoming drafts?
I think they should, maybe with either taking the hero you want that you know is going to be good against kind of what he wants, or also to be able to play into the enemy triangle. Because I think out of any team that is at this tournament, Falcons abuse ancient stacks the most. So you need to be aware of what your enemy is doing and play against it, so surely they will have a plan.
Surely they will have a plan. We're going to find out what both teams have planned as it is time to start our series.
Team Tidebound versus Team Falcons. Game 1.
It is time for the draft, and that means we have the chance to see if any of the heroes we mentioned that we should keep our eyes out for are going to be banned, or potentially the teams are going to let it through. Again, this is the upper bracket, and that means you can maybe experiment a little bit, but not if you want to get your hands on Chen. That's still going to be banned for game number 1. We do have Falcons on Radiant, Tidebound on the Dire side. And, ooh, a respect ban, Tiga, the ancient apparition. First phase ban, totally saw it coming, didn't you?
I mean, yeah, if the game's going to last long enough, do you really want a guy AFK in a fountain and having potentially the highest impact in a team fight? It's, yeah, it's a solid ban, but you can clearly see from both teams that it is, what are the staples of the road to TI, right? It's the fear of the Tinker, it's the planet AA. You then have Malrine leaning on Sanking quite a lot. That's also getting gone. Chen. Oh, the Shaker's back. This is my favorite part of TI. This is literally what I live for at TI, by the way.
We haven't seen Planet play much of anything else outside of the AA. Like, all of their drafts have been easy to build around because you have this ancient apparition that teams are not really valuing outside of you. You take it away early, and now I'm curious what kind of support they're going to look to replace that archetype. Something with very heavy damage to follow up on their stun hero.
The main thing from that, though, is I think Tidebound is a very traditional team. where you kind of know what's coming. You know the offlaner will be the initiating utility guy. You know the mid laner will be a playmaker. You know the supports will be, like Effie mentioned earlier, sacrificial or map play. Like I think because it's so predictable, their lanes need to be strong. They need to have the first 10 minutes of the game controllable, otherwise things can fall apart quite quickly.
I mean, there is stuff. I believe Planet has busted out a Phoenix, and I also think that Phoenix overall, like the Chinese teams, they played that very well. It's something I could see. I think for now you see a lot of emphasis on the supports actually, even in this ban stage, right? With the Eng, there could be a potential Pugna ban that we talked about before. Very good for Falcons. They do also pick out of phase, something we have to note. So if there's one hero you're looking at, you have to be a little afraid that they could take it first.
But if we're going along the traditional aspect, then we're probably just going to see this Snapfire or Hoodwink. They've been the two most popular fours. They just give you follow-up damage. In the past, though, Planet did used to love his techies. I'm not sure if we'll see it today, but that is a hero that's always in the back of his mind.
I'd like to see that for sure. Of course, with Hoodwink not being banned, it does feel like Falcons will just enter the next phase wanting to take that for themselves. It continues down the line of skirmish, which we see with Beastmaster lineups. After the first, let's say, 15 minutes of the game, you want to just kind of rally people around you, keep looking for pickoffs, and of course Crit, one of the best Hoodwink players in the world.
We also still have Bane, Silencer, and Undying. Undying is a hero that I feel is usually first phase banned versus the Chinese teams.
It's something that Bach has played a lot, actually, in the road to TI. I believe he played like 3 or 4 times. He had very good performances on it. So I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, of course, we'll see it later with, like, you know, maybe their double pick in terms of what they want to do. But with what you guys said, I think Hoodwink Snap, really good out of phase for Falcons, just follow-up damage. Because that's just usually how Falcons play. Everyone also knows this. So it shouldn't be too much of a surprise for Tidebound.
Yeah, for now it seems like Falcons is taking a little bit of time. They only have their one ban to protect their upcoming pick. And it is a matter of, we mentioned all these heroes and every single one of them is very viable for both teams even. So you got to really make sure that you plan ahead. And they end up removing Shiro's Templar Assassin and instantly picking up that Snapfire.
Yeah, continuing down the line of the skirmish, the damage, right? It's very simple. You raw a guy, monomachis, it's done. You then have the wave push where both Snap and Beastmaster can very quickly push waves. So you have that additional information to know where Tidebound are. If they're going to be smoking, are they making a play around the Shaker? These two heroes kind of lock down the map play very quickly.
Yeah, and I think the question of this Beastmaster is still up in the air because, as you mentioned, T, these lanes are going to be very important, and the one that I would look towards the most is Shiro's lane. Because of the way that they've been playing the 4 Protect 1 and him favoring the ranged carries, they need to fix something like a gyro that could potentially punish the Beastmaster from the off lane, because if you leave Amar his devices on this hero, he will not leave that lane. He's just going to farm there and apply pressure for 30 minutes. He does not care. You need to be able to soak that away or maybe make it harder for him to enter the game doing that.
I mean, what's hard for Tidebound from this spot too is that Falcons, I've seen Marine play a lot of mid-beast too, like both in this tournament but also in pubs. So if you go for the gyro, which is a great answer to beast, and it would play very fast with the disruptor, you have to keep in mind that they could flex. So make sure you play that into, you know, the pick as well.
That's why picking double support here for Tidebound would keep that quite alive, right? Falcons then have to respond with their own 2 picks, and then to close the phase, Tidebound can then lock in their carry, right? But with Disruptor pickup, again, they're going to have to show something. Disruptor could go 4, they then pick up an Ogre. I'm a simple man, I would happily see Ogre on the main stage at TI. Does a lot of things that you're mentioning, we mentioned Shiro being ranged hero, you just want that kind of insurance policy.
He makes people clap, he gives love to his cores, which is good.
Or you could be 5 and dying, and then you could grab ally people when they're getting roared. Like, I do think you need some kind of save for Shiro, because the way they play is so centered around him.
Yeah. No, I like it a lot, especially because the style of fight from Falcons is so kind of obvious. You know when it's like, when they're there, they're fighting, throw it down, but nope, they go for a Muerta.
Oh, that's kind of interesting. I did not see this hero, like, or I wouldn't really have looked too much at Muerta. I know that a while ago Shiro has played this as a carry. I assume it's most likely just going to be a support for now.
I mean, they haven't, I believe, played it so far at the at TI, so yeah, it could easily be carry, it could be 4. They're keeping things a little bit open.
I'll say that I would prefer for this to be a carry, or them looking towards building a carry flex, because support Muerta isn't really countering anything that Falcons have to show, and it's not something they've run a lot. Like, we've seen a lot of 4 Muerta, but from Bavoka, who is eliminated already, and I think that if their supports are lacking a save, now that Mars has also shown, if you don't have any kind of disruption or, you know, tombstone or aphotic shield or any means to protect your carry, their lineup is so anti-carry on Falcons.
Falcons' lineup is already saying we can make 20 mistakes, but we can drag the game out long enough to then fix the mistakes we make, right? If you jump a Beastmaster, there's an arena. You jump a Mars, you know, everything layers on top of each other for the big team fight.
So I thought maybe Muerta is also picked to make sure that Pugna doesn't come out on the side of Falcons, as it is a little bit of a counter, but they go for it anyway.
It would matter more, I guess, if Tidebound would place it as a carry, and I think Falcons are kind of daring them to do that, because it's a pretty hard Muerta game, I would say, against all of this AoE. I mean, if I'm Tidebound now, if I look at what Falcons are kind of showing me here, I most likely want a carry that buys a BKB, and maybe an offlaner who builds a pipe. Because when you go into Snap, Fire, Mars, Beast, who probably buys an Aghanims, you better have a way to fight back.
But what you just described is also a big problem for them, because if they buy BKBs and pipes, do they actually have the damage to deal with the utility from the support duo? When you have life drains from the Pugna, with the cookie, with the heal from the Shard as well, like there's so many little things to play into that Tidebound has to itemize to survive the Mars and the Beastmaster, but then they also need to itemize to do the damage to deal with the supports.
And on top of the utility, also the wave clear, like the wave shove that's going to be coming out of Falcon's support duo is not matched by what we're seeing as Tidebound support duo. And if this Marcy is coming out as Shira's hero, I love that. Don't give him the typical ranged carry versus Mars. He's just going to get countered. Give him something that can play aggressively with the Disruptor and make it so that Falcons can't take advantage of the map with their superior wave shove.
With the Troll Ban, it is a big indicator that Marcy's carry, and I think the problems that we're presenting for Tidebound's lineup are fixed with the pacing of a Marcy, right? It's like you can go Dominator for quick map play, you naturally buy BKB, you like buying Nullifier, you can get Daedalus to do more. Like everything that we've said is a problem, Marcy can do it in a good game.
I mean, what I like also about Marcy is that Disruptor, he wants to do well in his lane, he wants to gate, he wants to play fast. Marcy kind of wants to do the same thing, so they do synergize nicely. At least what I'm looking for now is that Shaker's a little bit slower. He wants his Ancient Stack, you know, Echo at the first time, get your Blink. I do really like so far what Falcons are showing us, but I like that, you know, Tidebound are proposing this tempo to like fight into it, take the fight to them. Because when they played in the Road to TI, they were down a lot very early on in the game. Like they were just getting ran over.
I feel like for Tidebound, they need their offlaner to be a hero that they can also rally behind. We want Marcy to be aggressive, Disruptor, and all this kind of forward thinking, but they don't want to be the first ones going in. That's when the spells can get a little bit shaky. So like a Timbersaw offlane, a Centaur offlane, like a body like this, that after 10 or 12 minutes of a good lane, you naturally want to put yourselves in places where you give your team information. But yeah, Centaur Timber is where I'm leaning. They've banned out the Centaur.
You also don't want a sacrificial type of offlaner. You want something that's going to do well regardless of your supports rotating, because we know that they will. They're going to be playing around that mid lane and then eventually rotating to the safe lane. And again, Undying still...
It is available, yep.
Still in, and it works.
Now let's see where that final ban from Falcons is going. They might also have something in mind, considering on their side they still need a hero for
И всем привет, дорогие друзья, добро пожаловать на обзор моего любимого класса. Это класс Жрец. Я хотел записать по моему геймплею, но в том, что получается та колода, на которой играю, на ней сейчас довольно скучно. Это одно из моих первых, ну, не скучно, а скорее она очень плохо играет. Мне нравится что? Мне нравится, я даже скрафтил в золоте, причем все карты, которые тут могут использоваться, которые выходят новые, я тоже крафтил в золоте обычно. Потому что хочу. Это жрец на воскрешение через пророка Велена. Очень старая комбинация, то есть в чем идея? Мы берем пророка Велена, он умирает, либо мы его призываем из колоды с помощью сущности тени, да, потом мы пророка Велена копируем, жившего кошмаром, либо дар сияния, удешевляем мы эти карты, и наносим, грубо говоря.
Yeah. A beefy man.
He's a big boy.
And there's your Timbersaw, Tika.
It does give them like the kind of damage that you were looking for also, right? You have a lot of lockdown with the Disruptor, the Muerta, the Shaker. I think it makes a lot of sense. So Falcons, does this change their pick in any way?
By the way, because there's no flex potential there on the side of Tidebound, correct? We're just gonna see...
I guess they could if they really wanted to, but I think you can just keep it default and be happy.
In this position, Skidder would probably lean maybe towards the Weaver for laning, but then in the game, you got Disruptor, Static Storm, the Marcy, the pacing might just punish the Weaver, blowing him up.
Yeah. So I'm sure a lot of you saw that stat pop off. 0% win rate so far for the Timbersaw. That's painful.
It was only one game, right?
That's 7 games.
Oh, wow, that's bad. I thought it was 1. I was like...
No, that's a 7.
All right, but how many of those losses was on Buck? Right, that's the real
Oh,
question.
yeah, only one for Buck, but not
See?
7. Yeah, you're good, you're good.
Forced 50, he's winning this game.
Yeah, okay. That's definitely how that works.
Yeah, it works with TI, yeah, don't worry.
It just feels that Timber is not as reliable as he used to be in terms of outputting damage, in terms of the itemization that he can do. His item build has become a lot more straightforward, and now that he was in the position to get counterpicked, you just get this Gyro in the end who, with Rocket Barrage, can just beat up on him in lane. I think for Tidebound to enter this mid-game comfortably, they really needed box lane to go well. They needed to be able to sack him and then play with him later. If you're putting this Gyro on the Timber lane, that makes it a lot harder. And now you're just looking towards Shiro to be the hero to bring you into this game, and not the offlaner.
I just want discipline from Tidebound, right? A bad initiation, a simple misexecution. There's so much turnaround potential for Falcons to beat you in the team fight. So if Tidebound do have a lead, they need to make sure that every drop of gold they have is a successful pick of a successful fight. Like, they can't go even in these engagements and feel good.
I mean, what I like a lot from Falcons, and it's something that makes their drafting so good, they don't only care about this carry matchup. Like, a lot of carries will be like, oh, I can't play Gyro into Marcy, she's gonna, beat me up. But no, you play for your lane, you slow down the enemy draft in Tidebound with the Timber. I think they have very good lanes, very solid team fighting. So for Tidebound, we know they're disciplined, we know they have good team fighting skills too, but I would favor Falcons in this one. I really like what they have going.
Well, I have to ask a question here, Effie, because the first couple of days of the road to TI, Marcy was first phase banned all the time. Literally seemed like she was going to be the hero of the tournament because obviously she uses Helm of the Dominator really nicely. Made it through, second phase, gets picked up. Why aren't we not favoring the Marcy team? Is it kind of figured out?
I mean, it's not figured out in the sense that it's bad. It's still very good, but solutions like the Troll Warlord, for example, have come into play, and they've done incredibly against her. The ability to match her pace with another Helm of the Dominator hero is also happening throughout the road to the International. So while she is very good, she's not a insta-win hero. And if you look at her win rate, it's like sitting at 52%, 53%.
Yeah.
It's fine. It's a great hero, but it's not going to win you the game by itself.
And do we feel that Falcons have figured it out in this game in particular?
I really like what Falcons have going for them because outside of having a more cohesive draft in terms of team fight, their laning is really strong. And if you look at Tidebound, they're still lacking save. They have no save heroes at all versus this Arena, versus this Roar.
Well, we're going to find out. It's game number 1 time. But before we head into that game, of course, we're going to check in with the coach. We're going to listen to Tsunami talk to AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined by the coach of Team Falcons, AUI, and let me say your reputation precedes you, because I know 3 years ago in Singapore, you, Snake King, and Skitter were terrorizing everybody with Wraith Pact. And now I come here to Hamburg, and everyone's hot on Helm of the Dominator, except you guys. Why are you not using the nerdiest item so far in Dota?
My players can't micro. It's like a skill issue. Like, I think the item's broken, honestly, but they don't have hotkeys. I don't know.
See, I thought that was an issue, but like even maybe like a Wild Wing, I saw Skitter got trapped at some point on a cliff.
Yeah, he got trapped with Weaver ulti up. Like, I don't know.
All right, it does add up then, but they are very good at what they do, which is playing Dota so far, but they take a long time to do it, Owie. So currently it's 5 p.m. or 17, I guess, for all the Europeans. Should I eat dinner during this series, or is it going to be way after this series?
You should probably eat dinner and get the midnight snack ready, because it's just going to be a long series, I think.
All right, friends, it's a long night. Get the popcorn ready and maybe a little glass of milk, and let's get into game number 1.
Welcome, game 1 of Falcons versus Tidebound. Suns fan here with Cinderin, and I think this is the best series of the day. Honestly, I'm not going to be biased, but even the fact that Falcons can't micro, they're still very high skill players, Cinderin.
Yeah, AOI loves to take a jab at his teammates a little bit once in a while, but if anything, it has been indicative of this tournament, it's that the games just go late in general, and there are certain teams that thrive in that environment. I don't think it's any surprise that a team such as Falcons, Tidebound, as well as, of course, Extreme Gaming have been looking hot as well. A lot of exchanging here. Amar.
In a lot of trouble. That's first blood already for Shiro and the Tidebound side. Great start for them.
Probably wasn't expecting the starting tri-lane here with the Muerta beginning in the top lane, and it pays off for starters. One of the benefits to offlane Timbersaw, of course, he is a lot more independent than many offlaners are. You give him a couple of levels, you can move around the map, and even on level 1 against a lane like Gyro Pugna, you don't have too much to be scared of, so Yeah, that was a very successful start for them. And a hero that you and we've seen completely take over games is the Marcy. There are just situations where you feel like this is unbelievably broken. And other games, it kind of looks meh. So if I could choose any hero for either team to get a good start in this game, that's the most impactful, and it would probably be that.
Yeah, I think she's the main reason that we are seeing Helm of the Dominator brought back as a mainstay at this tournament. Obviously can rebound off of it. Terrific at gaining a lot of farm, which Marcy can sometimes have trouble with before that first farming item comes to be. But as we look at the mid lane, Malrine is playing the Beastmaster versus Nothing to Say's Earthshaker. Good old melee versus melee matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those that you on paper would feel should just be a good lane for Shaker, but as of modern Dota, if you will, Beastmaster actually fares quite well here. I want to say it's a skill-based matchup, where if both players play their best, I would say it's kind of close, but I've seen Beastmaster win that lane, I've seen Shaker win it. So not a clear-cut one, unlike many of the other very one-sided mid lanes we've seen have been like Queen of Pain or Shadow Fiends against melee heroes. This one, I don't know, it's probably like a 55-45, pretty close.
Well, I'll hold you to that. You've been wrong on pretty much everything at this tournament so far.
Yeah, we did predictions together. We got 1 out of 16. Did anyone in the crowd do worse than that? Yep.
No, apparently
that's right.
Not.
We win. Woohoo!
Damn, we're good. That's why we get paid the big bucks.
Ironically, the one team we got right is in this series. That is
true.
Falcons.
That is
true.
true.
We picked to make it out of elimination round. Everything else was wrong.
At the very least, the games have been ultra entertaining, so you can't really complain too much. I mean, even the Helm of the Dominator, people are talking about this item being picked up literally every game on multiple heroes. I think it's an exciting item, actually. Feels like it ramps up a lot of people's farm. It does make high ground a little bit harder because both teams are more farmed, and high grounding is a little bit easier as a result, but I think it's been some excellent quality games overall.
A lot of the time what Dominator does as well is it just forces the teams to take out the trash a lot, right? Like you always have to go and defend your waves because there's some pesky creep keeping you at bay, and naturally that will a lot of the time lead to stalled out games, which is a little bit ironic because if you think of Dominator historically, you think of a pushing item, right?
Yeah.
That's an item that you buy to 5-man, but a lot of the time in this tournament it's been used as a farming amplifier and just a split push tool. This game, not too many of those heroes though, right? Marcy will obviously get one. She's the #1 buyer of this item as far as how good it is, in my opinion. Mid Beastmaster has been a mixed bag. I don't think Malrine will buy it. According to AUI, he's incapable. So.
Yeah, we'll see. That's
common nowadays. He started 0-1-2. It goes to show that the mindset in this bottom lane for them is not to play aggressive. It's just he's meant to farm, and the more he frees up Muerta, the better. And the payoff in that is that Muerta has made a ton of stacks already. So Planet's been going to work here. On the flip side, Falcons with none.
Yep,
So
as
Amar will
Y is
find a
taken
pick.
out in the top. Amar going to take a little bit of damage in reciprocation, but he will get the better of the exchange, of course. I mean, that Gyro versus the Timbersaw, that's an old school matchup where typically don't have carries that can deal with a Timbersaw, but Gyro not too shabby.
Yeah, the classic ones, Gyro, Luna, of course, comes to mind. Just having ranged heroes that have magic damage, so you can pierce through the reactive armor. This ability has been rebalanced over the years, but there's still a subset of carries that just don't stand a chance.
Yeah.
The upside here for Faith Beyond is that by nature of laning 1v2 for the most part, he should get a fast 6. And at that point, perhaps you can threaten the Gyro a little bit in the lane.
Now, well, the 6-minute power rune is upon us, and you can see that Falcons are quite pushed up, but Crit's actually spotted out and now glimpsed into the arms of Nothing to Say. He's not going to hit the enchant totem, the dead shot either, but still the kill will come for Nothing to Say. So Tiebound up 2-1. They're able to defend this tower.
Oh, this is important, Malrine.
Oh boy. Yeah,
this
was
is
big.
I believe this was a
stack.
quad stack that Planet committed so much time and effort to making, and now all of it going to be stolen away in front of his eyes. So that was I was pointing this out. This is one of the big benefits of Timbersaw is that your 4 can do this, but then if the enemy team takes it, you're effectively stacking.
Well, who's sadder? Is it Timbersaw or Earthshaker? Because we saw earlier today with BZM, got his stacks mostly stolen. His game just never recovered.
I think in this game you should have given them to Shaker to accelerate the high-impact team fight that you have.
Level 6, Invis Rune, and Planet will be the recipient of the first roar of the game. And that's an easy kill for Falcons. As
Так. Ну что, пацаны, давайте я пока меньше вам. Меня в частности интересует. Упрощенный китайский.
金艳福怎么说？金艳福，来不了了，对方3人在这儿。那这波有点伤啊。对，三角。
Короче, меня что интересует? У меня выпало в целом по поводу Roll of Fantasy. У меня много вая очень стоит. Вот, я там делал на других аках, ставил, короче. И там, получается, у вая есть годроллы, есть плохие, есть хорошие. Но в среднем у него всегда стоит смоки, терзатели, лотосы, да? Меня интересует. То есть мне нужно что? Чтобы вай захватывал смотрителей как можно больше. Что он вроде бы и делает. Ну и лотосы тоже. Я чекал статистику. У вая очень много лотосов. Очень много вардов, много лотосов, много всего. Ну еще, разумеется, я как бы хочу, чтобы победил Ли Фальконы, потому что я их выставил. Но что-то прям начало интересно. Мне казалось, что Фальконы разогнаны, и они должны как бы закрывать 100 из 100, но, видимо... Ну вот что это такое, Фальконы? Просто понимаете, экстримы сегодня показали не такую хорошую игру, как могли бы. Они две карты, и обе карты было у экстримов. У них было проиграно начало. Будь против них и не Тундра, а команда посильнее, например, которая бы стала бы заходить наверх. Ну, даже быть там Фальконы, да. То есть, как можно Тундре было не ждать Рошана, пытаться зайти без Аегиса. Ну, то есть, какой в этом был? Ну, короче, вы поняли, да? То есть, они закинули начало. Ами вообще много смертей залутал. Вот и казалось бы, что если Экстрим показали не такую хорошую игру сейчас, как будто не расслабились или что, не знаю, то, по идее, их должны Фалькон закрывать, потому что, когда Экстримы были прям, ну, так, в прайме, условно, в группе, они с трудом переигрывали Фальконов, как будто бы. И если верить статистике, как бы, то, по идее... Нет, если верить статистике, то должны здесь победить ТТ, и Экстримы победить должны Фальконов. Фальконы упасть в нижнюю сетку, ну, это статистика личных встреч, но как бы люди... Некоторые верят в Фальконов, в том числе я, что они как бы могут переиграть, если просто подготовиться. Но стоит также учитывать еще инфу, что все эти три команды, это сейчас в хорошей форме. То, что в течение года, что ТТ, что Экстрим, что Фальконы, не лучшие результаты были. В частности, у Фальконов, как бы за сезон. И получается основное, то, что Фальконы выиграли прошлый турнир против Спирит. Но там Спирит были не в лучшей форме. И они были там с заменой. Однако они их выиграли 3-0. И как видели здесь игры, да, то есть... В целом, что Экстрим, что Тайбаунд, что Фальконы могут переиграть друг друга. Вопрос в том, То есть первый вопрос это, скажем так, ну, составляющая индивидуально, то есть, например, там выспался, не выспался игрок, да, и так далее. Второй вопрос это вопрос подготовки, что кто-то может лучше подготовиться, кто-то хуже друг к другу, потому что сетка-то была, у игроков было, у команд было 4 дня, чтобы подготовиться. Вот, ну и дальше уже играет драфт, получается. То есть можно передрафтить, и то есть как бы твоя команда не была сильна, с плохим драфтом тебе будет очень тяжело победить. Вот. По драфтам я по этим не могу ничего сказать, потому что я не эксперт по драфту. Могу сказать только то, что вот ТТ на первый пик они украли шейкера у фальконов, что было хорошим решением. Вот. В остальном, в целом, драфт довольно хороший у фальконов, как я думаю. Ох, ё. Не, ладно, забейте. Фальконы 0-2. Вооружал нижнюю сетку и впиздуйте. Блять, надо было тайбаун ставить на победителей Интернешнала. Просто даже сравнить игру типа Extreme Gaming и тайбаун, но это, блядь, сегодня именно. То есть Extreme Gaming много ошибались. Ну как ошибались? Они скорее проигрывали начало. Ебать. Ну ладно, не будем пока ставить крест на фальконах, но... Ну начало такое скудненькое. Вы знаете, что самое прикольное, что сейчас Тайтбаунд играют так же, как фальконы обычно играют. То есть они типа летают по порталам туда-сюда, гангают 2 в 1 и так далее. Как будто фальконы просто не выспались или что. Либо сказалась какая-то подготовка. Типа они готовились к... Ну, допустим, они готовились к старому плейстайлу ТБ, ой, ТТ, когда они показывали. А Тайбаун готовились к новому плейстайлу. Короче, посмотрим. Просто ту игру, которую я видел на Марлине, на том же, но это просто очень... Ну, это было похоже на идеальную доту, то есть идеальное исполнение. То есть нажать способности так, чтобы... один к одному хватал урона. Ну, вот пример, допустим, играли ликвиды, не помню против кого, там была медуза. Ликвиды, получается, выдали все кнопки, весь урон, чтобы убить медузу, и им не хватило урона, и они написали ГГ. Пример, когда фальконы делают какой-то килл, выдавая, например, контроль, они... Вот видите, да? То есть они выдают именно столько урона, сколько надо, да? Вы видели? Это даже сейчас в целом. Ну, было на тоненьком, но вы понимаете, да? То есть фальконы не нападают обычно. В идеале, если они не уверены, что они убьют 100 из 100. И если они выдают контроль, то выдают идеальный. Вот, то есть по таймингу. Примерно. Ну, в этой катке, может, плохо заметно, но там, когда Марлин был на шейкере, там можно было заметить. Что просто идеальные кнопки. То есть, типа, например, фиссура. Второй скилл, потом эхо. Ну, сейчас фальконы по одному подставляются, это как бы минус для фальконов. Ну, главное, что скитер фармит. Так. Шира на Марсе, да? Но у них разница пока маленькая. Фишка в том, что... в лейте, если, например, Муэрто не выйдет в урон, то тяжело будет. Тайбаун. Почему у меня курсор сам двигается? А, это даже не мой курсор. О. Так, смока. Скитер, кстати, вы замечаете, что Скитер стил фармит? Ну как и Шира тоже. А, мне, кстати, интересно, сколько башен Шира сломает. Мне прямо интересно было, потому что у меня стоят башни, и у меня был выбор, типа, Сатаник, Шира, либо Ами. Я поставил, короче, по-моему, Шира на втором аккаунте, на основе Ами поставил. Но прикол в том, что Сатаник выдал лучший результат по фэнтези поинтам, чем Ами. И вот интересно, как Шира сыграет. Так. Убили Марси. Крит байбэк. Блять, ну... 2 в 2 плюс байбэк размен. Блять, ну, как будто бы нельзя шейкера давать, слишком сильный герой. Орлин. Ебать. Получается размен 4 в 2 в итоге. А почему фальконы просто не вышли? Они могли выйти после бая бабки. Ну, смотрите, начало было какое? Подставляется крит. Вы 4 в 5. Но вы убиваете Марси. Марси потратила БКБ ульту. Хорошо. Размен 2 в 2. Все, просто выйти. Нет, они отдают еще 2 килла зачем-то. Ну, не доигрывают, как будто бы. Либо недооценивают. Ну, прям китайцы могут, прям. Ну и ощущение, что Марлину надо было бы отдавать какого-то более активного героя. Ну, преимущества нет по голде, но вопрос... Может быть какая-то драка на Рошане? Или на Торменторе? Сколько крипов у Шира? 142. По статистике Шира показывает какой-то нереальный крипстат. Так. У Шира 150 примерно крипов. Ну, если сложить, то 160 с динами. У Скитера 200. 20. 220. Так, нетворс одинаковый, но вот Тимбер, конечно. Как пробивать Тимбера в лейте? Вот в чем вопрос. Думаете, пробьет Скитер его? Так, они на горке, на горке. Лэн, это видно. Так, пригвоздили Муэрту. Убили. 5 в 4. Арена по двоим, хорош. Вай, Вай, Вай не выдал ульту. Ебать. Марси без БКБ, блядь. Трахнули. Тимбер. Как пробить? БКБ нажал. Съебывается. Ладно, я переобуваюсь. Фальконный красавчик. Фальконы красавчики, пацаны. Я переобуваюсь снова. Так, надо вспомнить, какие у меня эмблемы стоят на фэнтези. Блять, командное сражение, убийство. Первая кровь не сработала. Блять, у меня везде стоит первая кровь. Какого хуя? Крипы, убийства. Да, ну нахуй. Блять, как же плохо все. У меня стоят не крипы, убийства. У меня убийство, смерть. Это очень плохо, блять. Поймали скитера, убили. Но он долго жил. Блять, как же все плохо, ребят. Убийство смерти. На мидера нахуй. Не, все настолько плохо, что ли, по фэнтези? Я думал, у меня хотя бы крипы есть. Это пиздец. Насколько плохие эмблемы на фэнтези? У меня даже крипов там нет, у меня только убийства. Ну, ТТ не сдаются, они красавы, они... Нажали смока. Убили скитера. Собрали Рошана. Ну-ка на развороте. Смотрите, 4 в 5 фальконы не боятся. Против Аегиса минус 2 делают. Минус 3. Минус 3. Ебать. Ну не, фальконы в зоне, забейте. Так, ну блядь, что за эмблема нахуй? Так, крипы. Понятно. Так, здесь крипы, убийство Рошана. Блять, как все плохо по фэнтези, конечно. Ну-ка, кто башню добьет? Марзу факер.
天辉下塔正受到攻击，天辉军团正在扫描，夜眼军团正在扫描。
Фэнтези просто ужасное. У меня надежда на убийство, на руны. Какой когда? Ебать, уморили на одно убийство, ебаный нахуй. Заебись. Ну зато одна смерть всего. Возможно, стоило вообще фэнтези ГПК ставить. Если у меня там убийство. Подуспокоилась, не хотят бычить фальконы против Эгиса. Хотя и под Т2 бычили. Сделали минус 3. Ой. Так, по предметам. Ушира. Лингус собирает, это дело. Скитер. Dragonlance собирает, это дело. Без БКБ, блинк, рефреш потом, наверное, сделает. Ботл не продает, это хорошо. Надо, чтобы он как можно больше рун собирал. Так, Y. Что делает Y? Где Y? Вот он. Он что-то нажал? Или что? Что он остановился здесь? Так, захвати смотрителя. У тебя... Ага, захвачено. Один можно захватить. Y. Мужчина, Вай, блядь. По статье у Вая очень дохуя смотрителей. Очень дохуя. Это топ-1 захватчик смотрителей, если что. У него очень много их. Смоки хочет купить, правильно, чел, надо бы. Вай смотрителя пропустил. Негоже пропускать смотрителя на Вае. И что вы делаете, пацаны? Без смока, кстати, идут. По вижену. А нет, вижен у них тут стоит. Свой. Вай, смотритель захватишь? Захватил смотритель, ебать, Вай, красавый, варды ставит. Но мне там эмблема на варды. Кстати, а рун он вообще подбирает или нет? Мне даже интересно. Будто бы мало их. Че у меня еще у Вая стоит? Оглушение, да. Но здесь нет оглушений вообще. Так, смока от фальконов. Не попало немножко. Блять, командное сложение, оглушение, ёбаный нахуй. Это пиздец, ребят. Какое плохое фэнтези, просто, блять, стыд и позор. Надежда на прогнозы, нахуй. Ебать. Вай, смотрителя захватишь? Где ты? Вай, кстати, вот тут смотритель. Можно захватить скоро. Вот тут есть смотритель. Во, Вай, блядь, мужчина, какой он красавчик. Каждый смотритель дает очки. Сколько очков? Дайте чекну. — 121. 121 очко за каждого смотрителя, если что. Марлин, убей его, убей, Марлина. Тебе надо убийство делать. Вай, смотритель надо захватить.
天辉中塔正受到攻击。
战争风暴带来的礼物。
一眼军团正在扫描，肉山已被天辉击杀。
Вай, смотрите, захватишь? Вай, мужчина, просто мужчина. Тут есть еще смотритель, Вай. Вот здесь.
夜眼中塔正受到攻击。
Вай, смотрителя захватишь?
天辉上塔正受到攻击。
Чё ты
夜眼
стоишь?
下塔正受到攻击。 天辉上塔已被摧毁。夜眼下塔正受到攻击。
Вай, гем потерял. А надо было смотрителя захватить.
天辉上塔正受到攻击。夜眼中塔正受到攻击。夜眼下塔已被摧毁。天辉上塔正受到攻击。 夜眼中塔正受到攻击。天辉军团正在扫描。夜眼中塔正受到攻击。夜眼中塔已被摧毁。天辉上塔正受到攻击。
А все, они на карте зажатые. На базе. Не, ну кстати, это баунт могут дефиться от базы. Или не могут? Ну, глиф нажимаете. Блядь, если они глиф не нажмут, то такой позор будет. Нажали. Ширы даже не приходил Вай, смотрителя. Захватишь?
双倍伤害神符。
天辉军团正在扫描。绝地。
推进器。
Вот, видите, кстати, в чем отличие между фальконов и тундра? Тундра вот примерно имеет такое же преимущество, плюс-минус по золоту. Они пошли заходить без Рошана на ХГ. А фальконы фармят, ждут Рошана, понимаете? То есть они забрали Рошана, сломали сторону, ушли фармить дальше. Это размеренная грамотная дота. Она не работает в том случае, если только, например, у врагов есть что-то типа Энигмы, Блэкхолл, ну, то есть, когда какой-то герой может перевернуть. В других случаях, чем больше у вас голды, вы закрыли врагов на базе, то есть, ну, вы понимаете, да, то есть... У фальконов есть вся карта для фарма. Здесь, вот сейчас сюда Шира подойдет, они увидят... А, нет, здесь нет вижена. Ну, короче, у Шира два компа есть, здесь и здесь. Остальное формат фальконы, все. Преимущество было недавно 15к, уже 20. Так, чат. Да, пойдет, пойдет. Терзатель. А нет, что? Да, терзатель.
天辉军团正在扫描。
Или нет, или просто ганг. Вай, смотрители захвати. Нет, Марлин, живи! Марлин! Нихуя себе. А это все без скитера, кстати. Главное, что Марлин выжил. Ты чё, какое с друзьями? Это, блядь, чемпионат. Вай не захватил смотрителя. Позор, Вай. Вай, руну подбери, руну. Задинайл. А разбивает считается, как подобрал руну или нет? До конца играет. Не, ну типа план был хорош, забрать скитера, и они могли там всех забирать, но подсейвили. И на развороте уже сделали минус. Типа размен 2 в 3. Ну дали кора. Ну блять, у скитера куча денег, ебать, у него. А чё он так заблокировал лотоса? Или фрешер бабки отдали, ну да. У остальных-то есть. Вай. Смотрителя надо захватить. Надо, Вай. Тут. Варда не надо смотрителя захватить. Он куда идет? Вот он прям знает тайминги, как будто. Еще один захвати, тут есть. Так, у него есть, блин, культа, но нет аганима. Вообще они могут за ульту... А, нет аганима, блядь. Нарывается. Зонище арена. Заклевали. Нет. Блядь, за контроль убили. Это плохо. Марлина убили, это плохо. А Шира без бая, ДГГ.
夜眼上路兵临，夜眼上路兵临已被天辉出动超级士兵。夜眼中塔已被摧毁，夜眼中塔已被摧毁，夜眼遗迹正受到攻击。夜眼遗迹正受到攻击。 夜眼遗迹正受到攻击，获胜。
Неплохо.
How they addressed some things that needed fixing. And one of the things, well, I don't think it needed fixing, because to be honest, I'm here for it. You know, I'm here for the 70-minute, and I'm sure that you guys are also here for the 70-minute games, but the players, they thought it needed fixing, and they fixed that. They make sure that they leave no room for Tidebound to make a comeback in this first game of best of 3. A lot to break down here with Kezu, Effie, and Tigov. T, this game, it did feel very smooth for them.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons weren't ever truly punished, right? They were able to set themselves up, they rebutted a couple early moves, and then as soon as they hit that farm, they're just chilling the entire time. Like, we have some, obviously, comparisons down the line, but critically for Falcons, if they ever can get the game on their kind of timeline, they will build a network lead. You have to do something to break that, and at no point in this game did Tidebound find an opportunity to control the tempo.
They had like a couple of okay plays, like here, right, with, you know, you had Y, who did pretty good on the Disruptor, like set up some kills, try to help Shiro with the Marcy, but ultimately there were a lot of fights where this just kept on happening. You have Sneaking there with the ward, you have the Arena, the kisses, you get some kills, and later Tidebound were in an okay spot, but I feel like they did 1 or 2 mistakes that they could not have let happen in this game.
Yeah, I just feel like the Shiro Marcy really didn't do much of anything. Like, he couldn't find a comfortable entry point into this game. As we see in this highlight, he rebounded it in, got cancelled by the Arena, and for some reason it interacted with the BKB such that he bounced back. But this wasted a lot of his BKB duration, and here he just dies. Typically with carry Marcy, she takes over the entire map when she gets that Helm BKB timing. This time wasn't the case. She was just dying over and over again every fight.
It's also weird, because I don't know if he was BKB during the rebound or used it mid-air, but the fact that it like stopped his rebound, like it ruined his absolute entire fight. And like you're saying, like also with the heroes, they want to play from ahead, they want to have a good start to the fight, but it just kind of didn't happen after the 50-minute mark anymore.
There's just no damage. Like, look at all the clips, it's just Marcy punching, doing nothing. Buck with the Ags and the BKB, he's having to run away. Of course, you know, it's the tail end of a fight, but if it was in principle like Tidebound, if they didn't, you know, capitalize on maybe like the early, it's basically like there's 15 minutes to be aggressive, or the whole game is waiting for Falcons to hopefully make a mistake themselves.
Yeah, it was tough. And in that highlight just now, the most recent one, again, Marcy BKBs, jumps in, gets sword. Other times, Marcy gets Arena Speared before she can even BKB, and the kisses have taken quick work of her. They just could not activate this hero at all.
And the stats from Snaking are insane as well, right? Yep. Like, he's got 27,000 healing, right? He had, what, nearly double, if not triple, the net worth of Y. Like, when you look at the counterpart between the Disruptor to the Pugner, it is, yeah, Snaking just had such a stellar performance.
Yeah, also his itemization, right? At some point, he had an incredibly good game. He's an 82% of all the kills. You know, he farms the dead lane like he always does. He had such an early pipe during the draft. It was like, maybe they can pick an offlaner who can buy it. They just get it on their +5 support, which is, you know, kind of unheard of. So yeah, you know, Snaking his Pugner, you gotta watch out for it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we talked about it even before it was picked, because it was such a strong hero for Snaking also during the road to TI, and we talked about it potentially being banned, but they get their hands on it and they crush with it. But that makes the list of heroes you want to ban against Falcons pretty big. But my main question was, this game, one of the problems that Falcons did have during the road to TI was being able to go high ground. And I felt like they solved it, but I couldn't really pinpoint as to how they did that.
To go high ground?
Yeah. Or was it just they crushed so hard before that it was just feeling easy.
Yeah, along those lines. I think as soon as you get to the high ground and you know that, like, there was one play where it was like an Echo Slam on a Jayakov 200 to 0. That's the only way they actually enter a fight. So if you have vision, then you're not going to have that happen again. It happened once to Skidder. It doesn't happen twice. High ground's going to be easy.
Yeah, and we did say that it was going to be very important for Tidebound to do good during the lanes. As we here have a clip T for you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to showcase kind of Tidebound's biggest moment in my game, right? The idea is he got the BKB at 16 minutes, kind of 39, and this was instantly after. They want to make the play, but Marcy runs on in first and then dies. And sure, at the tail end of the fight, Timbersaw's stepping up, showing off, but it feels like this fight construct for Tidebound, it needed to be different. Timber has to go in first, Marcy has to follow up, it needs to be clean kills to then create this like narrative of aggression. The fact that we're seeing this from Tidebound, it does put a little bit of fear in me that they're going to have to change a little bit more than just draft going into game 2, because that entry to the game, they weren't making those mistakes in the road to TI.
Like, to me, there's something weird between how Marcy and Timber interact together, because when Marcy pops her BKB, she needs to kill, which means while she's BKB, you're going to do everything in your power for Falcons to stop her. And Timber, during this time, he doesn't do anything. If you BKB yourself to kill her, he pops all his spells and, well, they deal 0 damage.
Yeah, and we mentioned that it was going to be very important for Tidebound to do well during the laning stage, and part of doing well in the laning stage, because it was getting that Wisdom Rune.
No, absolutely, because as we could see in a highlight that we have coming up, Falcons, they did really nicely in the early game to, well, shut down Tidebound. So what we have here is, you know, at 6 minute 10, they just picked up the rune and they just walk in here with 2 of their bodies. You know, you have Snake King and Malrine. They eye up this hard camp because for Shaker, it's very important to have stacks. If you don't have the hard camp stack, well, first of all, you're going to lose gold and XP, but it also makes it harder for you to then later on farm the Ancients. With Malrine's Invis, they not only steal the stack, they move furthermore east. You know, here in the early game, nothing to say. He was kind of low on HP, low on mana, and we have to reiterate, Tidebound's early game was super important for the heroes. You have Disruptor, you have Marcy, they need early levels, they need early momentum, and just this move alone sets up Falcons for success and slowed down Tidebound. So this was huge for them.
Yeah, very solid. I mean, at that point already, Tidebound a little on the back foot. So then maybe you're going to group up and try to kill this one target because that's your road back into the game, right, Effie?
Yeah, you see a Pugna, you think it's just a little guy. Let's just take quick, you know, make some quick work of him, push him out of a lane, but that just was not the case here. In this highlight, this is right after Tidebound gets the Aegis. This is when they want to take control of the map themselves. They commit so much to killing Pugna here, and he just walks away. He gets away scot-free, the cookie here to disengage, and then his team just follows up with Aurora, a beautiful arena on the back. And when it looks like maybe there wasn't enough follow-up damage, you have crit with the Mortimer's Kisses in the back line, and the Timbersaw also dying through his BKB. This was a very pivotal moment of the game because they needed to kick him out of that lane and take that area of the map for themselves. And a few seconds later, the same thing happens. They go to push Pugna out of the lane. In front of 3 heroes, he just TPs out. Snake King just will sit on the dead lane, shove waves, do tower pressure, force heroes to him, and apparently walk it off.
To me, this was kind of like the checkmate moment because Tidebound, they just took Roche like 10 seconds before, but Shiro, he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have TP, so they make this move top, it's 4v5, it fails, your Aegis timer gets wasted, it was a huge mistake.
Essence Ring and Brawny is also pretty OP.
Yeah. And Nether Ward is pretty good against Spellcaster.
And Solar Crest.
Yeah.
There was a lot going for him there.
There was a lot going for Falcons. And there maybe were moments where Tidebound felt a little hopeless about what they could do. For example, I think Shiro had a pretty rough time purge.
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, the BKB usage was a little bit tough here for Shiro, and let's take a little bit of a slow moment to explore some of those spots here. This is that Tormentor fight where they're jumping in. He didn't press his BKB before jumping. He gets pushed back and immediately presses his BKB, so loses that one, ends up getting chased down. Very rough for him. This one I thought was the most interesting, though. This is the fight near the Tri-Camp. Now, he jumped in on this Mars here, which looks like it's going to be a pretty good... Oops, that was too close. Looks like it's going to be a very good jump, but the downside is that you're going to see a cookie come from the southwest, and something weird happens. The second that the cookie hits the Mars here, it instantly stuns Shiro. So normally, that person is going to fly over the guy, and by the time he lands here, that's when the stun happens. For some reason, the stun started early. That means Shiro didn't get his opportunity to press his BKB, so that was like the second or third fight in a row where his BKB ended up not being very good. So these kind of cascaded so many fights in a row here where he was forced to press a BKB at not necessarily the best moment. He's already down to a 6-second BKB at 30 minutes, and they had Roar to layer through this. So very, very tough game for him. The BKB usage was so crucial for him to do his damage, and we just didn't really get to see very much of it.
Thank you very much, Perch. We did not. And there's one thing that I still very clearly remember about our talk before this series even began. Kazu, we talked a lot about Shiro and his ranged carries.
Yeah, I mean,
this is not a ranged carry.
No, usually that's what they go for, but maybe they wanted to, like, because they play against Falcons, they had a few days to decide. We're like, okay, we want to play a bit faster, you know, maybe try the Marcy, which obviously, as we could see, it did not work out. I mean, 1 or 2 times he got maybe a little bit unlucky. Like, he got Cookie stunned because he disposed, and then because of how Cookie interacts with those spells, you get insta-stunned. I mean, that's just unlocked, but the rest, yeah, this is not his usual hero.
I mean, there's a lot of layers to this where I feel like Shiro playing the Marcy brought life to the rest of the draft as well. Where like Wise playing a Disruptor, you know he's going to play more Starved. I feel like the matchup of Tidebound and Falcons, if you put Shiro on too much scaling, you will have this issue of everyone scales on Falcons and then Tidebound have like everything only on a couple cores, right? So I can see why they're trying to adapt coming into this game. You know, Falcons will be changing, especially after the group stage, the best of 3, but yeah, it's Shiro needs to probably not play Marcy in the next game, or they have to clean up their initiations.
It definitely looked outside of their comfort zone, because even if you look at the other melee carry that he played in Juggernaut, that's the hero that plays for the late game too. It just farms, plays to scale, and will try to hit a critical mass and then carry his team through a certain point. With Marcy, it was the opposite. He was the hero they were playing around while Timbersaw was making a comeback from his bad lane. And then it kind of seemed like they were going to depend on the Timbersaw for the damage to come through, because Marcy's eventually going to fall off. She's going to play versus Solar Crest, she's going to get kited, and it just didn't work out for them. I think the 4 Protect 1 strategy is what they do best on Tidebound.
Well, I will also say we mentioned the Timber, and we heard Sunsfan mention the Timber, of course, at the end of that cast as well. Still a 0% win rate. Teagup, you were on board with them picking the Timber.
Yeah, how dare
despite you? No. Despite, I mean, obviously, you were on the same page with the squad. Is that a shortcoming of the hero, or on hindsight, do you have other thoughts about what they could have done instead of that?
I just want them, if they have this style, they have to play more aggressive.
Yeah.
You know, as we mentioned, they do 4 Protect 1. That could also be a problem for them where they get outscaled. But like, I like the aggression. They have the concept. The execution just wasn't there. They gave away a Pugner. They gave away a Mars. They gave away a Gyrocopter, a Snapfire. All heroes that play counter-aggressively beautifully. So if you aren't flawless, you will be punished. And again, they just didn't have a good game. It was just a bad game from Tidebound. So coming into the second game, they can do 4 Protect 1. They could do the same draft. Like, there's so many things they can do, because it can only go up after that first game.
Like the way I see it too, because usually I see nothing to say, like do a little more. And of course Falcons, they did counter him, they invaded the triangle, they stole his stacks a little bit, but maybe you put him on a slightly faster hero so that your supports can play with him. Usually he's very good on Shaker, but depending on who you play on, they're going to slow down your game, they're going to pick different heroes.
I mean, they also had static cores, right? You've got a Shaker who needs to farm the triangle, Timber who needs to farm his lane to then enter the game, right? So it's like, if you make one core active like you're mentioning, be it from mid or off lane, and then the supports have life behind them, it creates so much more energy, right? It felt like you lose a couple of lanes in this game and everything's just, ugh.
Everything falls apart, and everything did fall apart for Tidebound. Effie, going forward, I mean, bad game, go next. So how do you feel like they should approach the second game that we're about to see?
I think they shouldn't overthink or try to point fingers or anything, because they did have some great moments. I would just look towards taking out the Mars, honestly. I was thinking about this, but Mars as a hero counters a lot of Shiro's hero pool. His Gyros and his SFs and his TAs and whatnot, they don't want to play against this Bulwark and this Arena. If they can maybe take it out of the second phase, not give Falcons those good kill combinations, like the Mortimer's Kisses plus the Arena, like the Mortimer's Kisses plus the Roar, and make it so that they can just play around their safe lane in a way where they're not going to lose if they have to congregate there, it'll be easier in game 2.
I actually really like this point, because like we're all saying, it's Shiro's hero pool is mainly ranged. I think it's also Amar's best hero. It pairs so well with what Crit is playing, your Hoodwink, your Grimstroke, your Snapfire. And I feel like this exact lineup we saw from Falcons, like when they were dominant throughout this entire year where they won LAN after LAN, this lineup looks very reminiscent of what they used to play back then.
Well, I'm sure a lot of talks were happening backstage. It looks like the team are refreshed and coming back into the booths on stage to go next. And for this series, for this game that we're about to see next, I would imagine in the previous game, we did see that it was Tidebound that had the first pick in the game. And I do want to touch upon that, because that did mean that they secured themselves the Shaker. And a lot of what we're mentioning is the laning stage and how they contested the stacks for the Shaker, Teagup. So that felt somewhat predictable. How do you feel is going to impact when the pick order gets changed and stuff like that?
We're seeing a repeat of the best of 3. Tidebound in game 1, they had first pick, they lost. They had second pick then game 2 and 3 and was able to win. So maybe in this matchup, Tidebound having second pick is the advantage for them. They want to react more. They don't want to get put in this position of, like, they're picking the Marcy, the Muerta, like they're kind of flexing things a bit more. They're trying to be more creative. They want to lock in strong, stable heroes and utilize second pick. So I'm expecting them to have that pick order, potentially in the second game.
I did quite like seeing NTS play Primal Beast too. When he was on that hero, it felt like it was ready to join its team and help way earlier than a Shaker who needs to expend his first Echo to come back in the triangle stacks, right? If you're a Primal Beast, maybe you can look towards setting the place, playing with your team, and allowing for Shiro to do what he does best, which is hit neutral creeps.
I do think it's also nice if you have those heroes, because Falcons, like we said before, they become slow at some point, but they don't start slow. They start fast, they open up the map. You want heroes where you can address like the Skeeter move. You know, Skeeter's first gate, his first TP on Nature's Prophet to the mid lane, to the safe lane. So your Primal Beast, your Pangolier, your Tinker, all of these heroes, they could do that. So that's something I would like a lot.
The thing is, you know, Falcons, when they want to go to an objective, they're going to bring the numbers, right? If they want to defend a tier 1, heroes are there. If they're going to fight a tier 1, heroes are there. If they're going for wisdom, like, they're always going to have the resources. So Tidebound needs to be able to match that. If you don't, from like the clips that you showed, Kezu, they'll outplay you, take 2 wisdom shrines, and then they'll take the stack. And it doesn't look like a lot, but 2 wisdoms, the odd stack here, the odd fight there, it compounds to 3,000-4,000 gold to simplify that first big fight.
Now, a lot of our talk has been going on about how we want Tidebound to be able to improve going into game number 2. Of course, they're the team with the game down. They want to make that comeback. On the other side, you have Falcons that just had a fairly easy, fairly smooth first game to this series. Of course, they want to repeat that result. They also know that Tidebound's going to react and do something different in this game number 2. But is there something, Effie, that we want to see that they'll just be able to do again from this game, even in with maybe a different draft? Any kind of concepts you want to see a repeat of?
From Falcons, I think the idea of 2 supports that can just wave clear, hide on lanes, create their farm, and force people to chase them around the map, do that again. Looks so good. Whether it's a Pugna, whether it's an Enchantress, whether it's a Snap or a Hoodwink, these heroes are very disruptive towards Tidebound, because when they were responding to these supports map pressure, they were bringing everybody. Like, they had to bring 3 heroes, bring a +1 behind because, oh no, we don't have enough damage to kill Pugna, and they just lose their advantage on the map. They lose their area control.
Falcons have a very a script in a way where they stick to what they want from their players, and their players and their heroes that they have, they're interchangeable. So if you ban one, you get the other. So I think for them, it's probably more about they should be ready for how Tidebound will adapt in the next game with maybe a different pick, a different ban, and just play as it did in game 1.
But that's why I think when we've praised Snaking, giving him like MVP for the Pugna, he can still play chant other heroes. Why not look at Crit more? Why not look at the Snapfire, the Hoodwink? These are the active heroes that make everything feel so kind of oppressive in the game. If they're both gone, he's now playing like a Bat Rider or a Nyx or a Ringmaster. Like, they don't have as much of that kind of punchy value. So I'd say double ban those 2 heroes. We can see a completely different style from Falcons.
I like that. Or take the Snap for yourselves, so one of your supports has that wave shove, because when they do give Snap away to Falcons, it opens up for so much combo potential. Again, the kisses on the Roar, the kisses on the Arena, they came in clutch so many times last game.
Yeah, a lot of questions we have about what's going to happen in the upcoming draft, and those questions will be answered in just a moment.
Team Tidebound versus Team Falcons. Game 2.
Game 2 means that if Falcons take this game number 2, they secure themselves top 6 at this international. Of course, Tidebound would like a repeat of what happened in the road to TI, where they were able to bring it back in game number 2 and 3. Let's see how they're going to attempt to do that. We have this time around Tidebound on the Radiant side, Falcons on the Dire side, and it's Falcons this time around with first pick. So the complete swap around compared to previous game. But there is one thing that didn't change, is that the Ancient Apparition still gets first phase banned, even though right now Falcons only has those 3 bans. So that's a little bit surprising to me, but that also means we got extra juice left in the pool.
I think they've identified something important, which was this hero has kind of been a crux to Tidebound in how they draft. It's always picked really early on. It's always their follow-up damage, and we haven't really seen Planet on very much else. We saw him just now on the Muerta, and it didn't look as good. He looked a lot less comfortable on that map.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where they should or have to look more at the heroes that you guys are mentioning too, with the Snap, with the Hoodwink, maybe something else that just makes it a little more easy. Because yeah, the Muerta, it did not sell me in game 1. at least one thing that is here now for Falcons, if they do want to first pick it, which they've done a few times before, Sand King could be left open, because, you know, last game around it was banned, Taipan went for the first pick Shaker, and they do ban out the NTS Tinker one more time. Can't blame them for doing that.
Yeah, and then Naga makes it through also with that ban that we've had on the Beastmaster and the Shaker. We'll see if Taipan wants to go for the Sand King themselves.
I don't think I want to see that from Tidebound. We're going to see NTS hitting that triangle early on, trying to farm a certain item timing and just not being available to his team. This Naga Siren creates a lot of issues because last game we talked about the wave shove coming out of Falcons and how Tidebound couldn't respond to it that well. That is what this hero does best, T.
Yeah, no, Naga Siren, how do you word it in a nice way? I forgot I'm at TI for a second.
You're gonna hate the hero.
I hate the hero. I mean, I'm a support player, but like, come on, man. It's like you press one button, I jump a guy, and then he sings from the tree line. Like, congratulations, man. You've got Shard, they're healing, like whatever. Like, it really simplifies Dota so much that you have wave shove, you have fight reset, and also it plays into Falcons' like logic of the game, which is we want to scale, and it is like the perfect Falcons hero. It's why it's banned out so much.
I mean, they've been using this since like what, Singapore TI, where like even carry Naga was super good back then, where Skeeter played it every time, or snaking and they go with the flex. I like Tidebound's response. Centaur has really risen up in popularity a lot. Generally, when you see Naga, you want heroes that can stay there, you can clear illusions, have high HP region, maybe by a Vanguard. And I've seen the Aghanim Scepter, like the card, it's been getting picked up like a lot.
Yeah. It's a really cool thing, especially if you have a carry like Shiro, who's gonna ranged carry and just be all of your net worth. If you can cart him late game, get him into the midst of the fight, keep him safe, that's one step better than what they had last game. Last game, not a single save existed for the carry. Here, you solve it through your offlaner.
And with the laning matchup, right, the Centaur, the Naga Siren, Centaur will just be able to play the lane like Kezi's already mentioned. And I think knowing that your offlaner is going to have all this farm and doesn't need to rotate is a really good indicator to kind of a successful Taipan lineup for sure.
I want to see Shiro play Morph, if they can build a draft for it, because maybe take advantage of this AA ban from the enemy team. Make it so that it helps your draft in a way that one of his counters are out of the pool. We've seen how good he looked when they played the Morph plus Centaur combo, as you showed us, Kezu.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I think, incredibly good for them. And like, I like it a lot when you do make use of bans. There's also, you know, there's no beast, you already banned it out. That would be good for the Morph too. Of course, we'll have to see it later, because picking it like in a vulnerable position can be very hard. I think one thing that I find like really funny to see in this draft. So Falcons last time around, they were the ones that picked out of the second phase and they took the snap. Now it's reversed. You have Taipan that they pick out of phase, and you have Falcons that are like, Snapfire and Pugner are so good, we're not going to let you have them. So it just shows you like the value of how highly they actually think of these heroes.
Yeah, speaking of high-value heroes, though, Nature's Prophet definitely has been one and can also be flexed. And we can, of course, see it as support, but we can also see it in the hands of Shiro as a range carry.
I'd like to see it as carry at the moment. Of course, the draft might change that, but just the general playstyle. Centaur doesn't care about Naga Siren. He's just going to play that lane. Nature's Prophet, good farm. You rotate in. You're now pressuring Skitter. You're like progressing the map. You're making Falcons react, and making them react in the early game, it really hurts them quite a lot.
And this is the big trade-off that happens when you do expend a double support ban on Falcons. One of the most popular heroes of the tournament gets given away. We'll see what Shiro can do with it. I mean, when you talk about what Nature's Prophet does versus a hero like Naga Siren, he can just press ulti and negate a lot of the wave shove she provides.
Yeah.
So it's already a step up.
I mean, Falcons, for now, what they do a lot also with Sand King, I feel like they always make sure when he goes in, they give him the follow-up damage that he kills, but they also always have a hero that then allows him to get out again. So the Hoodwink allows you to kill. Naga Song is going to allow you to disengage. So I already like this a lot, and they stack so much. I will talk about it multiple hundred times while we're in this tournament. But Naga Siren, great stacker. Sand King will clear it. So I like honestly what both teams are presenting so far.
Then surely we should see Tidebound focus a little bit on having a lineup that can contest those stacks.
Surely.
Surely.
Contest stacks or just be efficient on the map. So when you know they're farming the stacks, you're shoving that additional wave, you're hitting that extra tower, you're making another move to make Falcons kind of trade going for them. And already with Taipan's lineup, they're kind of offering Falcons like, please, we know you're going to jump us, but we have the Puck to coil you, the Centaur with the Aghanims down the line to save. They just profit. You can ignore every fight. You don't have to rotate on the map if you don't want to. You can just farm so much economy that you have BKB, Satanic, and all the big items when it matters.
And they covered the Puck pick by picking Disruptor, which is one of Puck's counters. Another one is the Silencer or even the Lion or Shaman that are still within the pool. But you do want to pick up that instant disable for yourself if you're up against a Puck this early.
When Sanking jumps in, Static Storm, thank you very much, kill him. It's very nice. Centaur has to be the damage soak for Tidebound. Like, positioning is key, because of course how explosive Falcons are, if your Prophet's out of position, if anyone's out of position, they will just get 100-0.
So what do you want here if you're a Falcons? You probably pick Skeeter's hero. I think generally when I see Centaur, you kind of want a hero that eventually will, you know, deal enough damage to kill through him, because he may buy some auras. You want like high physical damage. Generally speaking, you have heroes like Sven that are quite high up on the radar against this. Maybe because you have Naga Siren, you don't want it. Would he look more for a range hero, some gyro again?
You could just go maximum map play and go Terrorblade. Then you have Terrorblade illusions pushing, Naga illusions pushing, Sanking Hoodwink utilizing all of that to then find the pickoffs. When you eventually break them, then you can kind of progress the game state. It's quite a toxic way to play, but it's the old school Tundra way, at least. That's how they won their, that TI.
Because on this slot, they have to decide what is the most valuable pick. Because you have one pick into the bans, you have to decide later. They go with, this should be an Amar Bristleback. Yep. I don't really see Skeeter play it. I think Amar's just so good on his heroes. There's no real reason to flex them.
Is there enough damage right now with Tidebound's heroes where we were... Yeah, that's pretty much it. Do they actually have any damage? Scaling, lovely. Love the scaling. Damage, not really.
I think there are actually going to be big damage issues here, because Furion's going to take a while before he really packs a punch. Like, it takes him like 4 to 5 items to get through a lot of damage reduction. His biggest strength is his ability to instantly follow up on any kind of setups on the map, or join and correct lanes and farm very quickly. But Bristleback also keeps tempo, will be incredibly tanky, and if a pipe comes out, who's really doing your damage early game for Tidebound?
Is that a reason to put that Nature's Prophet in the hands of Planet instead?
I would be leaning that direction, because if not, then we're looking at a 4 position to fix the damage problems.
And that's really hard.
Yeah.
That, especially with like Snap and other...
If Ancient Apparition was available, perfect hero.
Lovely.
But not available.
There's always a prospect of carry Doom, but again, that just does not fit Tidebound's playstyle and how they've been playing with Shiro.
I would be looking, I mean, it's like what I see for Tidebound, and of course they will see the ultimate lineup, so they can look for, the damage issues, try to fix it, but also get the carry matchup. But I also am a fan of the Nature's Prophet being a support. You do pick a new carry, so anything that gives you static, high physical damage that is going to lane okay is what you should be looking at.
If we're looking at carry, it could be like a Medusa, just to try and outscale, hold the high ground. And if you want a support for Planet, I'm thinking Phoenix. Have some Sunray, you then have all this control in front of you, you then utilize that, the Shard Sunray as well with your egg. But you have the first 20 minutes with a Phoenix support, it can be kind of scary. You overcome that, sure, the draft's going to really be able to play itself out.
And we're still, like, regardless of what position is going to be picked for Tidebound, we still want, if it's Shiro's hero that gets picked, or he gets an Nature's Prophet, we want a ranged carry.
Not necessarily, more so just a hyper carry, not something like a Mercy.
I mean, I was thinking that maybe they would want Ursa, but they banned it, so they're not going to get their hands on this. I think for Falcons, generally they play with 2 initiators nearly no matter what. And this time you have Amar, who's not the initiator, so I kind of feel like...
He does initiate, he runs in.
True, he runs in his big-ass body, he's going to get in there. So I would be leaning for Falcons, for like the classic Skeeter hero. Your DK is banned out, there's still... Your Sven, is there anything else that's like strength? Maybe, it might jump in for his team.
But does that hero need to be more of an objective taker, or...?
Not necessarily. I feel like BB is quite good.
Yeah.
It could be Faceless Void.
True.
And it looks like a pretty comfortable pick. Or a Vadin.
I like this.
And heroes we don't see Shiro play, but could also be good. Again, the carry Doom or a Lifestealer. We saw Lifestealer do well earlier today.
Yeah. Lifestealer is good against all these 3 cores for sure.
And good against the supports as well. You can just rage through the song, you can live through the epicenter damage.
He can be kited, but you have a lot of lockdowns, so I feel like the heroes around you could cover, for this, right? You have Glimpse, you have some kinetic fields, you have a coil here, you have a Stampede for you.
Does that mean that we do no longer, if you wanted to see the Shiro morphling, is this no longer a good game for this?
I don't like it because it'll get easily outpaced by Abaddon plus Bristleback. It just looks too greedy.
Okay. There's a lot of time left for Tidebound to come to the perfect solution for the last puzzle piece in their draft.
I mean, I'm okay with the Lifestealer. I feel like there might be something better, but I can't... Like, I think of Lifestealer, I feel like it's good, but maybe there's like this holy damn, this one pick where everyone goes like, wow, what is this? I can't see it.
we forgot about them. The one that they're going to pick is the one we're going to be, oh my gosh, we should have thought about that. We'll see, though. Of course, this could also be a time where Blink gives a speech to the squad about what the plan is in the early game, if they do want to play this for the late game.
Because I don't see any game-breaking +4s at least.
Ooh, well, that is a hero. We have seen Shiro played on the road to TI, and it is a ranged carry, so we like that as 50-50, you know, all balanced, Tigov.
Yeah, they want to try and kill in the lane, right? You have Disruptor plus Shadow Fiend, the Nature's Prophet TPing as well. We're going to expect tri-lanes from minute 3, 4, very early on, and that creates the tempo. We already know that Centaur should be independent, so tri-lane Amar with 2 supports and a Shadow Fiend, get some kind of moves going your way. I don't mind it.
It's very good for what it does on the lane, but I do worry that as the game progresses and these like big tanky heroes on Falcons get these harpoons and these BKBs and get on top of the SF, there's not really much of a way to fight back.
Yeah, I wonder like if Taipong can try to get off to a good start. I mean, you have the Nature's Prophet 4 who can try to offside some of the lanes, and I would also say that first Rosh in this game is quite important. You want this on your SF, especially in this type of game. I do think they can make it happen. I would say they have okay lanes. You have Centaur who should be fine in the bottom lane, which allows Planet to like kind of rotate around. So I think this early game, I got my eyes on him to like try and set up Taipon for a good start.
Yeah, is it once again in this game number 2 just as important, Tigov, in the laning stage for Tidebound to hold the fort, hold their own?
1,000,000%. Like, Tidebound need to create their own tempo in the early game to try and overlap the Farmer Falcons so that the greedy heroes are scaling in the same areas, and then it kind of hurts them. If you allow Falcons the entire map, then, as we already mentioned, big damage problems.
I mean, I am quite happy to, at least personally, like nothing to say last game. He didn't show me much. He had a hard time on the Earthshaker. This time, he's playing Puck. I think he's set up for a way better game. There are no, okay, the only instance that they have, Blink's down from Sand King. But your team can bail you out. Maybe they can start to fight for you. So he's set up for more, because for me, he's the most important player on this team. He's set up for more success. That's all I need to see.
And what are they going to do with the stacks? Are they going to try to split the map, as we said as one of the solutions, or invade the triangle?
You can invade.
With a good start, they can absolutely invade. You can push in the lane with your SF, with your Disruptor, walk over, your Nature's Prophet, he can TP, place a ward. I think they're set up way better this game.
Any final words and thoughts on these 2 drafts, Effie?
I just worry that if Tidebound don't come out of lanes with like at least a 4K net worth advantage, like minute 12, I don't really see how the game is going to be played out for them because they're going to get outscaled and outfarmed.
A lot of pressure on this game number 2 that is coming your way. But before we jump in the game, we're going to jump on stage where Tsunami is with Coach Blink.
That is right. I am standing by with a Blink of Tidebound, where I got to say, this matchup against Falcons during the road was one of the best series that we have had. And now we're getting the rematch. But it seems that they've made some adaptations. So I was wondering what you think they've changed to get that game number 1 win.
那上周呢，在国际邀请赛之路上，就是 Falcons 战队的对决，你们太棒战队是其中一个最精彩的对决了。然后呢，这次感觉他们已经做出了一些调整，来应对你们的一些做出了应对你们的一些战略。就想问你，你个人认为他们做出哪些调整呢？
他首先是他们班人吧，他们开始办我们狼人，办我们冰魂，办一些没有那么常规的英雄，就是他们可能回去深思熟虑的一些东西吧。
Well, Team Falcons have definitely done their homework. Their bans are now much more effective. They are now banning heroes like Lycan, heroes like Ancient Apparition, which are not usual bans, but are bans that are very much our hero pool, so they've definitely done their work here.
They have been doing their homework indeed, and I was wondering if I could get your perspective. The Western audience, we see you, we see Y, we see Faith Beyond or Bach, and we immediately put the term Wings 2.0 to you, but I wanted to know how you felt about that.
就是国外的、海外的这些观众呢，粉丝社区，他们看到你们战队，看到Y 队，看到边将，看到你，就是他们脑子里面想的就是太棒战队，就相当于是 Wings 2.0。那你对这种看法有什么评价呢？
还是有一些区别的吧。我们现在就是太棒的。
There is some difference after all, and you guys can now know us as Team Tidebound.
The new era is upon us, and let us witness it as we get into game number 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tsunami and Blink. Welcome to set game number 2, Tidebound versus Falcons. Winner of this moves on to through the upper bracket, while the loser goes to the lower.
Так, пацаны, короче, мне нужно, чтобы ФБ было в идеале у Марлина, но в целом можно и Ваю отдать.
有理由的，旁边说，有时候找乐子也可以让他们水深火热。
休想！反哺。快向你的反哺了！鞠躬。
Он у него 2 руны, что ли, забрал? Хорош. Он написал в чат, видели? Сэнкс. Потому что 2 руны отдал. В прошлой катке у Марлина было 20 рун, если что. Блядь, ну мне надо, чтобы ФБ сделал либо Скитер, либо Вай, кто-то из них. В идеале Ой, тьфу ты, Марлин.
休想！
嘿，在哪里呢？感觉么子样？我们是不是逮到了？你松懈了。
Блять, ну ёбаный нахуй. Почему Вай не забрал ФБ? Он типа хотел оставить, что ли? Вай же мог забрать ФБ.
休想！ 你的贡品我收下了。
你好。夜眼军团全面加固，
天辉军团正在扫描。
来了。
夜眼军团正在扫描。
天辉上塔正受到攻击。
把你打趴下。
夜眼信使已被击杀。天辉中塔正受到攻击。
兄弟，
夜眼中塔正受到攻击。
神符。
天辉中塔正受到攻击。
给我进去！
夜眼中塔正受到攻击。夜眼中塔已被摧毁。
一顶一顶一顶，不敢相信，你就傻坐在那儿。安静，我走了。
眼上塔正受到攻击，夜眼军团全面加固。
Why? Он взял 2 руны, мужчина.
夜眼上塔正受到攻击。
夜眼军团正在扫描。
夜眼上塔已被摧毁。天辉下塔正受到攻击。
结束。
天辉下塔正受到攻击。天辉军团全面加固。天辉下塔正受到攻击。
这些都是财富的种子。
天辉下塔正受到攻击。天辉下塔已被摧毁。
天辉军团正在扫描，夜眼军团正在扫描。
夜眼上塔正受到攻击，天辉中塔正受到攻击。
伤害。
夜眼上塔正受到攻击。
化 象。安静。我走了。你好。
献给我的家族。
安静。
夜眼上塔正受到攻击，天辉中塔正受到攻击。
下一个季节马上就到，这些礼物中，你只是过
我来了。安静。
Блин, они такой хороший рассказ выдали, Тайбаун. Зря продал ульту по двоим, по троим, а в итоге...
Still fight. Jumps onto Skeeter. Gets stunned up now. Has the borrowed time. And the kinetic field not in time. So he is going to be able to shrug it off with the aphotic shield and the rest of Falcons nearby.
Understandably, Y is hesitant to just go in there against an Abaddon ult, but ends up being a little bit too slow. Doesn't land the field, and this is probably just going to cost them the
Wait, are they contesting this? No, the Centaur taken out. They know this is happening, but indeed. Skeeter, of all the heroes, gets the shard. That's surprising. Talk about that in just a moment. Kinetic field with the Static Storm onto the Sand King, but there's no follow-up at all from Tidebound. They have to run away.
This is such a good shard to get for free on Core Abaddon.
Yeah, how did that even happen? He's third in net worth on his team then, or he was at that point?
Well, Crit bought his own, so he was competing against Naga, and Amar also has his own. He bought his too.
Okay.
So, yep. And if you subtract 1,400 from his current net worth, he's below Sand King. So, yeah. He was eligible. His other teammates are just that farmed.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. I feel like Falcons are one of the teams that actually purchases shards a lot earlier than the average team. Probably one of the nerd stats from AUI 2000. One of his preferences, Skeeter.
Made up.
Under the tier 2 tower, Coil will snap thanks to the glimpse. Skeeter's ult is now down. Wrath of Nature coming for him. Does hit, but now the reinforcements have arrived. Burrow Strike from Malrine. Bushwhack not going to connect this time, but a Sharpshooter does. The Stampede does not give the distance needed. So another punish from Falcons as they now have a 5K lead.
It doesn't seem like Tidebound are able to string anything much together in these attempted aggressive moves. They're just unable to connect on the heroes that they want and get the damage out. Abaddon being the target once again just doesn't really help if you don't have the follow-up. What you want to do is to force his ult without using Glimpse. If you use Glimpse to force the ulti every time, he just runs away. So if they're unable to force it without it, the play probably doesn't exist to begin with. And it's just a big waste of time. I mean, sure, you might not lose any kills or any heroes in the process, but you just know in the back of your mind, Falcons are farming on 3 cores the whole time. So they're beating you on efficiency if these moves fail.
Yeah, well, now Faith Beyond has the pipe. Obviously, we talked about the fact that he opted to go for that before Blink, so it feels like they have to get something out of this.
He's queuing up Crimson, too.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't need Blink if you know you're going to get Aghanim Scepter at some point, Cinderin. You know?
Well, that's debatable.
I mean, the fact that you can Blink full range now with somebody in the card and it works.
Yeah.
Absurd. So many micro buffs over the last couple years with this item that we keep talking about we probably won't see, so we're just wasting everybody's time. But regardless, Falcons now through the gate as they have their sights set on nothing to say. Well, they don't have their sights yet, but they have an idea. He's up here. Burrow Strike finds him. Bushwhack to follow, and another Sharpshooter kill for Crit. My goodness. He has 4 kills right now on the Hoodwink. Feels like nothing going the way of Tidebound so far in this game, too.
This hero pairing is so good. So, Hoodwink plus Centaur, Hoodwink plus Sand King, you hit a Burrow Strike, you make sure you get the Boomerang in ASAP, you amplify all the spell damage from Sandstorm, from your other spells. He doesn't even have an offensive item in these kills. He's running Glimmer on Hoodwink, so he hasn't amped anything else than buying the Boomerang. That's good enough. Now mid tower finally for Falcons. 8,000 lead going to be on the board after this goes down. For 1 second, now it's back to 7, but it was a good second.
Yeah, we will always remember that. Again. Very memorable moment here at TI. Mallory now taking some creeps away from Tidebound, working on his BKB next, not that far away. And Shiro with the 2 deaths that, I mean, it's only 2 deaths, but it does feel like it's kind of compounded from game 1 to some respect, because he was just dying constantly.
Yeah, he has 9 deaths so far today, I believe. Wasn't it 7 in the last game? Something like that.
Sure, we'll just go with that. Working on the Silver Edge, so wants to be able to break the Bristleback, but again, this is an off-lane hero. You still have to worry about 2 more cores that are all mega farmed.
And the question is, if you break him, does he even die? He has Lotus, Pipe, and Sanj. It's a really, really tanky Bristle here, top of the net worth. I think you have to try to bide your time here as Tidebound, which is always going to be a dangerous strategy to have to play against Falcons, but realistically speaking, with the supports that you've drafted in this game, and also arguably in game number 1, you're putting a lot of pressure on your cores to do all of the damage, and if they're unable to find that early lead, you fall into this mid-game stalemate where you can't really pose that much of a threat. They will eventually get there. Puck is one of the best late gamers in Dota. Right from the mid lane. Centaur can become a monster. I'm not concerned about Tidebound's ability to win this game at the hour mark. I'm concerned about their ability to get there, because Falcons are ramping up more and more, and if they hit their stride like they did in game number 1, we could be looking at a similar end time of like 45 minutes where the heroes are just invincible.
Yeah, for sure. And I was going to say, he's holding on to a lot of gold, but changing his mind, going for the Blink Dagger now in Centaur. We'll see if Tidebound want to get a little bit more aggressive now. As a result, Shiro actually pops the smoke. The dust on the other side, though. They know that he has the Shadow Blade, don't have the vision required. They do find Y instead, though. Another sharpshooter kill. Man, oh man, Crit is farming up those fantasy points today.
And this is all
Likely
a setup
Roche
for Roche. Amar with the amp damage, with the goo. They've got Curse of Avernus. This is nice and easy.
Nothing to say. Oh, he's going to get Epicenter Burrow Strike as well. Crit in the vicinity in addition. Hook Stomp comes. It's going to be close, though. Nothing to say. Just able to get out. And again, this Roche is really all that Falcons care about, and they're going to secure it now officially.
They just have to pop. They have to pop so much in escape, right? If there's a hoodwink ult there, the puck is 100% dead. That only worked out because Crit had sharpshooter on cooldown from the previous kill, which is, you know, fortunate for nothing to say, but at the same time also showing that Falcons keep finding the moves back to back. So you don't get much time to breathe. For a team that's got a reputation in this tournament for good reason, and in general of playing like slower and choking out the map, I feel like today Falcons are deliberately playing a higher pace against this opponent.
Yeah, for sure.
Just seemingly the right approach, at least so far, against Tidebound in this series. And again, I would argue a large part of it is them exploiting the support duos that Tidebound has picked in both games, just not having that much kill power. So whenever we get into the skirmish mode, Crit's Hoodwink is just having more impact than the enemy supports combined. He's actually offering those kills.
And we're talking about a nature's prophet.
Yeah.
I feel like you haven't said
crazy,
that statement
right?
the entire year. But that is definitely the case in this game, too.
Wisdom again for the side of
They
Falcons.
will take it. And on the other side, the sharpshooter makes it a little bit more difficult as Crit's going to continue to stand inside. Burrow Strike a little bit too late, but at the very least, they will secure their own shrine as well. So 3.5 minutes on this Aegis. Are you surprised with the Aegis onto Amar?
No, I think it's the perfect choice. I think Abaddon doesn't need it this game with how it's played out. And Senking has BKB and Amar. A lot of the time when Falcons play with Bristleback, Amar is playing almost as the carry of the game. So they're going to send him in front, and he can create all the space in the world knowing that he cannot die twice. So I don't mind it. I think it's good. He's level 18.
Yeah.
Top net worth in the game. Sounds like a good Aegis carrier to me.
And he can certainly hit buildings as well.
Classic Amar fashion, he's of course running Seeing Red. We haven't talked about that. A lot of offlane bristles like the Snot Rocket, but Amar wants to get up close and personal.
The fortification comes out on this tier 2, and it's just a matter of time.
I wouldn't mind seeing Falcons go high ground here.
Already?
Yeah, I understand there could be some concern with if you get caught on the back foot and you have to run away and then you get glimpsed back in. I really struggle to see the side of Tidebound killing this Bristle twice. I think they can at least burn the Aegis and see how much they can get. They have Song of the Siren, Aegis, Abaddon. It's difficult to deal with them. But
so far playing it safe.
Yeah.
They have 2 tier 2s down now. Only the bottom lane remains as Planet currently pushing that out. He's working on an Aghanim Scepter for the Prophet. So Silver Edge now up for Shiro. And like you said, this is against the Bristleback, whose top net worth has the Aegis. Will they even have remotely close damage to bring him down?
That's what's kind of interesting about this game state is Falcons, I think, are... I'm not going to say they're peaking right now, but I think if both teams just farm for another 5 minutes, I actually think that's good for Tidebound. You want Puck to get to more critical mass, like get level 20 talent to start getting next damage item potentially. Currently going for Yules though, so that's not all that scary. You want Shadow King to get crit. You know, we want him to be able to kill these tanky boys, and so far doesn't really have it. The Tormentor for Falcons, so this is the upgraded Song of the Siren, much more healing. And also regenerates mana. Largely irrelevant in this game.
Well, we'll see. I mean, it's percentage-based.
The healing is good, the mana regen is.
Oh, yeah, that.
I don't think that.
But percentage-based healing, when you have 3 strength or 3 tanky heroes that are your cores, is insane
it's
combo.
very good. So as an example, it heals currently 6% max HP per second. So on Bristleback, what's that? That's like 150. Not bad. It's like 2 hearts.
I thought heart was bad, though.
Well, 2 hearts is good, but you can't do it.
Okay, gotcha. Skeeter finds an opening, snaking with the ensnare. And this will be the death of Planet. Still working on that Ags. And yeah, it looks like Falcons are going to be pretty content with the 2 tier 2s down as the Aegis expiring in 15 seconds. But this is going to open up Tidebound smoke now as they look for an opening. BKB, though, for Amar, that's going to replace the Aegis. So he's going to look to potentially pop this smoke from Tidebound as they make their way into their own jungle, which has been infested now by Falcon members. And there's a Crimson Guard.
I'm not sure about this Crimson.
It's okay. He's going Ags next. We're going to see Cart this game. I promised it to all the viewers.
I feel like
Let's hear it for Cart, everybody. Yeah!
Do you think the Crimson Guard is worth it?
I mean, there's a lot of physical damage.
There is, but
and it's good for high ground with the tower, theoretically.
There are some benefits. I just feel like the cart is what is... I can't believe I'm saying this in a cast. I feel like that is the potential difference maker in this game where Shadow Fiend seems like he needs help being brought into good positions in the fights and dealing the damage, or if nothing else, you can use it as a save. The Crimson, you're delaying that a lot more. It's definitely not a bad choice, but I'm not sure it's the best. Anyway, might just get there regardless and get the cart. 4,000 gold shouldn't take 50 on all that long, probably 5 or so minutes, maybe 6. But that will, effectively, that will be after next Roche.
Yeah.
So that timing is unfortunate.
Snake King's getting pretty farmed now. Has a Solar Crest with drums, and Force Staff will be getting Greaves relatively shortly. This is a support hero, Cinderin.
He has 140 CS.
If we transported this image back 6 years to you, would you have a heart attack seeing that as a support player?
I would have a heart attack at seeing how big the map is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Well, maybe a heart attack is a very big statement, Shan. Relax.
We're all about that.
I would be surprised. Now, Naga is no stranger to farming. Like, this isn't a new thing that support Naga gets farmed. But obviously, when the map is bigger like this than a couple of years back and you are in control, Naga is one of the most oppressive heroes, which is why this hero gets banned so much, because whether it's played in a support or core role, the illusions are low cooldown scouting tools that push waves non-stop, so you always have to take care of that. Naga is Helm of the Dominator 2.0, right? The illusions just do the same thing as those doms do by pushing out waves non-stop, farming for you, letting you scale. You can buy any items.
He's effectively a core. I mean, he's only 3k behind Malrine, for God's sake.
Yep.
Pretty impressive.
And that's probably the reason Malrine isn't ahead of at least Centaur, is because Naga is taking some space.
Yeah.
Otherwise, Sand King will get more, but he doesn't need to.
Sharing is caring.
Curious to see what Snake King will do after the Greaves, because I think we can already start thinking ahead for that. There's nothing indicating that he will stop farming. And 14k net worth already. What is a good item here for the support Naga? Dagger. I guess you could get Hex.
Ooh, yeah, Hex would be good.
Against the Puck. Plenty of options.
Or both. Blink Hex. Yep. Just become Shadow Shaman yourself.
If he keeps farming at this rate, he will be 6 slotted at minute 50. So.
Well, Shiro has Daedalus, so damage definitely online for Tidebound if they can get the connection. That's the big if right now. Falcons will smoke up. Looks like Tidebound might want to be doing the same here relatively shortly.
Parasma. There's some big damage upgrades here for Tidebound. This feels like finally they have some tools that they have been lacking for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah.
If they actually do connect, I believe in their lineup to now be able to kill some of the cores. But the connection is the big question mark. How do you get Shadow Fiend into position when you don't have the cart yet? Centaur can go for a blink stun. But you have counterplay from Song, you have counterplay from Aphotic Shield. BKB on Bristle. I mean, Bristle just doesn't die, right? BKB, Pipe, Lotus, and another Plate Mill.
This is basically full timer Roche as well. So
yep,
that benefits Tidebound. They've had time to kind of catch up a bit in terms of getting the items they feel are the next power spikes for them.
Still won't have the cart on spawn.
Let's talk about cart again.
If Falcons want to force this now, they know it's up because it couldn't have been any slower than this.
And we'll see if they want to try to contest this or if they want cart. What is more powerful, second Roche or cart? Only one way to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
He can't afford it now. They're going to smoke. So big moment here for the side of Tidebound.
Oh yeah, he's getting it on the way. Workhorse about to activate. The crowd is going to cheer so loudly when it's in his inventory. There we go! We got the Workhorse cart! Enter the cart. Nothing can harm you any longer. Now, of course, he needs a BKB to be able to use it properly, Cinderin. There's still ways to go, but the important thing is he has the cart now.
You and I thought the crowd at this event was going to be cheering for killed Dominator creeps, but it turns out it's the actual Centaur.
That's right.
Not the dominated one. The scepter in hand, the smoke, highly uneventful, just breaks and they're not really following up on it. But the standoff begins. Now this ward that they've placed above the Roche pit here for the side of Tidebound could be really powerful, but well, if the fight gets pulled away from there, it doesn't do very much exactly.
I really hope this cart does something or else we really did a shitty cast.
I think either it's instrumental or it's completely irrelevant. One or the other. It needs a polarizing result here. It needs to not be okay.
I mean,
we want a big play.
Yeah.
Or we want it to be completely.
Yeah, Faithbeyond is no stranger to this, as we talked about, so we're not worried about the execution. It's more, will he have the opportunity? As Falcons, with this 14K lead, pretty massive.
I think it's worth pointing out the win expectancy graph of this game has flatlined in the last 10 minutes. Falcons were gaining and gaining and gaining, and now we're kind of stuck in this 3-1 favorite stage, which I think I could get on board with. I see a possibility for Tidebound to pull off a good fight, but definitely Falcons are in the driver's seat and have the easier to execute strategy at this point. Shiro almost has Pike now, another big item for him. We're talking about his inability to hit stuff. That will help.
Yep, Roche. Belch is in their face again.
They've got 1 minute to do this before he is tired of being here.
That's true. If they can delay this. And Lamar now outside the pit, want to get to the triangle of Tidebound. This Planet being pursued in his own base. Oh my goodness. Burrow Strike, Sharpshooter, it's enough. Planet actually out for 50 seconds with no buyback, so this is actually a 4 versus 5. I don't know how. He did not feel safe in his own base, and I can see why now. But still, Falcons not forcing the issue on the Roche. Capitalize on any potential mistakes. You can see the wave is already pushed in the mid lane, so perhaps forcing Tidebound back to base is what they do.
Yep.
And they're going to be pounding on this tier 3 rather. With the illusions to follow suit. And Shiro and the company, this is going to be a mass TP for Tidebound. And immediately Falcons just go straight towards the pit. Although, like you said,
he's leaving.
Roche is leaving. His home has now changed. It is summertime Roche, heading to the south, where closer to the equator, nice and warm.
And Falcons are already set up better in this area than Tidebound, courtesy of being there first. So once again, feels like they have things under control. Snaking will keep pushing out lanes with these pesky Naga illusions. And sure, you do have Nature's Prophet to try to do the same thing, but it just takes him longer to do it, and it's a bigger commitment. Using teleport every time puts you on that cooldown where you can't connect to your team. Naga just spawns the illusions, sends them out, and stays with the team. Always available for the save.
Yep, true.
Yeah. Do they have any smokes left is the question on Tidebound. They don't have anyone in their inventories, so it's difficult for them to access this area, but at the same time, Falcons also uninterested. This has effectively been a 3-minute Roche fight without hitting Roche.
Well, Roche
and without hitting each other. So
the old Roche off, but this time in a different area.
Oh yeah, we had this forever in the corners.
Yeah.
Man.
I love this current Roche, though.
Yeah. It's good.
All right, Tiebound on the high ground. You can see the illusions continually spotting them. As
Yeah, it's
Falcons
not
just
only the
daring
Naga.
them.
It's also the Abandoned Radiance.
Oh, Stampede. Okay, Epicenter comes in from Mallory. Pops the BKB as well. As Bach looking for somebody to use on his cart. He's going to be applied some pressure. Pops the Blade Veil. Nobody really wants to touch him now, though. Gets rooted up onto the high ground. Nothing to say coming. They're trying to take out the Abaddon, but he activates his ult just in time and heals up to full as a result. There's the cart onto the Shadow Fiend. He'll be able to get off his ult. The Centaur dies first inside of his own cart. The Shadow Fiend follows soon, and just like that, it's 4 dead for Tidebound, and Falcons lose nothing. That wasn't even close. The cart didn't do it.
Maybe they'll get one more chance, but it will be against a man advantage now. Aegis as well as Banner. Wonder who they'll put the Aegis on. Saw Skeeter take a lot of damage in that engagement, but obviously stay alive. It will be Amar again. And it's sieging time. You've got plenty of time. You've got 50 seconds before Shiro's up, so I think high ground already is on the menu. They're barely even scratched. All their heroes are looking full right now, and they still have Song. So, in reality, that wasn't even remotely close. Now, Hex comes out for Hoodwink. He almost has Refresher on the Naga.
This was the previous fight, of course. I mean, the fact that the Disruptor gets taken out before the fight really begins kind of spelled the doom for Tidebound, and didn't have enough money to buy back and TP in. So Falcons capitalized. Now they're up 24K with the Aegis advantage, and now pushing that bottom lane. Can Tidebound do anything to repel the forces of Falcons? This is going to be one lane for them extremely easily.
Not exactly a carbon copy of the previous game, but it's feeling really similar overall. Similar time for the overall high ground, going for the killing blow here at about 45 minutes. Executing the map better.
He gets broken, but just going to shrug it off. The second lane in the sights for Falcons. Oh, the Hex onto the puck, the Bushwhack to follow, the save! The cart saves the puck! Gonna try to turn this around, but where is the damage coming from exactly? Nature's Prophet in the midst of all of this, trying to TP out, but the Burrow Strike connects. Bushwhack to follow, that'll be the death of the NP. And again, 3.5 minutes on the Aegis. Falcons have plenty of resources to work with as Amar looks like he's going to finish off this second barracks very shortly. Another Hex that the Burrow Strike actually misses, but they find the connection on the Nothing to Say. The Stampede is not enough. He is out for 90, no buyback. As Falcons now to the third lane to try to get Mega Creeps and close the door in this upper bracket match against Tidebound. And it's looking like it's going to be a 2-0.
What a stellar performance this game has been from Crit on the Hoodwink.
Bach gets off the Hoof Stomp to try to break the Abaddon, but he already has his ult on as Amar just destroys Y. Cart onto the Shadow Fiend in retreat. They just call it GG, and just like that, Falcons 2-0 Extreme in this upper bracket match.
And this individual game more so than the first, not even remotely close when you look back at it. Tidebound maybe had one singular successful move, ending the game with 5 kills. At minute 45, Falcons in complete control the whole time. And as I was saying, for me, Crit, total standout performance in the Hoodwink. The way they played the map together, the Sand King and the Hoodwink, I feel like was what dictated almost everything that happened. So the overall strategy for Falcons is pushing waves with Bristle, push in waves with Naga, push in waves with Abad and Manta, and then Hoodwink and Sand King, whenever heroes split up around the map trying to find farm or deal with the problems, they pick them off. So an absolutely incredible performance here from Falcons, and a series that you and I entering today were like, we were unsure how to place this one. I think maybe the previous series were a little bit more going the way we expected. This one we didn't know. We thought it was going to be 3 games. It wasn't.
Yeah, it feels like Falcons have really leveled up as you hear the crowd cheer as they exit their booth, but just a masterful performance. And it felt like Tidebound just, I don't know, didn't look like the same team, but maybe some nerves getting to them. Of course, we have 2 TI winners, so I doubt that that's the case. Either way, Falcons really showing up in this series, 2-0ing Tidebound. And well, we did see the cart for Faith Beyond. Unfortunately for them, it just wasn't enough. Falcons completely starved Highbound out of the map the entire game. I mean, this felt like a prototypical Falcons game from, let's say, 3-4 months ago.
Yeah, just that. Again, relative to the length, to the game length of this patch, this is equivalent to Falcons winning in 30 minutes half a year ago, right? Like this was way below their average game time of the tournament, sitting at about 54 minutes. So today, both the games they won, they did it about 10 minutes faster than they do on average, and against an exceptional opponent. So
it sounds like we have an interview with Amar.
Thank you, Sunsfan. Amar, is there any better feeling than winning games of Dota on the TI main stage?
Oh, I mean, I had these games before, and you know, winning these games are nice, but you're still looking forward for the grand final.
You got your eyes on the prize then. Well, I do want to ask you, is it a little bit different this time now that you've moved into the drafting and captaining position? Is that a little bit of extra pressure? Because we have seen some pretty strong reactions from you in your longer, more stressful games.
Oh, I mean, it feels nicer this time because you know, when you put the music in settings, it's very like all these drums. So when I'm captaining and drafting, it's a very nice feeling actually.
Good stuff. All right. Well, last time you met Tidebound, it didn't go quite this well. So was there anything about the series last time that you learned and you were able to take forward and get you this pretty clean win the second time around?
I think it was stop throwing, because we were throwing a lot and we were going 1 hour games for no reason, and now we just played 2 fast games like compared to before, you know. So that's the good part.
Absolutely. And any word for your teammates who have done so well, and also for Tidebound, which you've now knocked down to the lower bracket? You know, like, how do you think they played in this series, and do you think we'll see them bouncing back later on in the tournament?
I mean, words Tidebound, I still think they're gonna. I mean, they're still strong. You know, like I don't think because they lost to us, like something they can still go through some strong lower bracket run. And for my team, you know, like step up because I'm carrying every game. Kappa.
Beautiful stuff. All right, I have one more question for you. This one is about the upcoming series we have on our hands. It is BB versus Nigma. So do you have any words for that series coming up, and who are you supporting for? Who do you think is going to win?
Crowd, cheer for Nigma. All energy to Nigma.
Thank you very much, Amar, and congratulations, Amar and Falcons, for moving forward here at TI.
Top 6 secured for Falcons and Amar there on the main stage. And anyway, well, we'll say credit where credit's due. He might have taken this team on his back, because that was an incredibly strong performance from Amar on this bristleback, and at times he did look like he was the carry coming into this game. I think this is a game, if we take it back to the start, Kezu, it was a little bit more smooth for Tidebound during the lanes. It felt fairly even.
I mean, they did better, but I still feel like they did not get enough out of the draft with the hero set they had, right? You have strong lanes with the SF, you have a Nature's Prophet who wants to go around, find TP kills. They ended the game with 5 kills in total. This is what I would expect them to have in like the first 10 minutes alone with their heroes. It's just not enough. And yeah, of course, as I kind of get through it, these are my highlights from Crit, because this hero is so strong, like Hoodwink. All these sharpshooter kills that this hero just gets overall are just really, really strong.
And this fight in particular was quite brutal because they got a really good static storm at some point, and it looked like there were signs of life to it. But in comes Mallory with the epicenter on the side, Abanon tanking through everything with the Aphotic Shield, and SF was the last to join this fight because, I mean, he was just farming up his souls because he had died prior to that by a minute. And
ну, короче, 40 тысяч получается
this fight for me was very telling
собрал.
of what Tidebound's game would look like. They were just going to get kited, they weren't going to have enough damage, and their puck may be a little bit slippery at that stage in the game, but that was corrected by a Hex.
I mean, it felt like Falcons, they were just very proactive, right? Like around the 18-minute mark, when you are killing that Centaur, there was like a 2,000 gold lead, but it was the difference between Centaur and then the next core. Like that economy was so critical for them to snowball the game.
I felt like Bach maybe fell a little bit short, and I mean, it pains me a little bit because I feel like he usually does very well. But his item build, I wasn't too much of a fan, really. Like, sure, you have the pipe, but I feel like they needed a blink a bit earlier to like help in the game. He went for a Crimson, which I understand people like buying it against the Sand King Aghanims because it works against the Stinger. But even then, I feel like there was just something missing today that I saw from them that they had a few days ago.
I mean, look at the just support duo, right? Nature's Prophet Disruptor. They want to join engagements and take fights. But then you've got a Centaur who's on one side, Shadow Fiend farming another side, and Puck, is he going to coil a Bristle and kill him? No. Is he coiling an Abba and killing? Not really. Like, it's so difficult for any play to be made. So Falcons, as long as their support duo is very proactive, especially crit on his Hoodwink, you are going to feel that this game is close to unplayable for Tidebound.
It just feels that today they didn't bring the kind of draft cohesion that we've been seeing from them from the road to the International. It felt like mostly it came from their support duo, not necessarily having the ability to play make enough or do enough damage, but a couple of their key heroes got banned out, the one in particular being Ancient Apparition, which I think opened up for a lot of their own combo plays and their own timings. They couldn't find a hero that would replicate what AA did for them in that draft. And it really showed because then they were looking towards Shiro's hero to correct for some of their side lanes not being built the way that they wanted to, and Shiro didn't get the kind of games that we're used to seeing from him.
Yeah, we also saw Shiro heavily targeted for a large portion of this game. The draft, we were talking about how we wanted to see the 4 Protect 1 coming out from Tidebound, and therefore with their strength, having Shiro be the carry, the ultimate carry of the game, and he just didn't get the chance, Effie.
No, he didn't. And I understand why they went for the last pick, Shadow Fiend, but it was all on him, and he could not do that much. This is a beautiful smoke from Falcons. They were really on top of making sure SF couldn't have a game. They pre-prepared for this. They were waiting there for about 10 seconds. They smoked 20 seconds prior to that. They killed him. 1 minute later, they also bring their carry to this play. They go and they set up around to where they think the SF will farm and just make sure he doesn't get a good entry into that game.
A key thing in both those clips, they did have scan available. So if you're walking up the high ground at a 40-minute mark, you have scan and you're the carry, you probably should be using it because you have to expect the enemy to be there. So it really felt like Tidebound just wasn't on their A game today, and you can clearly see Falcons very clean 2-0.
Yeah, very clean 2-0. Clean work from the support. You already mentioned it, Kezu, but Crit's Hoodwink definitely did a lot of lifting.
No, I feel like he plays so well on these heroes, and I mean, it's always set up in the draft too. Like the heroes Marine plays, he will set up the stun, he needs the follow-up damage, and like with what Effie is saying, like they missed this from Tidebound. They did not have this on their position 4, and we can see it here. You have your Blink stun, you have your Boomerang, you get your Sharpshooter, boom, next kill. Like they just go together every time. They get this mid-item timing from the Ancient stacks, they speed up Marine, now he plays with the supports, and you will just see it like in all of these clips, it's just succession, one after the other, and every time, this guy don't miss. Like even here, you know, he's stampeded, he's walking away. He didn't hit the Sharpshooter, that's all we care here.
Okay.
And the last one too. This is like already in these couple minutes, they killed what, 4, 5 cores within the span of like 6 minutes. Here, there's even another one. And the last one to top it off, see you later. Like Crit, you know, this guy, he's played for years, he's so good. I'm sure many people would like to see him lift the Aegis. I feel like their chances look pretty damn good this time around.
They do look very good. I will say a lot of people probably got inspired for potentially getting some kill steals in there, but this was all kill secure. This was needed damage coming out from the Hoodwink. Very well played, of course, by Crit. And we heard Amar joke about it on stage, and he did say Kappa at the end saying, you know, team, step it up. I'm carrying everybody on my back. But Tigov, I believe you got some proof that he might just have done that?
Yeah, we did find the exact minute in the game in which does support that he is the carry of the team, because if we look at the 26-minute 30 mark, he does have more net worth than his carry player. Thus, he is the carry. That's how it works in Dota, of course. And I think mainly from Kezu's videos, like we just saw the clips, all of those plays was Sand King plus Hoodwink or the Naga Siren. You never really saw the Bristle or Ava having to be involved. And because of that, 26 minutes into the game, both your offlane and your carry have equal economy, equal ability to take a fight if they want to, but they didn't even need to. Like, what we just witnessed is the perfect recipe of Falcons winning a game. Like, you need to try and break this, because this is not the way to do it. You cannot allow both of these players to tank up, to farm up, and to allow their pretty much 3 players to break the man.
That pipe pickup by him as well was quite big because there were damage issues on Tidebound. Like we saw them trying to make plays like going for the glimpse back into static storms and having it fail, having a hero just sit there and not die. When you bring the pipe into the factor and your main damage dealer is Puck plus the static storm, you don't really have that much going for you. And when you're creating an early game tempo kind of lineup, you need to make sure that your damage exists in multiple forms, because one aura can just counter your entire team.
Yeah, and what I love about Falcons is that I feel like they can change their roles. Like in one game you have Amar who's the playmaker with the Mars, in the next game it's Melreen, but it's always one guy who does it to make space for the others. And that's why no matter which draft they have, they change a few heroes, but they can always run the same recipe with success.
Yeah, and a great success it was. I think it was around minute 18 when Tidebound killed someone on the side of Falcons. And since then, the game lasted quite a while still afterwards. It was 44 minutes total. They did not get another kill to their name. So that was quite the struggle and the damage issues that we already indeed pointed out. Quite obvious there, so a lot to work on for Tidebound. For Falcons, obviously a smooth 2-0, and with that, I want to hear how their mood was going, well, being in the game, because we're going to have a little listening.
Use the SF1 on me, guys. Stampede,
I'm going more, I'm going more.
I'm fine.
I'm zoning SF. No pike on SF.
I'm chilling.
Profit here. He's canceling. He finished on Furion.
I'm going.
He used
No
cart,
seal.
he used
I'm
cart.
going
No
on the
cart,
sub,
no
guys.
cart. He will cart him. I'm going on center. Yeah, I'm killing center.
I'm fine. I'm going more. I mean, it feels like they were pretty comfortable.
Oh, they were absolutely chilling for sure. Even like at the end, he will cut him. He will like that's like the only thing. It's like there's a save coming out, but no, their team fighting is very good. They feel good in the game. It shows.
I mean, if the communication is that clear and nobody's really yelling and people are content to not talk that much during a team fight, I think that's a very good sign.
One critique. It's going to said here. Like, what's that? Where could that?
Maybe he said here plus ping.
If he pinged, that's great. But with no ping, then could improve.
Critical mistake here.
Critical mistake.
Or he just assumes that the map awareness of his squad is so good that everybody knows where everyone is at all the time.
Fair play. Good answer.
Fair play.
I can't review. Congratulations.
I will say this series, in a vacuum, we saw a clear trajectory from Falcons from having faced Tidebound before.
Ну что, привет, народ. Все.
The cat distribution system is at work in that one. It's definitely one of my favorites, but of course there will be plenty more to look at over the course of the next 4 days. 3.5, I should say, or maybe a little bit less, because it should be now 3 1/4. Because we only have one more series coming your way today. Of course, it's time to jump into that one. We are going to get ready for BB Team versus Nigma Galaxy, a best of 3 and another series, T-Gov, that has already happened in the group stages.
Yeah, and I think we need to ignore a little bit of group stage based on the fact that Taiwan look really dominant. They come to here. I want to copy-paste that to this series as well.
Okay.
I want to see how much teams have changed in the 2-3 days. And I think hopefully based on Amar's interview as well. And also, I believe they had the biggest cheer this morning. Nigma?
Oh yes, they
of
did.
Of all the teams.
I make sure to turn up the volume. Me and Owen were listening, like who gets the biggest cheers. It was actually a little bit more Nigma Galaxy favorite. The second one I would say was Falcons.
Ooh, yeah, I feel like Extreme were also.
Oh, Extreme were actually very loud as well.
I was a bit surprised, but I feel like they deserve it.
Yeah. I will say, Nigma Galaxy at the International, guys. This has never happened before in the history of Dota 2, Effie. Never.
That is wild to think about, considering the players on this team, but it's true. Under this banner, they have not made it to an international. They haven't even been close. They haven't been doing well in qualifiers either, but here they are bringing incredible games out of the road to the international, having these like really long fought battles, these really big throws, these wild lone druid games. Like, they are back in a big way.
I mean, the last time we saw the King Sumail at a TI, I'm pretty sure was with OG. This is like years ago. And
2021.
This is crazy. Like, this is literally 4 years ago. He played for like a completely different team. So yeah, just seeing them back in action and some of the other players too, of course, it's great.
And they hold on to that magic. Slightly different roster, of course, but that magic that this squad had, it is still definitely there, as we could have seen during the road to TI. They had some fantastic games, Kazu.
No, they absolutely did. Like, I would even say that they surprised a lot of us, myself included, with what they were able to do. Not just with their strategy, but like their gameplay. You know, GH being able to pull out some of his signature heroes, some Caudal 5, some IOs here, his ETs, his Tusk. Ghost as well on some of the heroes with the LDs and Trolls, as we have here. Like, this is just a little bit of a summary of what I feel like Nigma play around. This is their strategy. If you look at the white bolded heroes, these are all the hard carries that Ghost plays. And it's not just about his pick, it's about how he's protected and set up. At the bottom, sure, just one lone druid, but its last pick completely destroyed the game. And you keep going up and up. There's a save, there's a heal, there's a save, a heal, 2 buffs, a save, a heal, more buffs. And in this clip, you can just see here, Ghost is super high net worth. GH already, he reflected the enemy units with a Lotus Orb, immediately hexed Pure, and now he threw another healing Lotus onto Sumail. Without these heals, he would have died. And with all this net worth and these buffs that they stack up onto Ghost, even in a game that kind of looks a little bit iffy, they just like bring it back, because this is what they play for the entire game. From draft to gameplay, set him up, buff him up, let him succeed.
I just think a really fun thing with Nigma is the fact that they do just all in on this idea. Like, you'll see Noob in the offlane, and other offlanes might want to scale more. He'll play always the utility or to jump in, and it's kind of like the power of friendship style in the team. Sometimes the calls can work, sometimes they don't, but no matter who makes the call, they're just fully committing to it.
Yeah, Noob in particular, I remember watching a couple of his games, and I was watching him as an offlane Earthshaker walk mid, minute 5, gank for his mid laner, and then go back to his lane. How many offlaners are doing things like that? It's a little bit of that mid lane DNA coming to his mind, thinking it would be a good time to rotate, but definitely not playing for himself in that sense.
Yeah, this team, it seems like the cohesion is there, the communication is there, and we must still think about Ghost maybe as the new kid on the block for this squad, but T-Gov, Ghost has got quite the experience under his belt.
Yeah, I think we always talk about the likes of Kuroki or Sumo on the roster, but when you look at Ghost and his TI history, he's also played in multiple regions, right? Like, he lost a couple SEA Open qualifiers. He didn't have a team for TI 10. He then moved to China, qualified through the closed qualifier, got 13th-16. Moved to Extreme, didn't get through the closed qualifier, went back to SEA for like a fun stack with Raven, who now plays for Nemesis. And then after all of that regional shuffle and up and down turbulent, went to Nigma Galaxy. And the best thing, during all that, he had a 2-week trial on Nigma in between, I think, TI 12 and 13. Got kicked, by the way, after 2 weeks. He went to offlane. Then he stood in for them, got 3rd place as a carry. And then Nigma clearly went, wait, this guy's pretty good. And then a bit more longer, he's like, wait a second, now we bring him back. So between all of this history, he had a brief stint on Nigma, went to multiple regions, hasn't really achieved much. But then suddenly that one carry swap up to Nigma, and happy days.
What I'm hearing, T, is he isn't the problem, or wasn't the problem then.
He was an offlaner, so maybe he was. It was
we're going back to the who's the problem on Nigma.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Really good.
But right now, not a problem at all. Happy lad, doing well.
No, it's really cool to see how sometimes all it takes is like a player-team combination or a player plus player on his lane combination, and they just look so different because the Ghost that you would watch in Chinese DPC from 3 years ago did not look like this Ghost.
No, the team has leveled up, I feel like, also here during the road to the international, and I hope we'll see that in action as well against their opponent. But their opponent, speaking of leveling up,
on it or whatever we eventually do, like, it's good to see the players have emotion. Some of them have no emotion. So getting to see it and how much it means, of course, it's the international. It means everything to the players.
Yeah, that was really wholesome, especially because when we think of BB team, we have seen them express emotion, just not the positive kind. Very often. So
for once they can actually use it. I feel like this is what TI generally does to players. Sometimes, you know, for the better, sometimes sadly for the worse, but this is just kind of the moments that you play for as a player too. You beat the team. They always beat you and you're finally like, yeah, screw you, this time we got you, and you just make it happen.
Yeah, for context, that was a happy keyboard slam on the desk.
It was
we didn't really apply the context for that. It was a joyous like, yeah, you know? Cool.
No, they were incredibly excited, and rightfully so. They get to play here on the main stage, so it's time to bring them on, ladies and gentlemen. The first team here for the series, BB team.
BB. Так, надо, чтобы что было. Прикольно.
BB team.
We got Pure, GPK, Miero, Save, and Kata only taking the stage here in Hamburg. And this team with so much potential, we always talk about their potential. Can this be their best result? Yet the pressure is on, the game faces are on, and we're gonna see if they can get some revenge from the team that started the road to the international. It was BB team on the losing end. Let's welcome in Nigma Galaxy.
Ебать, у него пузо, да? У них у всех пузо. Колобки.
Nigma Galaxy.
This is without a doubt here the crowd favorite tonight. A lot of people cheering for them and cheering for good vibes and hopefully some nice back and forth games. And that is what Nigma Galaxy has brought to the table in the road to TI every single series. Entertaining and fun to watch sometimes. Maybe at the detriment of their fans, because they definitely make those heartbeats pump a little faster. But this time round on the main stage, it's been a while. I am happy they're back, and I am happy we are going to see them go head-to-head against BB Team, because I do feel that these two teams, Kezu can bring it all.
No, they absolutely can. Like BB Team, like generally what we say about them, they're incredibly skilled individually. Maybe sometimes they fall a bit flat more on the team side. I think maybe Nigma Galaxy, without like trying to be like rude or anything, I think they're maybe the reverse. I think they're slightly less skilled players on some parts, but they have, you know, the team mechanics, the way they play, the strategy. I think that is on their side, and that's what they should use today.
Yeah, I mean, the draft's going to be so critical, right? I think we are looking, like Kazu's mentioned, I think if Nigma can get the correct draft and the good... I feel like we're downplaying them a bit too much with the vibes thing, but it kind of feels to be that case. Like when you watch them play, they've had, 4-hour-long games where they've been ahead in a couple of them and then they kind of made some bad choices to make it more difficult. Like, it hasn't been the cleanest journey to get here. So again, I'm hoping in that couple-day break, they've identified a key, one problem, fixed it, and then they have all of that coming into this series.
Yeah, I could put it into a little perspective for you, T, if you want. They had one 0-2 loss against P-Vision. Other than that, every single series they played went the distance. It went all 3 games, and it weren't easy games either.
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. We have had 3 2-0s today, so I'm hoping at least we get 1 2-1. So that is a promising statistic.
It is, and when we are looking at BB Team, Effie, we have to look at Miero, who has been a keystone here in BB Team's plays.
Yeah, all reliable Miero. I mean, this is the type of player that you want on your team in this kind of patch. And if we could pull up his hero pool here, I wanted to talk about, in particular, the Lycan, which I don't think will come through very often. But when you think about the most popular offlaners in this patch, in the Lycan and the Beastmaster, this is his specialty. Like, Miero is the kind of offlaner who can play everything. As you see, he's 3-0 on Bristleback right now, but he can play every archetype of offlaner. If you need him to farm, he'll farm. If you need him to carry, he'll carry. If you need him to zoo it up, he'll zoo it up. You need him to play teamfight and play that Magnus, he will do that for you. That's always been his biggest strength, and because of that, Save kind of has his pick of what kind of 4 he wants to play. If he wants to roam to mid, if he wants to maybe pick something to stomp the lane, maybe sacrifice Miero a little bit, Miero, his hero pool is there for that.
Yeah. And the key thing for him is he always finds that scaling. But whilst he's trying to be active, he's not active at the detriment of his farm. He's always making sure both are balanced nicely. And it also layers with the fact that both Save, Katomi, GPK, they are very happy to move around the map, make these kind of aggressive... to be fair, they're a very aggressive team. I was about to mention 4 players, but Pure as well. Like, he's happy to join a fight. At any minute, they will just collapse on you if you are out of position.
To me, also, to go back to Miero, to me, he's one of the most improved players over maybe the last 2 to 3 years. I always saw him in the pubs. He was very good, but he was never really, I feel like, on the level where he started being maybe towards the end of last year. Like Miero was saying, he can play all the different heroes. He can make it happen. He will itemize how he needs. He sets up his other players, and that's what makes a great team, where you can enable each other depending on what the situation is. And most of these players we have on the stage, right, they're all very young. Like a lot of your Pures, Mieros, they're like 21. Yeah. Like all of these players have so much room to grow as well.
And then we have GH.
Yeah,
my 30-year-old king.
It's Papa GH.
There's definitely, I mean, if you're looking at an average age, it is BB Team that is the younger team, especially compared to Nigma Galaxy. A lot of experience on the position 5, though, for BB Team, with the oldest in the squad at 26. 4 TI appearances as well. When I look at this matchup, though, I don't know why we haven't talked about it. GPK versus Samael, guys. That is the ultimate treat. I feel like when Samael came onto the scene, he was the prodigy. At some point, GPK, Kazu, was that prodigy as well.
No, he was for sure, and I feel like he kept that for a while, and then he tapered off. But since a few months ago, I have not seen this guy lose a mid lane. I feel like he destroys everyone. He can play mirror matchup, and he will beat you back.
Yes.
So it doesn't really, and they play through it so well. So yeah, this matchup, I'm gonna keep a very close eye on it.
I agree. In terms of lane mechanics, GPK is the strongest in this tournament. It's just going to be about what kind of day they're having on BB Team, because they can be so hit or miss with how they play around him. Because I've seen him be thrown to the wolves at times, especially at TI. There have been TI main stage games where he's just getting camped by 3 heroes, and I don't know what's going on in the side lanes, but hopefully BB Team can get past that too.
A key thing as well is they're relatively honest mid laners, right? They're not really utilizing later picks in the draft. They're not trying to get the 1-up with a Huskar or something to try and beat their opponent. They are just picking, I want my Storm, I take my Storm. I want my Invoker, I take it. That shows confidence that your supports will be able to come to mid lane if there are counter matchups. So I think both players will have this logic of, I want my hero, I don't really care. We're not going to suddenly see a major shift on that, but I think the supports will be the game changer because they're so equally skilled. It just takes one room contest, one smoke gank, one TP, and either of these players can break a game.
Also, I've seen a lot of games where Samael's just popped off, but then he won't buy a defensive item. Like a lot of the games during Road to the International, he'd be on Puck versus something like a Shaman. He'd be destroying the entire game, but not have like a Yules or a BKV or anything. Just go straight for that Blink Parasma. Then all of a sudden, one fight, he gets caught. he's dead, suddenly there's a big throw.
I mean, there's probably like, maybe it's because he often has like some Tusk or Bane, so maybe he's like really trying to like maximize, get that DPS going up. But like you're saying, when you miss this timing, it can really throw the game quite hard. So you have to make sure that like, you get through those mistakes, sort of like talk about what is it that you want. Can you play with me to like enable me? Because yeah, both these teams, I feel like when they play well, they play incredibly well, but they both have tendencies of missing as well.
So with that in mind, do we want, especially on the side lanes, do we want those lanes to be somewhat freed up, if you will, for the supports to have the space, Tigov, to roam, to help out their mid laner, if it's that important for that mid lane to do well?
I mean, it's natural based on, we saw the hero pool from Miro. A lot of his heroes can be independent, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to be the key thing. What will Noob play? What will Miro play? If Noob's needing a hero that needs help, we're testing the crowd here.
There is only one hometown hero here, other than Kezu on the panel. We'll give him flowers, but
give me some.
Come on, you gotta give cheers where cheers are due when KuroKy is on the screen inside Hamburg, inside Germany here in the Barclays Arena. It is so good to see him back on the stage.
I like this minigame of show him into cheer, into don't show him, into show him again.
Let me guess, are we going to show him again?
We will definitely show him.
Oh, I bet we're going to show him. I'm sure he
How many he catches on, do you think?
I think that smile kind of shows that he realized that already. That is for sure. I do want to talk a little bit about the coaches and if you guys have more information about what kind of style of coaches both of these are. We got Bulk on the side of BB Team, of course, and KuroKy on the side of Nigma Galaxy. To be honest, KuroKy hasn't been a coach for that long yet.
No, but of course, there's no point even trying to reference his experience. I think starting though with Bulk, I would say for BB, they've had a turbulent year, right? Bulk has not turned up to every tournament that they've played. He's sometimes been online, sometimes been ready. So it's like, I think they are very different in the fact that 100% from KuroKy, Bulk's maybe 75% due to like visa issues and that kind of shenanigans.
Oh, we did see GH putting his headset on proper, rubbing his hands, and it's exactly the right time to do that as we are ready to jump into the series.
BB Team versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 1.
Is this the most awaited series of the day? I think for me it is. I will say the predictions that people had inside the client are heavily BB Team favored. I'll tell you right now, BB Team is sitting at 78% with Nigma Galaxy on the 22. But with them in mind the series that they've had in the group stages, this should be, in my head, one of the closest ones.
Who did you predict for this one, for your fantasy?
Uh-oh.
Go on, Shiva. Who'd you put down? Come on. Tell the arena.
Leave her alone.
No comment.
Okay, so one beat. All right, Kezu, who did you put?
BB Team.
Effie, who'd you put?
I didn't have a mouse and keyboard, so I didn't do my prediction.
Am I the only one to have put Nigma in my... Okay, all right, my panel
you
is...
at 22%.
Yeah, wait, is it 22% just the arena, actually? Yeah, maybe. Hell yeah.
Well, there's a chance Mira would have put Nigma had she had a mouse and keyboard.
I absolutely would, because I believe in I do. I'll tell you why, because
Okay.
this is a triple Lebanese stack, and they're my boys, and I need them to do well.
That is true.
All right, let's focus our attention what's going on here with the draft as we are in it. We got BB Team Radiant and Nigma Galaxy on the dire side, and it is a shaker that gets picked up first by BB Team. We talked about respect for the mid laners.
Yep.
BB Team was like, yes, Shamil? Yes, sorry, bud. No Puck, no SF, no Queen of Pain.
Yeah, this also just opens up a comfortable pathway to this being a mid Earthshaker. Like, it's mostly Nigma that's been flexing the Earthshaker to offlane more than any other team. It's just been an outright mid, but it works. If it works, it works, you know?
Yep.
It does feel a little bit disrespectful, though, towards Nigma Galaxy supports, that they're not throwing a single support fan in there.
Well, that's true, but then use it, right? Like Nigma, they get like their free pickings maybe next phase, they get what they want. So, and we saw, I believe, this exact same opening in the series just now. You had the first pick Earthshaker. I believe it was Falcons responded with Beast. You have the option of flexing it if you want. Noob has played it a lot. I would say that this is one of his probably better heroes. I like him on Beast. I like him on Mars. You know, you get the team fight going, you make it happen. So I feel like Nigma should be pretty happy with how this is starting.
It also helped for BB. We mentioned that both GPK and Sumail kind of don't care picking their hero blind. When you ban like this and pick the Shaker with confidence, you're not overthinking it too much. It's enter the draft, be confident. But yeah, Nigma, they're going to be very happy having the Beastmaster. Noob, he excels, like Kezu just mentioned, when you can rally behind him. You don't want Noob on your team to be even in net worth or behind in net worth playing catch up. That is the wrong way for Nigma to win a game. They need him to be, leading the charge, taking the early tower, having the early pipe, the aura, and then you keep skirmishing around him.
Yeah, and speaking of respect, the respect for the supports is still shown with the banning out of the IO. Nigma Galaxy has been one of the teams that have reoccurring IO plays in their road to TI, but not this game round.
Yeah, Keeper of the Light as well. These are two specific heroes that are only Nigma Galaxy, which is incredibly interesting because if you look at these bans coming out of BB team, I don't think we've seen this replicated versus any other team. We've never seen like a triple mid laner ban into an IO ban in the second phase. It's usually, oh, Beastmaster, oh, Undying, oh, Nature's Prophet, Bane.
On another mid just for the fun of it.
I guess they just really want to make sure that Shaker would have a good time, even though I feel like against Storm you're okay, but just opening up some options. Maybe there's something else. Maybe their two next supports are kind of susceptible to this. I think also when you do have Beastmaster yourself, it's really nice when people can come to your lane and help you out. You have this mid to play around. Maybe he gets a rune. We get some respect on the Hoodwink. I like that.
Okay, locking in the Muerta early on. Omar, he likes playing it against Shaker, having the AoE silence on the ground, even just hitting him with a dead shot, like anything to combo break Shaker's initiation will help a lot.
Also just a very strong lane. All of it, like if you can deadshot back the support hero into the boars, they're dead.
He should be pretty happy. I mean, because they have played it before. I personally have not been super impressed with Muerta yet. I think the stats were, what, 0-2. But, if it's one of your comforts, you can always make it happen. Remember, again, you're at TI. You want to be comfortable. You don't want to feel too pressured or too stressed, forced out by one ban. So, all in all, I like it.
In regards to draft, though, we are seeing two of the same heroes that Tybound drafted, right? The Shaker, the Disruptor. They quickly fell down a bit of a trap, right? Where they lacked damage. They weren't really able to kind of catapult themselves into the game. So I'm interested to see where BB changes to fix that.
I think they just have a different archetype of mid laner on BB. Like they have this Invoker Storm type of player who's always going to be able to output damage, whereas for NTS, he's more of that melee hero mid lane. But that's what he's been doing for the last couple of years.
I like the Wind Ranger pick. It should be Save's hero, most likely. It's a hero that from the post 4 is quite good. When you do play the post 4 support with a Shaker, you like heroes that can stack the triangle, Wind Ranger, click one, power shot the other. You have long range, you get follow-up damage. I like what I'm seeing so far from both teams.
They have zero committal engagement, right? You can glimpse a guy, fissure him, power shot, and not a single hero is actually in proximity of dying. You're never close to the Raw, you're not close to the Muerta. So you can just keep whittling them down, and then you choose when to fight.
I was gonna say, I think there's a definite chance of dying for the person that gets glimpsed.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Poor soul.
About support Wind Ranger, I feel like Save's the one who understands this hero the best, because I've seen a lot of games where he is rushing Shard, whereas a lot of other Wind Ranger players have neglected to think about it. They'll wait for Tormentor, they'll get it as their third or fourth item. But he has a good understanding of when they need this bonus catch and this bonus teamfight ability versus when they need something like a Vessel or a Solar Crest.
No, for sure. Save also, him and Miero, they're one of my favorite offlane duos. I think they both enable each other so much with the heroes they play, but also how they lane together. They win unwinnable lanes. They really make it happen. So Save, for me, is also one of the standout players when it does come to BB team. Now, if you're Enigma, another reason that this Wind Ranger is a bit annoying, I think some of GH better heroes, they're also melee, like your Tusk 5, maybe your ET5, they don't really lane well into Wind Ranger at all. I like the Phoenix a lot. I'm a big fan of this hero. I think this is AoE teamfight, taking over ground against Shaker, the Disruptor as well, hero that wants to move forward, you drop the egg. I like it a lot.
It puts fights on a bit of a timer as well, because what you're mentioning, when you slam, when you static storm, that egg goes, it's can you kill during your spells? Is egg going to stun you, or is there going to be turnaround potential? And it's additional buff ups. Phoenix support will happily buy more utility with Sunray, Beastmaster with auras. You're really just throwing kind of one hero into the fight. And Troll Warlord, he's going to happily play in front of all this. And is there enough kiting on BB? That's kind of the key thing. You see a troll, you want to have multiple 4-staffs and good lockdown and ways to annoy.
Really killing the egg here. If he just gets in the middle of the fight, Urshiker can't commit his body to hit it. Disruptor and Wind Ranger can't hit the egg. Who's doing that for you?
It's quite hard. And I like that Nigma, they kind of took one step forward to pick the troll, because if you don't take it here, they're not going to give it to you last pick. Come on.
But also, they're keeping the Beastmaster alive. It's still the mid and the offlane. If they were to pick mid or offlane here, of course, then you are kind of showing your hand very quickly. Then now BB can understand, okay, I can counter it. So they are preserving the flexibility of the Beastmaster.
And they're taking away a potential counter to the egg from BB Team, who could have looked towards picking that Troll on their last pick, or that Ursa.
I will say the stat that we saw from the Troll Warlord, that seems pretty scary for BB Team as well. 100% win rate so far with 9 picks. That is quite the stat.
That's a pretty scary win rate,
Yes.
I'm not going to lie. Like, if you're a BB Team, you should look to address this hero. You could put Shaker mid. There are some hard counters that I don't know if they're really happy to play it. There's Doom. It's like one of the best ones. You Doom him, obviously can't heal. It's hard to also buff up a hero who is Doom because he can't Satanic. Maybe they want to look for something else, a carry-to-carry matchup.
The problem with Doom, though, is the pacing of the game becomes very slow. It's the mid Shaker that needs to farm stacks. It's the Doom that needs to farm a Midas and then sell it and buy another item and sell it, you know? And then Beast is buying Helm of Dom, haha, the map is mine, right? It's the pacing on BB needs to be respected. The damage they have, sure they have a pick-off damage, but for big fight, it is a little worrying. But they do go for the Abaddon. I'm like, sure, it's there. You can frontline, you buy Radiance. Eventually you'll be able to ignore the Troll, kind of soak up his damage, but still worried about the first kind of 20 minutes of the game. If the lanes are even, I'm expecting Nigma to control a lot of the pace in this game.
If we're saying that BB Team doesn't have enough kite yet to deal with the Troll, why isn't the Wind Ranger Shard or the Fisher, is that not enough?
It is. Not enough, but it's good building blocks to be able to kite him. But once Troll has a BKB, a Blink, and he's targeting the hero he wants, there's no issue, right? It's early on, yeah, it can be annoying. Shaker walks over, fishes him in laning phase. Windrunner has Windrun, but in the wider game, you're expecting the Troll to have that kind of instant jump, instant kind of wow factor of the fight.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say about the Abaddon that I like that he addresses the issue of a hero that can just kill the Supernova, because that looked like a big win condition for Enigma's fights. There was really nothing before this, so you could just Aphotic Shield the Spirit, you hit the Supernova, and if they go on you because you're the one hero hitting it, you've got your borrowed time. You're fine there. Also, you're playing against Beastmaster, so you can be that save for your Earthshaker. If he's getting roared in these fights, you just Aphotic Shield him, you're removing another one of their fight conditions. So this
Really love the hero, so it's quite contested. And it's just an approach we took for now.
Understandable. All right. They are going to go ahead and sneak in that last pick of the Lone Druid. I know you guys know how to play that yourself. Are you nervous about that last pick?
We're actually aware that he practiced this hero on his Smurfs. My players met him in his pubs. I think he's going to play with the free items. I think, was it last year or 2 years ago, he played it pretty successfully. But let's see what happens.
All right. Who made that call for Invoker Sumail? Was that him? Was that you? How'd that come about?
We were discussing some heroes. I wanted the Invoker because I really love his Invoker. He's one of the best.
All right, my final one, of course, we do have you here in Germany. Would you have any words to say to this crowd, perhaps in German? Everybody out here cheering for you boys here today.
Leute, enjoy the show. Wir geben uns Mühe. Danke, dass ihr hier seid. Und let's go.
Let's go! Thank you so much, my friend. Let's head into game one.
Half a decade in the making, Nigma Galaxy have finally made it to the International. The road to TI is long and treacherous, Avery, but it's the longest most for GH and Kuro.
Oh, it has been a long time in the making. I mean, I can go back 6 or 7 years to when I used to coach this kid. I thought he was going to be on top of the world forever. Now he's at TI trying to reprove himself, a very different situation. And to me, that is the story of this series. Two teams who need to prove that they belong in that podium finish, that they can go on a deep bracket run here. And it all starts game one.
A Sunstrike to start things off. Omar will take the first blood on Miro. Nigma start their TI debut over the last 5 years in a hard way.
These guys are going to be hungry this series. BB team need to be ready for some aggression, for some pace, probably some throws at some point. And then you need to make sure you close that out if you're either team in this series. We have seen both of these push games to the limit, and both of them have that game slip away. They have a lot of TI experience on both sides. Now's the time to put it to use. I really enjoyed these last two picks in the draft. Sumail Invoker versus the Pure Lone Druid. These are two players who, when you put them on this hero on a TI stage, they can absolutely just 1v5. We've seen the damage Sumail can inflict at TI. He is one of the greatest TI main stage killers in Dota history, and this is one of the ultimate late game heroes, and we saw what Pure can do on this Lone Druid when he had that Tundra run. He was the best Lone Druid player in the world at that time.
Despite all that TI experience, this team is coming into this matchup as underdogs, right? Matched up against BB team, a team who has also been working year over year over year, particularly the duo of Pure and GPK have been working together for quite some time. They have been hunting this Aegis for so long together, and while they have had success in various tournaments, they just always cannot seem to close it out when it comes to TI.
Whoa, who's the underdog here?
I think it's Nigma. Do you think otherwise?
I don't know about that. I have rated this team pretty highly all season, Austin. I think they are here to prove you wrong, but this is going to be a really tight match. As you said, I think both teams have a lot on the line, a lot of experience to go into it, and it's just about who brings more here today to try and push forward. Already, look at the way these lanes are shaping up. This Lone Druid is suffering on this lane early. That said, they can get aggressive on this lane, particularly those levels 3 through 5. You get the higher bear up, you can start to lay into noob. There's not a lot of sustain on this lane. I do think Nigma have answers for the Lone Druid in the mid game, particularly the Phoenix, the Beastmaster. If you want to just roar, go into him. Evoker Alacrity on Troll. Troll is a great hero versus the Lone Druid. If he can just lay into the bear, take him out. I don't think this Lone Druid is a complete gotcha pick, but it could absolutely give BB team a lot of tempo in this lineup. You combine it with the Abad and you start pushing down towers. You go high ground early in this game. We have not seen it a lot this TI, but it is absolutely in the cards here for BB team if they can come out with a strong laning phase and gain a lead.
And what about our other side lane? Who do you give the advantage to in this matchup? Troll Phoenix versus the Wind Ranger Abad.
Troll Phoenix is a really strong lane. This is a lane that was run by China 2 or 3 years ago. They just spammed it. It's probably the best carry to get Phoenix through the laning phase. Nowadays, this hero is stronger, so the help goes a long way, but Save is he's a Wind Ranger master, man. He's probably the only guy at this tournament who's going to bust us out on the 4 position. I'm a big fan of this hero. When you pick it, nobody on your team in a pub is a fan of you picking it. But once you perform, you prove them wrong. This guy knows how to execute on this hero. He can do a lot in these team fights, particularly if you land those shackles. Can absolutely be one of the best stuns in the game. He has that kill shot to put through. Can be a really annoying spell for Troll. Keep that in mind, right? This is a hero that likes to get low, try and pop ult at some of these last minutes. You get kill shot down, you're just out of that fight completely. I think this off lane is pretty strong for BB Team. I think BB Team is going to pull ahead of these lanes over the 5 to 10 minute mark, even if some of the early waves are a little rough for them.
And they are already doing pretty well for themselves, particularly that mid matchup. GPK is taking that one heavily. 21-5 CS score. Sumail rivaling him in denies, but a little bit behind in the CS. Another crash. Omar trying to go after the kill, Unapure before he himself dies. The scare back into the bear. They get the kill, and the lone druid does not go down. Now Katomi, he's going to take a lot of damage for this one. It's Sunstrike. He didn't see that coming. Where was the communication?
Did not call it out, just stood in place. Sumail drives it home. Huge win for him off that mid lane because he was losing that lane slightly to GPK. Meanwhile, Miro did get the kill on Ghost top. That was a huge pickup for this dual off lane for BB Team. And this Abaddon is going to have a really strong laning phase out of the gate. I mean, it's a great Abaddon game. You're removing Phoenix debuffs, you're removing Invoker debuffs, an annoying hero to all in if you're Troll, at least in the early and the mid game. You give him this kind of laning phase, that's where that tempo is going to come from. Got to look for more Sunstrike kills if you are Enigma Galaxy.
Now, we heard some of the experts talk about GPK. For you, is he the mid laner of all mid laners when it comes to that first 5 to 10 minutes, you think? Oh, Miro. He's going to be run down here. They may have gotten that sneaky kill on Ghost earlier. Miro limping away, and they try and gift another Sunstrike over to Sumail. This one will not find its mark.
This is going to be a fast game because everybody wants some early kills to try and either build the tempo or dissuade it. Going for another bear kill would be super valuable if you get it here.
Level it up, but it's still a little bit exposed. Feed over a Lotus to make sure the bear stays alive, and they keep that bounty out of Noob's hands.
That's a huge bear kill. You got to remember, he died to Sunstrike, came back, insta resummon, so that's a 90-second cooldown on that bear if it goes down right now.
I mean, even if it doesn't die, if he's scared of losing the bear and can't use it to CS properly, that's going to have its toll, right?
Oh, absolutely. You just want to keep the Lone Druid levels down. You want to make sure that the Disruptor has to sit here and babysit him more and more. You give Lone Druid solo XP, the hero absolutely runs away with it.
Katomi's making a break for that power rune, but is going to be shadowed by Omar, so we're going to see a clash here in 5 seconds over these power runes. Both mids moving over to the bottom lane, trying to threaten it. It is not going to spawn bottom, and that means GPK is going to be in some trouble here. And he is surrounded on both sides. He gets up to the high ground and will manage to get away.
No Sunstrike mana.
Yep,
all those thrown out earlier.
Not enough mana for it. It'll be quite a few more seconds till it's back up.
At least you take the rune away from GPK. That's a win in itself. See, say take it up top. It was a regen. Would have been a really nice one for this Shaker, given all the attrition he's taken in the lane, but JH was up there, forced the issue. Now you're looking at those Wisdom Shrines. 7 minutes, fast approaching here. And Noob is starting to power up. I mean, this Beast he's got the best laning phases of everybody when it came down to it. Double pour up, going into the Dom. Miro suffering still at the hands of the Troll.
Yeah, unsurprising that Miro is not able to equalize that CS count. No way he can keep up with this Beastmaster. This matchup is just way too difficult. He can handle the Phoenix, but he can't handle the Troll on top of that.
I like Enigma Galaxy's draft this game.
Man.
I think they have a lot of potential to shut this bear down.
Good try. They threw out the scan to try and track that kill, but it would have been quite the miracle to land that one.
I mean, that would have been a beauty. Takes a few warm-up ones, you know.
That's true.
Sumaili's not been on the main stage for a little bit. You gotta give him a little time here.
Pushed out of position. Katomi still has Fence to be able to block himself. And Pure, ooh, little miss micro there. Resummons his bear, though. Not going to be punished.
Does create an opportunity, though. Like, every time you resummon this bear in the early laning phase, as we see those shrines split, if you're Enigma Galaxy, you're thinking, can we gank this guy? Can we kill him? Take him or the bear off the map for a long time? and get the tower pressure with the Beastmaster. This is the biggest pressure point on the map right now. BB team need to think about support rotating through the gate, and in fact, Enigma Galaxy, they're bringing both through that gate. They're bringing GH and Ghost to the party.
Oh, this is gonna hurt real bad. If Pure dies here, loses another bear, it's on cooldown for 95 seconds. He cannot afford to go down here. He does have a 6. He pops a true form. Still going to be a lot of damage. They still might be able to overwhelm him. Get some help from GPK, but he's still slain. GPK takes out Noob while the trade out is there on Pure. Now trying to run down Omar as well. GPK will collect the extra kill on top of that. It's a 1-for-2 exchange. The bear is going to be on cooldown for a bit. Avery, is that worth a 1-for-2?
That feels a little underwhelming for what you wanted out of that gank. Particularly, you're bringing 4 heroes down there with the beast timings. If he doesn't have 6 on Lone Druid, that is an easy gank into team fight in the tower for Enigma Galaxy. That timing was perfect for Pure. Like you said, he's not going to have a bear, but look at the gold injection for this Earthshaker. GPK got massive. So much off that. Save got a lot off of that coming into the fight with the amp damage rune from top, and he's still got stacks to go back to.
I was going to say, he's going to be huge if Enigma cannot contest this stack clear, which we've seen all tournament long. Like, how do you stop an Earthshaker from clearing out an Ancient stack? You get too close, then you might just die in the Echo Slam.
You have to just kill him before he goes and does the stack. Enigma do not have good stack contests this game either. Sumail, you're up very far versus a Glimpse. Not enough heroes in the vicinity, though. Enigma Galaxy bringing the support. I mean, the Helms are going to start to add pressure to this map. You have Forge Spirits, you have the Invoker Helm, you have the Beast Boars, you have the Beast Helm. You have a Troll who can push a tower on his own. BB team are really going to be split trying to defend all of these tier 1s in the early game.
Yeah, this is a cool idea. Pressuring the mid lane because the Beastmaster puts enough pressure on bottom. Lone Druid feels like he can't be there, so support has to be there. That's going to be saved, so they outnumber the mid lane. And it also makes sure the Earthshaker can't clear that stack, right? You go and clear that stack, your mid tower is dead. That's the trade-off.
This is where the big pressure in the early game can come from. Don't group up, just pressure all 3 lanes at once. Force this BB squad to split up. Their lineup does not have a lot of mobility in this early game. They don't have a lot of heroes that can stand on the lane against the roar into the Sunstrike. We're already seeing it. Everybody got kicked out of bottom here. Noob is going to take this tier 1 for free. And that is going to open up the beast rotation into mid. That's your normal trajectory here. These are scary early game moves for BB team to respond to. And like you said, if you use Echo on the stack here, you're not going to have it for a tower defense.
Frankly, I think they had to do it. Because if the Beastmaster comes into mid, they take that mid tower, your jungle is completely open for the taking potentially. Kataomi, he's going to be in some trouble here. There goes that Echo Slam. Oh, look at that.
The Slugger hits.
All the hits from the Ancients go flying in. A Sunstrike barely off the mark. Misses out on the Wind Ranger. Not that he would have died. Kataomi hoping to pull another core out of position here as a Glimpse is up in 1 second, but too much pressure from these Helmadoms plus Forge Spirits.
Noob did not make that rotation mid. He kept pushing in bottom. Maybe the right call. That Shaker Echo was devastating there. He is so rich out of this early game. He's going to have to pull the next 10 minutes together for BB team as the Lone Druid tries to catch up.
And here comes that Blink Dagger rotation. They may not have the Echo Slam, but they can just bring Ghost down to half without much trouble and pull him back into the Static Storm for no chance at ultimate.
Perfect usage of the first ult here from the Disruptor. I mean, this is going to be the best target for so much of this game until he has BKB online. You lock this Troll and Static Storm, easy pickings.
Now, you use the Echo Slam, you show GPK top, 100% you're losing this mid tower. So, Enigma Galaxy, you're still going to get something for it, and we can see it is reflected in the network chart. The pressure they're putting on these lanes, despite the stacks and everything that's going on, they still have a bit of an advantage.
This game is so even. They are within 2 XP of each other. Coming into this 12-minute mark, these Wisdom Shrines are going to mean a lot. I mean, I don't think I've seen a closer experience gain in the early game. Just brawling it out. Pure trying to lend a little help to control this mid lane against some of the summons. Not the most efficient use of his time, but he's scared to go and show against this Beastmaster. You get roared from the tree line into Sunstrike, you're just dead. His reactions with the ulti this game are going to have to be on point as we go later and later.
I think one thing I'm concerned about for Enigma is you go this Helmadom, and you have the Beastmaster. You have really good ways to pressure towers. You want to get these early towers, but we've seen the way that these heroes, particularly Earthshaker, he gets his shard, and it feels impossible to push into him just because every single time he just from a distance, Fissure, pops Enchant Totem, the Aftershock plus the Fissure damage just takes out the whole way. You go this Helmadom, and you have the Beastmaster. You have really good ways to pressure towers. You want to get these early towers, but we've seen the way that these heroes, particularly Earthshaker, he gets his shard, and it feels impossible to push into him just because every single time he just from a distance, Fissure, pops Enchant Totem, the Aftershock plus the Fissure damage just takes out the whole way.
You also have to be scared about grouping into a fight with all these summons against
sure.
the Echo. There's a lot of destruction that can happen here. I mean, this is the biggest target priority for Enigma Galaxy in this game. You're worried about the Lone Druid scale, but you shut him down here. It's the Shaker that's the real problem. Miro freeing up this top tower is going to give a lot of space to Pure if he can eventually rotate up there. But here's the smoke coming through. Again, start to make space. Look for big core target takedowns. You're looking for the Beastmaster. You're looking for the Invoker. You want to relieve the pressure in your jungle right now.
Oh, this is going to be awkward, though. Enigma Galaxy are wrapping into this area from behind. If they can just get a clean kill on the Beastmaster, that's fine. But Noob, look at how safe he's playing it.
He's
playing behind this tree, on the high ground. They know he's here, but it's not going to be a fast kill. Not what they're looking for. They certainly have a glimpse available, but he gets off the roar first. Now they have to pull him back into the Static Storm, and he's certainly dead, but the rest of Enigma Galaxy is on their way. Can they get a good team fight out of this? Tornado's going to go down. Noob's not gone yet. They pop the Supernova. The Bear, it just cannot seem to find the kill, and they get a kill out of it without losing Noob.
A sick dead shot from Omar. Push that Shaker away, buys more time. Enigma Galaxy bailing their offlaner out. They are losing some damage on the mid tower, but the positioning from Noob was on point there. No easy Shaker blink. GPK's move gets shut down. That's what you're looking for. Little Helm cleanup. I mean, this was what I was talking about, the interactions. This Lone Druid pick, you are into some counters here, particularly that Phoenix. The attack speed slow is brutal to fight into. The Sunray on the high HP targets, also brutal.
Yeah, miss percentage is really bad for this Bear, right?
Also
the miss and the attack speed slow. I saw a couple times Pure just didn't get a hit in.
You're a bit concerned in terms of he likes to join these early fights. He likes to make his way into that 15, 25 minute period.
Into the Meteor. 6 to 5, and the pressure does continue with a pick off on a support. A little bit of damage on the tier 2. BB team trying really hard to keep control of these towers.
I'm surprised Pure has stayed. I have some faith in Pure's super late game Lone Druid.
Okay.
This hero is terrifying late game. We see what Ghost can do with it.
Tornado catch and push him into the Meteor. 6 to 5, and the pressure does continue with a pick off on a support. A little bit of damage on the tier 2. BB team trying really hard to keep control of these towers.
I'm surprised Pure has stayed on this part of the map for this long, because this is where Enigma are just putting all their forces. They're taking over this jungle. He's basically on the front line, but he can't ever get this bottom wave out. There's a lot of space up top. There's Ancients to clear. It's almost as if he wants to take the fights right now, but can't find a way to do it. Still a dead even game in terms of that experience. So he's at least finding the levels, but Ghost is out farming him right now. This Troll has just been going ham with this Battle Fury. He's 2 levels ahead. He's already level 12. If he gets defensive items up in this game, you put Alacrity on him, he's going to be an absolute beast in the fight.
Trying to slow down Miro's push. See if Omar can get the deny here. Combined with GH, they do get it. Dead shot back, double hits from the supports, and a denied tower.
Nice little gold injection. I mean, Miro's done his job though, right? He had a tough lane, he got through it, got the kill on Ghost, took the 2 tier 1s. He's opened up the map for Pure.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's even close to the Enigma cores, I mean, that says a lot about what he's managed to pull together after that rough laning phase.
But I will say, Enigma Galaxy defended against the early Shaker power pretty well here. We have not seen GPK find a substantial opening after he cleared that stack, got the big kill, got the Blink Dagger up. You got the 1 kill top, but that was it.
Yep.
The smoke failed bottom. He's kind of just been farming up. He's not getting what he wants out of this period when he's super strong right now.
In a way, it feels like these the pressure on all these towers makes it even harder, right? All these lanes are shoved in. How's your Shaker ever going to be out on the map finding this troll? Because he could be anywhere at this point.
He's also just not seen heroes do it. Helm of the Overlord, plus Invoker Dom, plus Forge Spirits, plus Boars. Dead Shot, Fire Spirits. There's a lot of Ghost Shove in this game. Kind of hard for GPK to find targets to jump and initiate on. Hard to find glimpse targets right now. And the mid lane has been a big issue. BB team have had struggles pushing this mid lane out.
Small opportunity, but not enough backup there. Spots the lone druid. Pure is able to back away safely.
If Enigma Galaxy get to some BKBs, Mantle on the Troll, 1 or 2 defensive items, they are going to force Roshan in this game. And it's going to go down incredibly fast, and BB is going to be forced into a tough situation of fighting into that Supernova, fighting into the calling around a choke point. It's an incredible Roshan team, incredible Tormentor team. This is why you wanted to outpace them here. Early Diffusal on the Abaddon, and not a conventional item. He's looking to ramp his own damage and control in the fight.
But now he's in trouble. Nice use of the Hurricane. That extra bit of distance in the Echo Slam. It found Sumail's Invoker. In trouble. Half HP, a power shot. That's not going to do it. Getting a bit of a helping hand from his supports. Oh, and the backside here. He gets right on top of Sumail with the bear, but he can't hit him right now. He's got to get it. Oh, he just follows him, gives him the vision from the power shot, and save. He don't miss. GH, he may have popped that Supernova, but he's come back in. His second life isn't going to do him a bit of good. BB team, they rout Enigma Galaxy on this one.
GPK finally getting that connection he was looking for on the biggest target of that Invoker before the BKB comes out. And Pure lending a helping hand. Hey, I'll throw the bear in there, give you some vision, maybe some body blocks. You get the kill shot. Easy, out cleaning up Ancients the whole time. Extra levels coming in now for BB team. They should have a Vessel pretty soon on save as well. He got a lot out of that fight. Level 10.5. Quietly having himself a game here.
Certainly been BB team's MO. Save. He rocks kind of like the same 3 or 4 heroes when it comes to a tournament, and he has a tendency to be one of those supports that scales up into a real threat going into the mid to late game. And we'll see him do that with the Vessel. Certainly needed, because we saw that initiation on Sumail. It was not a fast kill by any stretch of the imagination. With some of the stat buildup from Invoker, he is tanky, man. 1750 HP.
That said, if I'm BB team, I want to fight right now. Before the Invoker BKB comes out, before extra defensive items on the Troll come out, that's when this Vessel is going to give you the maximum value. They're smoking up, trying to do just that. Would love a big core kill off this smoke committal.
Backing up the lone druid as he pushes out top. Katomi and GPK barreling through this jungle area. Anything they pop in should be a glimpse kill. They run into New.
He's so tanky.
He is so tanky. He hasn't even popped the pipe yet. He's not going to go down easy. While the Disruptor on the front lines, that's going to be an easier pickup perhaps. Needs a little bit more damage. One more hit is all it should take, but can't quite find it. Meanwhile, Miro locked down, but he still has his ultimate. He's okay for now. They turn back, deal with the Granite Golem, and go back to Ghost, who still has his ultimate. He's okay for now, but as you said, the BKB timing for Enigma Galaxy is so crucial. They don't have to force this. They don't have to try and defend this Tormentor if they just want to wait for this extra 1,500 gold. But no, aggression, name of the game for Enigma Galaxy. They re-smoke up. And Noob trying to give them the opening, trying to find something.
This could be a tough contest. Your Beastmaster's just so low. Doesn't have pipe for another 15
Omar, he's
seconds.
going to break. Pure's in this jungle area, but he's already popped his true form. He's too tanky to get initiation on. Sumail goes in for the side. They find the Disruptor, and they do manage to bring him down. While Miro, he doesn't have his ultimate this time around. Popped that earlier. They're backed him in the Tormentor. There's nowhere to run to. They're kind of to a corner. They just got to TP away and hope it works out for him. Miro trying to deny himself. He gets the deny.
But what about Pure?
A sick little play, but the carry. It's going to be both him and his little dog, too. They both die.
Enigma Galaxy's attack points in that fight were so damn good. You had Sumail and Ghost flanking from the back, cleaning up the weak supports, threatening the Abaddon who didn't have ult. This bear ran into the Phoenix and the Beastmaster. This bear's just dying. He got no damage done in that fight. Quite literally, it says 0 for Pure.
Oh, no.
That is brutal. Like,
that
this
is brutal.
Not the carry player who is used to having 0 damage. This bear just never gets an attack off it. It's just struggling through the attack speed slows and whatever. I mean, he's obviously doing some damage here, so the game did not like
it's not
the bug damage, but
I love how aggressive Omar, he sees weakness, he just goes in. Finding that dead shot, catching Pure, because otherwise that would have been okay. We got a Disruptor, a dead shot.
Oh yeah.
I love how aggressive Omar, he like it's not
the bug damage, but
I love how aggressive Omar.
Running tanky, he had tanky, he had Granite Golem, he had Pipe, 2,500 HP.
Oh, trying to get the glimpse back. GH is too quick for now. Oh, and he gets over until the power shot, until GPK. There's just no way out for old GH.
And they're giving it to the Bear. I think they are feeling how much Pure is struggling in this game. He's going to need as much as he can get here.
While Miro, he was left to fight for scraps and is still finding himself a bit more. He's going to work towards that Manta. Yeah, BB team, this seems pretty clear that their mid-game timing is just not going to hit.
No,
there's just no way they can end the game.
They're going to have to try and scale in this game right now. Which means
especially if Nigma Galaxy is strong enough to just do Roshan, which they won the last fight, and now they have BKBs. Now they're hitting their really strong timing. There's no way you could stop this.
Well, we talked about BB team's tempo, but this Nigma lineup can also very easily go high ground early here. That mid-game window with first or second Roshan, again, Alacrity Troll with Beastmaster Ores behind him, Forge Spirits, a lot of summons. As long as you don't give up a massive Echo Slam, these tier 2s and potential tier 3 sieges all in the menu. Especially before Pure gets more items. Like, he's going Ags here, but you're going to need something to help you fight through the debuffs from the Phoenix going on to the Bear. That's his biggest problem right now.
And that's why he picked up the Shard, right? So he's got the Shard where Savage Roar, he now has a basic Dispel, but that'll help some, right? There's still going to be a growing miss percentage chance. There's still going to be maybe another Fire Spirits.
It does feel like this is a game you eventually need BKB on the Bear.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
But obviously that's a ways away. It's going to be a strong Aegis period for Nigma Galaxy. Up 6K. Looking to expand that lead. They would love to let Ghost take some tier 2s while they smoke and try and find something else on the map. I like that they're looking for that right now. Their catch is not the greatest, but they can absolutely run heroes down.
GPK spotted by the Fisher. Omar's going to find him, and he gets a dead shot in time. GPK trying to run it out. Noob. Primal Roar not even required to collect the killing spree on GPK.
Amp damage Shaker taken off the map. Super valuable here. It's going to let you push the lanes a lot more aggressively. The summon shove continues to oppress the lanes for BB team. I just don't think I've seen this mid lane across the river for Radiant here.
No, and it probably won't really change.
So
the foreseeable
That's
future.
Your biggest point of information in Dota. And every time you can't get that out, the enemy can make better moves than you can. Sumail looking for the solo pickup here.
Yeah, it just means you have to do stuff like this. Kaitomi kind of has to just run out there, push out a wave, because they're trying to buy time. But Nigma Galaxy, they've got a tight hold on this game. Not letting the lanes push out very far, not letting these Helma Dom creeps do too much, right? How many times has Ghost run into him, just cleaned one of them up?
They have double Solar Crest already up as well. Extra barriers to try and fight through here. I mean, Miro is gearing up to try.
Yeah, what 4K gold leave at 12 minutes.
Yeah, what in this lineup.
What do you think their intention was for this hero?
Basically back up the LD's timings.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you go full utility, but Diffusal Manta in this game, it's not giving you a huge amount of value because you're just not fighting with it as your other heroes are behind.
All right, now this will make things a little bit more annoying. Nigma Galaxy will have to deal with this bear that has an Aghanim Scepter. So it's going to be running around, it's going to be farming your side of the map, it's going to be cutting out these creep waves as well. You do not, we've seen this before, Avery, you don't want to have to go all the way back behind your tier 2 when you're winning the game to address some sort of split push rat problem.
And it is one of the minor weaknesses of this Nigma lineup is their heroes running across the map to try and catch something feels pretty bad. They'd rather just group up at this point behind the troll and push. The Invoker is the one catch, but this Bear Ags is already doing work. You're stealing Ancient Stacks, you're killing couriers, you're cutting waves.
And also a lot of the Invoker's catch. I mean, that Dispel might just allow him to wear through it real quick.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you chase this Bear, if you do end up catching it and bringing it down, it's just going to resummon it. You don't feel good about it unless you're getting more economy out of the map in the meantime.
Oh, but if they catch it, oh my god.
That is the...
What is this position?
That's an interesting place to just park it.
Don't make a noise. Don't breathe. They were right behind you. Pure on the edge of the map. Does not get found by Nigma Galaxy.
I will I will say this Ghost Walk is also really slow. This isn't like the super fast Wex Ghost Walk where he's speeding around the map with bots or anything like that. So the Invoker's ability to chase this bear pretty limited. This bear's going to be able to do it at once here. This is an incredible farming rate. If you can continue to take map farm away from Nigma and cut waves, get a couple more couriers in there. Oh yeah, there's one.
It's a massacre out here.
It's just going ham. And there's the instant troll TP. Ghost is like, this is illegal. Someone has to put a stop to it.
I mean, the damage is already done. It's been like a minute and a half, 2 minutes of him splitting the map on you.
You can't chase it.
He's killed 3-4 couriers. He's taken out like 10 different waves.
Just stealing farm in front of you. Gotta go for the permanent.
He doesn't have the roar. It's on cooldown. He's actually got the bear.
Yep, there's one. And
one down, another to go.
Send it back out. You made them all go to the part of the map where you weren't. Now you're going to farm the rest of it. This is highway robbery right now.
Okay.
This was Nigma Galaxy's Aegis period.
Foregoing that they actually managed to find it, what happens if this keeps going on? Aren't you in a way forced to just barrel down high ground? Hope for the best? Katomi really wants to switch some show. Omar gets right in there just at the last half second. Takes away the Wisdom Shrine and claims the kill. Katomi tried his best, but Nigma Galaxy up in experience and up 8,000 net worth. Just the question is, how good are they at being able to close out the game? Here comes Ghost, and nice dead shot from across the way. Stops Miro. Miro will do his best to create as much time, hoping that a Manta will give him a little bit more. Nope, locked down by Ghost for too long.
Map is starting to shrink a little bit. Every pick off Nigma Galaxy get here is a huge amount of time to try and get the lanes out, deal with the bear pressure.
Oh, they found the bear noob setup trap, but he did not find it in reach of his roar.
I mean, he went early bots on this beast, probably just to deal with some of the pressure, still be able to join the team.
Yep.
That said, Nigma are still getting a lot of items on their course here, particularly Ghost on this troll. It just hasn't been touched in so long, and you can absolutely just man fight the bear.
Yeah, there's
not afraid of this matchup, at least for the foreseeable future.
There's really not this fear of going another 20 minutes, right?
Maybe 40. You know, 60-minute plus game, your Nigma Galaxy, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, you got a lone druid that can get 12 items to your 6.
If there is one team that knows how to deal with Lone Druid, it should be Nigma.
It should be.
They have had or at least some of the greatest Lone Druid players of all time in that squad. AC next for Pure. Be a very nice power spike for him if he can get there.
Another smoke up. Nigma Galaxy, I'm surprised they're smoked where they are.
That's a long way to run.
Yeah, I mean, having that many heroes up to that side of the map, just all the way up there at the top, right? It's like,
it's also
if they don't find this bear, it's gonna feel really bad. But Pure is getting greedy. He wants the tier 2.
You should find it here.
And he doesn't have the roar again.
Is a 5-man smoke worth a bear when he has a resummon?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, you have to roar it. He can't afford this chase to go on too long. He still gets the...
I mean, you'll take it, but it's a little awkward timing-wise, right? If this was when the Roche was spawning, which it could, though it absolutely could line up here. But if you delay that smoke 30 seconds or a minute, and you clear out the map, you can just go straight into Roche if BB Team continue to dodge you.
What is BB Team doing? What is going on here? They're going for... They're going to try and sneak away a Tormentor?
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
That's a pretty cool play. I mean, that shows you what Tormentor is worth. If you're willing to invest that kind of time, that many heroes. Oh, no, Cataclysm! Save. He wasn't sure if that TP was going to get him out of there in time, but now he's just got to lead Nigma Galaxy. Ooh, that dead shot so close. He gets through the gate, and he might be okay to make it back home safely.
I mean, you could see BB Team's idea, though. Like, they take this Tormentor, GPK, he's TPing out of there before that thing's even dead.
Yes.
He's like, good luck, team. I've seen this one before. I'm not getting stuck in this corner for a second time. They're in dodge mode right now, but they are recovering this net worth gap.
Yeah, taking away that Tormentor. I mean, it's not just a shard in their pocket, the extra gold. It's denying it from Nigma Galaxy, who clearly, I mean, they have full control of the map. They could have taken it as soon as it spawned. Miro sneaking by them again. Oh, spotted by Omar, but not in time.
So damn close. They did get a second Boots of Travel up on that Invoker, though, so double Boots of Travel for Nigma Galaxy. In theory, this is what you need to keep the lanes and then look for those catch kills around the map. And of course, Roche is up, so...
Yeah, and that is not an objective that BB team could just sneak away under Nigma Galaxy's nose. This one is certainly going to be Ghosts.
Very difficult to contest, too. You're unlikely to find GH at the start of the fight, and if you don't, he's just a monster around that pit. Especially without any BKBs on your heroes, right? You have a BKB-less lineup. Very hard to man up into the Phoenix spells right now, and Nigma Galaxy know it.
Well, we're going to have one of the ultimate carries of Dota 2 with a Battle Fury, BKB, MKB, SNY, Aegis at 33 minutes, soon to be Satanic, so he's got 2 lives and potentially 3 if he can finish up this Satanic quick enough. Do you get a little bit scared about what this Lone Druid's doing to you? Do you just say, okay, they're not willing to fight us, let's try this high ground. Let's see what happens.
The difficulty with the high ground is you are going to get ratted. And this is a very high damage rat. I don't think
you know Noob is willing to roar that bear to stop it. And they brought 5 heroes back to kill that bear.
I mean, you see the lines instantly drawn. Okay, get out on the map. Killing this bear does give you a window where if you can make a fast play and engage in a fight or find the bear again,
yes,
it's unlikely Pure will play as risky with it. Or if you force the high ground, then the Lone Druid buyback is irrelevant if he only has the 1 summon. It does create small windows during this Aegis period to try and get something out of it here.
Which means BB team may feel like that they have to be even more aggressive in their splitting. I can't believe this bear's just running through the middle of the map right now.
He's playing a little reckless with it. They also just got Ags on the Disruptor, and we saw a Refresher on the Shaker, so the AoE teamfight control from BB team is online. You cannot clump into this lineup.
Miro stuck. He goes to the TP, but spotted. Omar's just always there. This Muerta has worked out beautifully for Nigma Galaxy due to all the rat action that's been happening. Miro, again, just trying to create as much time as possible. His team immediately pushing out mid, pushing out top, but his life is forfeit.
Let's see what Nigma do with this. 60 seconds, no buyback available.
And Bear, another Bear, not up for another 50 seconds. So you don't have that backup still.
You can just go down mid here. Maybe send someone back to defend. Try and gauge where BB are sending the defensive resources versus the offensive ones. But this is a scary high ground into Refresher, Shaker, Ag, Static Storm. There's a shard on this Wind Ranger as well. Look for that Gale Force. It can drag you and you can get fissure blocked.
There's the Echo. First one goes out. Trying to get a quick kill and refresh, and they take out the Troll. That's the Aegis. A second life, and they do not go for the Static Storm play. I thought maybe that second life, Kataomi would try and get there. They try and get a glimpse back, and they do manage to get the Static Storm on him. No BKB. Can they burst him down fast enough, though? Half HP, gets out of the Static Storm, and free to use the BKB. Not required, though. The damage simply isn't there for the BB team. In fact, the Bear is the one to die here as it's dead shot back into Ghost.
That Crimson Guard off Noob blocked so much of the Bear damage.
Shackle shot goes out. Oh, and the push in on Ghost. That's a dangerous position, but he got off the BKB and he got off the ultimate. That second Bear is gone. He's going to be pulled into the base. Same trying to be protected by the Euphonic Shield, but he cannot get away. Miro, he'll take some of the damage for now. A quick buyback out from the Wind Ranger as they need every bit they can to deal with the carry of Ghost. But Ben Cataclysm comes in and wipes out Miro. Another man down. 4 left. Call it 3 with no Bear on the Lone Druid. Nigma Galaxy have full control of this base for now.
How far will they push it? Satanic is flying in for Ghost right now. You get this on him, he heals up, put another Alacrity. You keep going here.
Power shot after power shot. Ghost, he'll out heal it. Satanic builds him back up the full. And now what do? No Echo Slam for 25. No Bear for 30.
Don't have the damage right now. Nigma Galaxy know it.
It's got to be a second lane of barracks. Seemingly nothing BB team can do to stop this.
can block him off, you can pull him in, but you cannot bring this troll down right now. Not with the auras he has behind him. GPK just getting hounded by Forge Spirits. A clean 2 lanes for Enigma Galaxy with that Aegis. Exactly what they wanted in that period. And this is where I go back to the itemization on the Lone Druid. It feels like you need BKB to get in there and do anything, but you need more damage as well. Now this Crimson Guard is a big problem for you.
Not to mention the mid and bottom lanes pushing in. With your whole play for BB team has been doing this rat. Rat's going to be a whole lot less effective now. Octarine. Invoker, Samael is scaling up. He's level 20.
They still have so much in the tank. That's the scary part about this. You're going to need to land some big static storms or some massive echo slams. I mean, you can also argue that push kind of works because they have to commit so much to bring the troll down the first time.
Yeah.
Right, that was the entirety of GPK's kit.
In which case, Enigma Galaxy, they should probably just chill out until there's another Roshan available.
Yeah, you can all in the troll this game if it's just a straight up push and they have everything. Like, and you're not going to do that without 2 lives or some hard save. Doesn't exist right now.
In 3 minutes time, it means BB team will be forced to contest, right? Like, it feels like they cannot afford to give up another Aegis.
That is a must contest Roshan. You cannot give up the 3rd one this game. You just try and get as much on the bear as you can. He does have MKB done. That helps a lot.
It does. Still no BKB, though, so he can still be locked down. Quick Savage Roar. Pushes Ghost away from his mark, but level 25 right around the corner for him.
I mean, you do have to be careful of a situation where they go in, start stunning a target while the bear is in range to go and hit that target at the same time. Because this bear will do a lot of burst damage.
Sure. I think that's why Enigma Galaxy have been so careful every single time they've brought multiple heroes when it comes to ganking that Lone Druid bear. Because so much of BB team is off map, they're saying, you know, maybe they're behind the bear. Maybe this is a play.
There will be saves that come into this game for Enigma Galaxy, though. That is something to think about, particularly in Ags on GH down the road. He went an early Aether Lens on this Phoenix, not an item you usually get.
Sure.
But it helps him with the cast range to put debuffs on the bear, and if you eventually get to Ags, significant cast range on that save. You can pull people potentially out of Static Storm this game. So there's still some really solid scaling mechanics for Enigma Galaxy here. And of course, everything rides on this next Roshan. You get next Rosh here, you can put 2 lives on your troll, you're threatening the Megas, you're threatening that final push in the game. This bear just farms so fast. I mean, can you imagine if Pure did not have as slow a start as he did in this game?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's where credit is due to Omar and Noob, the fact that they won that laning phase so hard.
Just looking at Refresher.
I mean, is more bears better than one strong bear?
It is the age-old question. I mean, this is where you trust your instinct as a Lone Druid player. Samael gets caught.
And they caught Samael! Samael thought he was fishing for a bear kill. Instead, he is the fish. Victim of the bear and company.
That's a nice bait. I mean, that's like mentality, right? This bear has been hunted all game. If you're Enigma Galaxy, you're used to just being able to commit on it for free. There's no one around. Guess what? 4-man smoke going straight into you. Not a move Samael was expecting. Lucky for Enigma Galaxy, this Rosh is not up yet. So you have a window to get this Invoker back on the battlefield before that objective is available.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
BB team behind yet another push, looking for another pickoff. I mean, they get another one, then maybe they could actually get Roshan for themselves. It's going to be a medium respawn time.
Also keep in mind that Troll 25, available for Ghost, Battle Trance, Strong Dispel, super valuable in this game if you're trying to go in on him with stuns first.
Yes, because
not going to help you in the Static Storm, but can help you in a stun situation around the pit.
Right, which is where the Disruptor really needs Blink Dagger, because he can't just rely on the Earthshaker jumping in and chain stunning as he slowly walks in with his Arcane Boots to drop a static. He's got to be there instantly.
I mean, he's looking for it, but Kataomi is pivotal for BB's game plan. He needs to land a good Static Storm on one of these core targets between likely the Invoker and the Troll. The Troll, if you can grab him, because Ghost, he just bought out for Refresher. He is an absolute beast.
and he is kind of approaching peak.
Yeah, this is him. I mean, this is capped, basically. You get buyback. He doesn't have buyback right now, but BB team don't necessarily know that.
Yeah.
And if he gets BKB off before Static Storm hits, he's guaranteed 2 of them. He's guaranteed 2 ults. He's guaranteed 2 Satanics.
Well, is he guaranteed?
Well, yeah,
he doesn't have much mana to work with here. It's pretty much all of his ult. If he battle trances, refreshes battle trances, that really doesn't leave him much for any axes.
He is not the smartest hero we've ever seen.
No.
He'll figure it out.
Grand total 52 intelligence, runs into Miro. GPK. Little Fisher goes out. And you know Ghost he's got his finger just hovered on either the BKB button or that battle trance. The glimpse, it made him skittish. He thought he was being pulled back into a Static Storm.
You can't blame him for that. I mean, if the Static Storm gets dropped there and you don't BKB, it can be the team fight over.
Yeah, this is going to be a game and position that you want to exercise some restraint, some caution, some discipline. You can't really afford any risks if you're Ghost right now. And so it all comes down to this Roche. And it's a position that Nigma Galaxy, they have the advantage. Cataclysm scouting things out. They have the advantage, right? They have the outpost advantage. They have the net worth advantage. So they can play off of buybacks. But Roshan will switch over in a minute's time. So the clock...
It's not favorable for them right now.
Yeah, it's kind of against them.
And also, this bear is farming BKB. He's 1,000 away. Pure's going to buy out for it.
They give Refresher and BKB to Pure. That starts becoming a different ball game. The initiation coming up the side, though.
Oh, this is such a bold move.
It doesn't break.
I mean, the thing is, there's A on this. At least one on this Phoenix. There's Troll with that hard dispel. You cannot jump the Shaker first. There's just no way it's going to work out for you.
So they back away.
Especially without the Disruptor Blink.
BB team. There is still this mid lane that's pushing in. Top is also pushing in because the helm of the Overlord.
A little bit.
Yeah. So they've got to start showing some pieces around the map.
But again, farm for the bear right now. Nigma Galaxy just in a standoff.
Yeah, they're going to set up for top Roshan. So they won't have the outpost to play with, but they will have first movers advantage. They can maybe get some early wards down. They'll clear out the area of any wards thanks to the gem on Omar.
They would love to kill this bear up here.
Little high ground ward. Here comes the bear. Attempted kill. It's got the Outworld Staff. Savage Roar, 3 seconds. And Ghost is keeping his distance here. He's going to make sure that Savage Roar does not stop him from claiming this pickup.
So there's the first resummon. Pure does buy out here. No reason to keep that buyback when you're playing with the main hero back. And that is BKB for the bear. This is the biggest power spike for him in this game. You run this thing and you BKB, it is going to do some serious damage.
Yeah, I think BB team is happy with the way the standoff is going currently. Nigma Galaxy are the ones who do need to kind of force things.
Might not be too happy about this.
Roshan roars. The bear will TP in. And it'll start checking out the pit. Santa Claus goes out, maybe they'll just jump in. All in after Ghost. The Cataclysms are coming in, but Ghost is already gone. A quick buyback gonna be used. It maybe costs them a bear. Yep, there goes the bear. It's a dead shot. Through the bear, hits 2 heroes. Nice shot from Omar, but it doesn't undo the damage that was done. Ghost, he lost his buyback, and now he desperately needs that Aegis.
Nigma are all in on this Roshan. Concerning fight for GPK, though. Again, this is not an easy fight for the Shaker going into the calling.
They can't do anything about it, right? He's got BKB, he's got strong battle trance. They jump over the Echo Slam. They force the BKB, and the Aegis will be dropped. Ghost picks it up immediately. BB team, no, they just cannot contest here. They can play for the high ground, but they say, Nigma Galaxy, they use that buyback on the Troll. It's not even guaranteed they're going to do anything with this Aegis in the first place.
Not confident to go without Static Storm here. That's the biggest factor. But that means you're going to have to take this Troll down at least once without it. I mean, this is Nigma's best chance to force that last lane. Do you have the confidence to go in without the Troll buyback?
Well, I'll tell you right now, Nigma Galaxy fans, I know they don't have the confidence in it. Little Outworld Staff got out the BKB. He really wants to try and hold That refresher still. Oh, he actually already used the refresher. Just noticed that. So
that was his last bear for 40.
Yeah.
He loses it there. KB forced. And there's the Ags for the Phoenix.
Big pickup.
That's a big one here, especially when you have that Aether Lens.
I mean, with level 20, or I guess level 3 ultimate, 10 hits. What are the chances that BB team can deal with the egg?
0.
0?
There is almost no world in which this egg goes down in the middle of the fight. Just don't have the heroes to BKB and hit it through a lot of the disable.
Yeah.
He's also got Refresher Shard, so he's got 2 of those eggs that can come in and save. And he's got Aeon Disc on that Phoenix, so it's really difficult to jump GH first.
Sure.
This could be a incredibly pivotal item purchase. If you could bail the troll out.
Picking through the trees, noob. Doesn't have a stun for it. The Hawk not acting fast enough.
I mean, I'm sure this is a phrase that a lot of Nigma Galaxy fans hate to hear, but I think you're supposed to go high ground here.
Just that phrase puts a little sickening feeling in my gut, Avery. Because a 3,000 net worth lead is all they are left with right now, and another pickoff has completely killed their net worth lead. Force that back up to the high ground, and this is now approaching an even ball game.
Can't give up freebies like that. And you're right, the gold swing in the last 5 or so minutes here has been drastic. Not only that, but the buybacks available for BB team, they basically have them all. You go in a high ground situation, you're going against 10 lives, not 5. Potentially less because the bear has its own buyback situation, but...
And now, if you're Noob's Beastmaster, you start feeling really bad. I mean, your build was correct. You got this wonderful pipe that gave you so much of the early team fight, but if this game starts going another 10, 20 minutes, this Abaddon may actually start doing more than you in fights.
This is not the hard scaling Beastmaster build. You don't have the refresher right now.
Yeah.
Don't have that Ags. Can still absolutely find his mark, but I mean, you are just looking at this bear vacuum up the map. The net worth Pure is soaking in right now is insane. And this is where I go back to that Invoker versus the Lone Druid in the last picks in those drafts. 2 players on some ultimate late game heroes that they are specialists on. You have to be able to match it here.
Samael trying to stop this bear where it can. Pure almost has enough for Swift Blink for the bear, but the Nigma Galaxy, they're going to go and sneak a little high ground push here with a banner, and a minute and a half left on this Aegis. Now's the time. You said,
do or die.
Now's the time to go for that high ground. Nigma Galaxy, if they want it, they've got to do it the hard way. Pushed into BB team space, the tier 3 gone. The Fisher leads things off, Nullifier placed onto him. Activates the Satanic. Just trying to stall, hoping that they can get through this minute. That the Aegis protects Ghost and be able to all-in him. A bear almost going down. Savage Roar pushes him away just in time before it falls. But that leaves Ghost. He just runs back up to the high ground. Here comes Cataclysm. Ooh, not that much damage. Oh, and the Echo changes. He's gone. And on the second life, here comes the Static Storm. Where's going to be the save? It's all up to GH now, and he's got the Supernova save. He bails out his carry Ghost, and BB team, now they're the ones on the run, as a fresh life Ghost will approach the stage with no Static Storm to stop him. Another Echo Slam, almost the first damage, but he got him the Battle Trance. GPK, his Aeon Disc only protects him for so long. A refresh from Ghost. He's dealt with one. A Bavac's going to be used. Can he get off another Battle Trance? He's got one more to go. Another Supernova save, and no way to stop the egg. Megas inbound now, as on another life, they'll finish off the building. BB team will have to play against Megas in game 1.
And if you get out without being glimpsed, that is an absolute win here. You got GPK's buyback, you got Megas, 2 perfect saves from GH. They were not ready for that egg cast range. I was surprised he got it. He was on the other side of that Static Storm. The item investment from GH, you saw this from 50 minutes ago.
Yeah, hover over that range. It's massive, man.
Yeah, it's
Blood Right, Aether Lens. And as you said, if there's no fear of the egg going down.
No, there's 0 fear in this game. Absolutely no way an egg dies. Just got to make sure you bail your troll out at the right points. And
Now what do? You got to get a refresher on your disruptor. Maybe. So you static storm, he eggs, and then you static storm the egg as they're about to revive.
Refresh disruptor, or somebody finds that Phoenix and checks him in the fight, which we just haven't seen at all.
Yeah, I mean, BB team have been playing defense so much, the very idea of them wrapping around on Enigma Galaxy seems an entirely foreign concept.
That said, Megas is not the game here.
Oh,
right?
no. Not
it's a lot harder to take that throne down than it is to get Megas sometimes.
Which means we're probably going to be playing for yet another Roshan.
60-minute items as well.
Yeah.
If you're Enigma, you would love to item starve BB team. Like, get that Roche, get 60-minute items, get them up before they do, and try and all in. Could be an interesting window.
That damage from the Earthshaker, though, has been pretty crazy.
Oh, it's insane, yeah.
He's got the Whisper of the Dread, plus an 8% Spell Amp from Timeless. So his Spell Amp is pretty high. That burst damage was more than I was expecting when he jumps on the Troll. He's got 3,500 HP, but he just ripped through him pretty casually.
I mean, you've also got Shiva's amp it up even more.
Oh, yeah, true.
Yeah, you're going to get exploded.
Yeah, add in like a power shot on top of that, which there's another Whisper of the Dread on save with some percentage based off of the kill shot. Damage does come quick and fast when it does, but BB team, they've been running out of spells as they've had to endure Enigma Galaxy's advantage, and we said the net worth was going even. Well, now it's back up to 20K, Megas, and perhaps a bear pick off.
Big bear kill if you can find it, yep. Might be at the point you roar that every single time, because that's a 30-second roar.
Yeah, might as well.
All right, this is the biggest threat in the game. You take it down when you can. Don't overthink it.
So is Abaddon ever going to be enough of a threat? He's got Nullifier, he's got Bloodthorn.
He is building up the damage.
I think, yeah, I like this. I think he needs Blink Dagger. I think he's the one who has to address GH.
I think you get this Abaddon on the back line. Not a target Enigma wants to prioritize. Just let him cause some chaos, right? Yeah. Threaten the Phoenix, maybe. Throw this Nullifier Bloodthorn into one of the supports or the Invoker there. Get an early BKB out.
Yeah, I mean, he has the Silence, he has the Nullifier to get through Aeon Disc. Like, theoretically, he can address the Phoenix. Now, whether you can put that to paper, particularly since BB team is going to be stuck inside their base for the foreseeable future. It is Megas pushing into you. You don't have any super creeps on your own side. And you've got a Cataclysm going off every, like, 35 seconds or something. So
it's all easier said than done here.
Yeah. Outside of this rogue bear that is roaming the map, Enigma Galaxy can kind of play and go wherever they want.
There's one other scenario that I want to mention.
Okay.
I don't want to mention it.
No, this
but
is
I have
to
to mention it.
A true Hail Mary.
You do not want to get caught in a fight and get ratted by the bear onto your throne.
Yeah, but there's some time for that, right? You've got tier 3s, you've got tier 4s, you've got Glyph.
It is a scenario that we've seen. This thing will chunk buildings very quickly.
Don't do this to me, Avery. Don't whisper that into reality.
I'm not. I just, you know, it's my job. Don't blame me. No matter what happens in this game, I'm just doing my job. Fourth Roche will spawn. It's a big one. Refresher Shard Cheese. Potential to end the game here. Got to look at the buyback situation as well. Every buyback available for Enigma Galaxy. BB team still missing that GPK buyback for 2 minutes. And they technically are missing the Lone Druids off of a gold, but of course, this buyback is likely not consequential.
Aghanim Scepter, Shard, and whatever you want off of Roshan's keepsakes. Ghost is very, very stacked.
This bear could blink in. Okay, he blinks it out.
Yeah, he goes for the wave. He goes for the wave. And Noob goes for the bear. Another roar.
See if he can get this one.
keeps on finding, they keep on finding the bear when Savage roars on cooldown, which is perfect. Another 300 gold for the team. They take the Aegis for Ghost and all the other goodies. A cheese for the Muerta, another refresher for GH. So look for, I mean, even if you could get a refresher on this Disruptor, you can't counter 2 ways.
No way. Such a valuable Roshan for Enigma Galaxy here. And this is a throne killer right now. Gonna have to come up with a miraculous defense. Abuse the hell out of buybacks. Try and drag Nigma deep into your base. Maybe Gale Force, maybe some Fissure Blocks.
Is under attack.
4 minutes on Aegis. Plenty of time here. Enigma Galaxy, you don't see the opening. You don't have to force it here. World Staff, not dodging that. No GH Pine, try and blow him up, they got him. Woo! Faster than he can battle trans, but here comes Noob. Aurora goes out, Cataclysm, that's gonna be denied by the Eontes. Ghost on his second life. Gotta be quicker on the trigger. If he wants to stop that Echo Slam damage, he's gotta get off that battle trance.
Solid move.
Jump onto Noob, got the BKB out of him. That's gonna be Bloodthorn Nullifier used and deal with the banner.
All right, this is going great for a BB team. They're getting so much out of Enigma right now, and they're paying nothing for it.
It is. Kind of feels like Enigma Galaxy, no point to even try this anymore, considering how bad it kind of started.
You also just can't go in and roar a backline target like that. I mean, it's tempting in this game in terms of target prioritization, but there's there's Aeon Discs, there's Force Staves.
Sure.
No one's locking onto this target when you go in like that if you're new.
Nice out World Staff. Certainly helps against the Invoker. Dealing with some of the Meteor. Another Cataclysm attempted to find that Lone Druid bear kill, but no.
60 minutes is in almost 30 seconds here.
Yeah, it is inevitable. We're going to see some tier 5 items guaranteed. Our BB team going to get that many, though.
The bear, yeah.
I mean, the bear can get what he can, but you've got to collect so many of those shards.
It's going to be a lot slower for sure.
Yeah, you're going to be left with this drought where Enigma Galaxy have their tier 5s and you don't.
So I'm saying, man, if you can get some Helms of Undying or books up, just throw these books in, let GPK kill himself on the Necro units. Might have a little window here to make that push a little more enticing. You could wait for next Roshan as well. Say, hey, we messed up that last push. We'll be a bit more disciplined about it next time.
I mean, not disciplined enough. What could they have done better outside of Ghost getting out battle trance? They don't really have another way to protect him. It's just pure reaction time.
It's tough. You just have to take advantage of the fact BB are jumping into him and find a big target at the same time. Or kill the bear when it commits. Whittle through some of these bear lives. Which he has all of them up, by the way. So yeah. 3 bears available on this map.
Well, I do think it's possible GH just holds on to his blood right. I'm not sure if there's anything better than that for him. So there's one tier 5 you probably don't have to worry about. Bears out on the map, trying to find any sort of neutrals, but Enigma Galaxy have already cleared them all. He goes deeper and deeper, but this one's taken 2.
You know, the funny thing is, Pure is the lowest level, basically, in this game, because he's just sat his hero in the fountain.
Oh, yeah. Which, I mean, does 25 matter that much to a Lone Druid? Probably not.
No, not the way he's playing it, not at all. Could be bad for someone's fantasy, though.
That's true.
They're getting close to that Disruptor.
All right, pressure. Helm of Undying.
Oh, yeah, those are big.
Beastmaster, Helm of Undying, Muerta, Fallen Sky, Samael. So he's got an interesting Meteor combo from himself. Minotaur Horn for Ghost.
Potential bear kill. 1 of 3.
Tried to save it with the Aphotic Shield, but it has its own Helm of Undying. They actually jump for it. but the push away at the same time made things kind of weird. Not that swift execution they're looking for, and Aeon is going to be popped on the Huerta. That's double Echo Slams.
Yeah, that was... Maybe he thought he'd get a lot more damage off the Slugger, but it felt very casual. He does have the Echo Slam cooldown, but popping Refresher there feels pretty bad. This Helm of Undying on the Bear is going to be insane if it's in the middle of the fight. That was a huge find from Pure. I mean, he gets 2 of them, so...
Yeah, pretty disgusting.
That is
an extra 100
something.
attack speed, 80 magic damage from the Audacious as well.
All right, Bear number 2.
It's beginning to stack up. Oh, trying to get it out of there. They do manage to bail it out. But still, the forces are beginning to push in.
Ghost going in here.
Invaders on all sides. Ghost will push in without an Aegis. They're not going to wait for another Roshan.
They're going to jump in with Storm, though. Katayomi smoke.
They're certainly going to try. Shackle goes out first. Echo Slam, but he's going to be saved. They do have the bird damage. Here comes the Roar. Cataclysm, double Cataclysm, big damage. Oh, the Earthshaker, a little bit more. He gets up the Aphotic Shield, but it is not enough to save him. You're going to have to burn through some buybacks now as the Pure Bear tries to hold onto these tier 4s, but Ghost locked on with the Alacrity on him. He will make short work of these tier 4s. They cannot concede. Many more of these buildings are going to have to fight. Miro tries, draws a little attention to himself. A beautiful tornado gets the Earthshaker a second time. Oh, Fallen Sky onto Miro. He jumps in and goes. He sees the opportunity. He goes to the buildings. They pop the glyph. He's going to back out for now.
You have
Providence BKB. They got the Alacrity. He can commit. He goes after save, waiting his time, waiting for the glyph. Noob is just trying to create some space so they can all in on the throne. They see their opportunity, and Echo Slam jumps in. And Fisher,
another
supernova save from Oma. What a save from GH. And Ghost will finish this game. 64 minutes, and it's Nigma Galaxy to take game 1.
Ну, ребят, что я могу сказать? Короче, я хотел ставить... без шуток я хотел ставить Нигму туда, потому что... Ну, блядь, ну сложно было поверить, чтобы двум настолько слабые, блядь. Ну, судя по всему... Судя по всему, да. Как оказалось... А вчера Клеватес, что ли, вышел или чё? Не помню. Лица 96 крипов. Ну, Нигма все-таки вот надо было ставить сюда Нигму. Ну да, теперь ББ все-таки сосали. Да.